Good morning, chat. Happy Black Friday. Happy post-eating lots of turkey day for some of us. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Good morning, Token, and thank you so much for your 31st first. And good morning, Gall. I'm glad that you like the new starting soon screen. I didn't think it was gonna get done so quickly. I feel like we commissioned it like a week ago. And it's already finished. And I was like, heck it. I'll just put it up. She is a beast. They are a beast. I think it's a she, but I don't know for sure. Yeah. Really, really good. Oh, something's patching. Oh, wow. Oh, so 5 days. Crazy. We love that, though. We love it when we commission art and we get it back quickly. And not nearly a year later, cough, werewolf art, cough. I'm glad. It was so cute. Yeah, I wanted to do like a good... Not to say that the other starting screen was bad. We love AirC's art. I wanted to get one that like had all of the background animations and stuff like that. Because the other one was a little bit of a patchwork. But I love it. It's so cute. And I have it for BRB too. If I ever... I could probably make it now. Oh, I do have a BRB right here. Okay, hold on. I have to download it though. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gift. Yeah, let's download the Be Right Back. Burb. What the heck was that? Did you guys hear that beep? Spooky. I did. Sounded like a creak or a beep. I think it might have just been like the metal of the thing here or something. But I have my headphones on, so I didn't hear it fully. I'm already being haunted. And Gull hasn't even left yet. Okay, so now I have BRB too. So yeah, I can use that whenever I need to BRB. But yeah, Gull and I had a little bit of a stressful day yesterday as we discovered everywhere is closed on Thanksgiving, and it's something I kind of always forget. Or at least fast food places are closed. And Gull didn't feel like going out, so totally understandable. So after much pain, we settled just on getting some Wawas. And it was all cold, as we expected it would be. And then Gull made pie. I slept until like 8 o'clock. Had to take an edible to make sure I didn't throw off my sleep schedule, and I still don't think I got to bed until midnight. Naps are a bane, and it's why I try not to take them. Yeah, everything was closed all day for us. Because we started looking at 2 o'clock. There were some sit-down restaurants I'm sure we could have ordered from, but we didn't want to go get it. So we just went with Wawa. And it was good. Just took an hour and a half to get there. So most everything was cold. And my spicy chicken sandwich was insane. I thought it was going to be spicy. Well, I mean, it's always an hour and a half. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I meant that too. Yeah, everything was closed yesterday. And my spicy chicken sandwich was insane because I thought it was going to be a spicy chicken breast with pickles and like sauce. But no, it had a bunch of jalapenos in the bottom. And I'm one of those people where if I'm eating something hot, I like scarf it down because I'm like, I need to get rid of this. It's painful. Instead of just, taking some of the jalapenos off. But yeah, I thought in the picture the jalapenos were pickles, so a little disappointing to bite into a whole bottom bun of sliced jalapenos, but I think it was honestly the best thing that I had because my panini was hard. I basically couldn't eat it because, yeah, for sure. Well, no, they didn't false advertise. I didn't look. I just assumed that they were pickles. Because, that's your classic chicken sandwich these days is pickles mayo. And if it's spicy, the breading is spicy, not that they put jalapenos on it. And then my mac and cheese was, again, just kind of okay. And the quesadilla was fine. Wasn't very cheesy. So yeah, nothing was really good. Not even my milkshake was good. It was too much. So, as usual, we should have just gotten pizza. But we wanted to stay in and order in and everything was closed. Gull and I really wanted KFC. Maybe we'll get KFC on Sunday as our true last meal before we crack down. Because that was a fucking disappointment. Well, it's not that the food was mid. The food was fine. The food was like Wawa's food quality. It's just that for some reason, whenever we order from Wawa's, it takes an hour for the person to get to us. So... But no, I totally get that too. Being annoyed at working at the holidays. But yeah, I might bully Gull into grabbing some KFC on the way home. On Sunday when she comes home. So we can have a true finale. We'll see how easily I can bully her into that. Because Gull and I are going to try to start eating a little better. But I've fallen off the bandwagon, unfortunately. Like I said, I'm one of those like pattern and I'm very much a routine person. But I love my job. But yeah, I'm a routine-based person, so if I eat out once, it makes me more likely to eat out again and again. And I've unfortunately fallen into a pit trap recently. Where I'm like, oh yeah, let's just eat out. Because we can. And I'm like, no, Celine. Because what's happening is I'm buying food with the intention of cooking it. And then I don't cook it, we order out. So we just end up spending double the money because ordering out is not only expensive. Well, we don't usually have to worry about that. Because we don't eat, we usually have like one meal and that's it. It's just that what's happening is I'm spending $150 on groceries every week. And most of the stuff ends up just rotting because I buy a bunch of produce with the intention of doing a thing, and then I don't do the thing. Hey, pretty particle. So I end up, like, I just had to throw away like $10 worth of mushrooms because I just didn't make the pasta that I bought the ingredients to make pasta with this week because we ordered so much. So just have to get back into the routine of not doing that. And the best way to do that for me is it's an all or nothing kind of deal. Either we order out or we never ever do, so that I get into the routine of cooking all the time. Because like I said, I'm a routine-based person. And unfortunately, I'm an all or nothing kind of girly. I can't just be like, oh yeah, let's get lunch. Let's get Panera for lunch. And then I just go back to cooking the next day. I get Panera for lunch, and then I'm like, ugh. I don't really feel, I feel heavy from the food from yesterday. So I don't really feel like cooking. So let's order out again. And then it's just a cyclical cycle of, it's a cyclical thing of, I feel so shitty from ordering takeout yesterday that I don't have the energy to cook. So let's order takeout again. And then it just never ends. And it's 100% on me. Yeah. It's not a depression thing for me. I'm genuinely the happiest I've ever been in my life. It's just laziness. Because, Gull is an incredibly nice person, and so she never wants to shame me when she definitely should sometimes. Because she's very empathetic. So, if I was at home with my family would be like, Celine, you just ate out yesterday. Do you really need to eat out again? And I'd be like, no. And then I would cook, but, if I'm like, Gull, I'm tired, she'll be like, okay, because she knows what it's like to be tired. She knows what it's like to, she deals with a chronic illness. She gets it. Not that I have a chronic illness. I don't. It's just I'm tired from working. So if I'm like, I'm tired, I don't feel like cooking, she'll be very amenable. Because she doesn't want to be like, no, Celine, you should cook. But I need that kick in the ass sometimes. Because I absolutely can cook on days that I don't sometimes. It's just I know that I can get away with it, and I am absolutely taking advantage of her. So I need some self-discipline. Trying to be healthier. Just trying not to eat out as much. Like, we don't necessarily eat poorly when we eat out. We'll get, some Korean food. We'll get some Indian food, things like that. Things that aren't like, super heavy all of the time. But it's just trying not to get into the habit of, oh, I don't feel like cooking, so let's order food instead of cooking. Is the problem. And like I said, I'm very, routine based. So if you break the routine of cooking, it's hard to get back into the routine of cooking for me. I just have to be better at it, and I'm gonna try. But no, we eat pretty healthy when I cook at home. We have salmon and vegetables. We have meatballs and sauce and with no pasta, and we eat healthy. It's just what's happening is I'm buying, like I was telling Token, I had to throw out $10 of mushrooms because I intended to make my vegetable, like my veggie pasta. Where it's like mushroom, zucchini, cherry tomatoes with a little bit of a cream sauce. Like, I love that recipe, but we ate out a ton this week because we had a bad week. Not a bad week. We just had we had an eventful week, you know. Gull went to not the ER. She went to the doctors, and then Juniper got sick, and then I went to the doctor. And it's just been, and then it was Thanksgiving, and so it's one of those, like, we need to reset, or else, I need to reset. It has nothing to do with Gull. I need to reset and get back on track. Because the biggest thing is, for me, it's wasting the money, spending $150 on groceries and then having to toss a lot of it because, I buy salads and then I don't eat them, and yep. Because I eat soup. That's my lunchtime thing. It's also, hey, Cad, another big thing is that I personally like doing, like, breakfast, lunch, dinner, but Gull really wants to do, like, essentially breakfast, dinner. And I'm like, but where's my soup time? Because I like to have a hot bowl of soup while I'm, like, editing. Soup. What's the bowl stack up to? None, because I haven't eaten in my room at all this week. Been eating out in the living room, been either eating takeout, or I did cook a little. We did the salmon and the asparagus this week. And I'm gonna make meatballs today. Hold on, chat. Hey, Gull, are you listening? Gull, tell me if you're listening right now. Fuck. Never mind. I'll tell chat later when you're not here. I didn't think you were listening. I was hoping you were packing. No, quit wasting your bits. I am packing. Well, no, I have some surprises, but I'm not gonna tell her because then it won't be a surprise anymore. Surprises? So yeah, I'm gonna make some meatballs and sausage, and that's gonna be basically what I eat for the next 2 days. What I want to know, I want it to be a surprise, so I'm not gonna tell you. For when? Christmas? I don't know. But you worry about yourself. Pack and get the heck out of here. You can't be packing and typing at the same time, Missy. And there she goes, wasting her bits again. Yep, I am good at hiding things. Yep, it's just gonna be me and Amber for the next 2 days. So we'll be back on Sunday. Yep. I am the cat friend. And Gull is the golden retriever friend. But yeah, Gull's going to the beach to see her family. And taking the Juniper with her. And it's just gonna be me and the cat. She's what is classified as a super mutt. She's a little bit of everything, really. She's got some pit bull, she's got some German shepherd, she's got some There was a little dog in there too. She's got some husky, I think. She's got she's 22% super mutt, which is just a mix of a whole bunch of things. So she's just a whole bunch of DNAs. But I think she's mostly pit bull. She's got some either like Pekingese or Shih Tzu or something like that in her too. I don't remember. Gull will remember the breakdown better than me. Pit bull, shepherd, whippet. This is a reminder to take your medication if you have any to take. Chihuahua. Bull Shih Tzu. Not really. Like I said, she's just a bunch of shit. Bunch of things Juniper is. Oh, the Uniper. Okay. She's 24% super mutt, 24% American pit bull, 16% American bully, 13% German shepherd, 9% lab, 7% chow chow, 7% boxer. The super mutt includes Chihuahua, American Eskimo dog, and Doberman. So, but she's a 100% Juniper. Yeah, she's a ton of different things. Yeah, American bully. She only bullies me though. Oh, she's not. She's the biggest baby. Dog couldn't bully a fly. I am very bullyable. I was about to Google nulliable because I was like, what does that mean? I feel like I'm being insulted. Alright, well, I guess it's time to switch over to Tyranny. Tyranny. Okay. Moved my screen. And a 100% reason to remember the name. The super mutt is Chihuahua, American, Eskimo dog, Rottweiler, and Pekingese. Gull just checked. Tyranny. Yes, yes. Okay, I was about to say, why is the browser sound happening here? Yep, she's a 100,000% baby, though. She's a big baby. She's a baby. I'm still a little sore in my arms. But other than that, feeling pretty good. Tyranny. Tyranny. Oh yeah, I need to put this up here. Okay, you guys ready for a lot of yapping? A lot of yapping? Because that's what I'm going to be doing today. Yeah. I took a bit of a nap yesterday. So, I actually had to take one of Gull's like sleep edibles. I don't think it really worked for me. It still took me until midnight to fall asleep. I felt tired, but I just couldn't get to bed. Yeah, narration simulator. Big yap. Big yap. You sleep like rock. Yeah, Rogue Trader Fantasy Edition, absolutely. Okay, so last we left off in Tyranny. We are fate binders, so we essentially get to decide the law. We ran into the opposing side once. And I think I might side with the bad guys of the game. Yeah, I did.
You're here! Run! Go! Oh no! Can't do that.
That wants to kill me? No, none that want to kill me. That I am aware. I'm taking everything. Okay. Well, it is my thing, but not all. Heinrichs didn't want to kill me, really. He would have, but he didn't want to. Subterfuge.
The Vanguard Guard can't protect us!
Jeez!
Let's go!
You get out of here. Let's see. Okay, so there isn't. We have to go this way.
Send them at me in waves!
Oh, good job, idiot.
Shit!
Oh, I'm down? That's fine. Probably because I stepped on that thing. Hello? My dude?
Wait, I did that? Nice!
Yeah, I stepped onto a trap like an idiot. Ew. I'm awake. Ew. Can't heal myself though, so. There we go. Okay. Yeah, there was a trap and I didn't bother to disarm it, so that was my fault.
Hey, over there.
Ooh, more loot. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah.
Kairos' soldiers are here!
That's true, we are. Wait, hold on. I was about to say, there's gotta be a way we can get up there. Hello. Don't mind me while I loot everything. I have unspent talent points. Ooh, okay. Adds the spell breached affliction to thrust attacks. Charge up your magic staff and release a powerful burst of energy that explodes. Grants additional spell slots. Focus your will into a shield of energy around yourself or a party member. Ooh. Okay, well, I want more spells, for sure. Okay. So wait, how do I see those again? I think they're up here. Is it this? Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, let's see, let's see. Okay. So I have frost, vigor, fire, lightning, illusion. Okay. Oh wait, did I go the wrong way? I think I was supposed to go over here. Don't worry, I'm coming for it. I have a new starting soon screen. Matani Sybil's shrill voice pierces the air, a clarion call addressed not to you, but to the citizens of the village. Do not fear, sons and daughters of Apex. Kairos' hounds are at our doorstep, and the Vendarian Guard will not abandon you. Brave warriors of the Vendrian Guard, these foreigners and sellouts mean to burn our homes and butcher our families. Summon what strength you have and show Kairos the price of taking our land. Several soldiers step out from the half-closed doorways and dimly lit alleyways, fury blazing in their eyes. The partisans shout battle cries to marshal their courage, and you see the gray gleam of iron as they brandish their weapons and charge. It's like, no, Mom, don't make me put that on. It pinched me one time. Juniper, be good. Sit. Sit. No.
She's like, I go sit under your desk.
No. Good, put it on. Good girl. Good girls. Yeah. They are playing Apex. He's like, it pinched me one time, now I hate it.
I know.
Take it easy. Get your nose out of that bag.
I'll be back up to get all the bags.
Okay.
But
Bye.
I'll be back to hug you goodbye.
Ugh.
My kitten has PTSD eyes. She's like, you're packing and you're leaving.
Mm-hmm. I just says he won't watch the stream. He said it on Discord. Wow. Well, my heart is broken. Sad. How in the name of Ash did these hill folk get their hands? Oh, sorry, this is Barrack. How in the name of Ash did these hill folk get their hands on iron weapons? Barrack regards the locals with momentary panic and bewilderment before setting his stance for battle. It's fine, we got him.
Can't do that.
Are you afraid of death, worm?
Worm.
Let's try that again. This isn't working. Take that.
One more bicycle.
This isn't working.
On your knees, worm!
Sorry, what?
Ah, got it.
Yoink. Alright.
I got it.
No loot here. This feels like a tarp. They're here. Weapons up, and remember those no longer with us. Honor them with your courage and prowess. The captain turns to face you as you approach. Fatebinder, we are proper warriors, are we not? This battle should remain between those of us who specialize in dealing death. Let the villagers go. They did not ask for this conflict. I'm not here for slaughter. I prefer to talk. Really? The trail of my dead friend says otherwise. What is there to say, Fatebinder, unless it's sorry for all the murders, followed by a big swing of hemlock? It's too late for words to solve anything. The captain looks at you expectantly. Her soldiers stand ready, and the muffled cries and sobs of villagers fill the air. Kairos ultimately brings order. Why resist unity and prosperity? Like the unity between the disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, that's not the sort of peace we want. Besides, peace is overrated. Peace means tolerating the evil in your neighbor. It is a cowardly dream for those with simplistic notions of the world. But I concede half your point. The Vendarian Guards was once simply the army of Apex, and now we have volunteers from all the realms joining our cause. So you are correct about bringing unity. This insurrection is doomed to failure. Why throw your lives away? We have demonstrated that a once vanquished people can rise from the dust and bloody the Archons. If the objective is to send a message in others in the tears, then this has been a resounding success. My goal is to gain your surrender without bloodshed. That is a commendable notion, but a tragically simple one at that. If any here could stomach life in the chorus or submission to the disfavored work camp, that person already surrendered years back. The folks standing before you are the ones serious about our freedom. Run, all of you, or you'll have to deal with my allies when they arrive in force. Binder, do you mean that this is a dereliction of duty? I could see us letting the sick and infirm go to tell of our infamy, but these South Knobs took up arms against Kairos. That cannot be forgotten. We've beaten their warriors and shamed the captain aside her ancestral river. Never heard of winning graciously. So you can have a moving target to make it interesting? Wait, we can buy Kairos' codpiece, you mean it? Yes, I mean it. Run, before it's too late. I will repay this. She nods to you, then turns to her crew, signaling for all to flee. The guardsmen and villagers scatter northward. He's not gonna like me, unfortunately, and that's okay. Well done, Fatebinder. You bring honor to the court with your valor. The captain, what became of her? If she still draws breath, the voices of Narat would be most intrigued to speak with her in detail. She wanted to die here, and she got her wish, but I lost track of which torso was hers. Funny how blood and lust and memory don't always mix, eh? Yes, because there's so many corpses up here to choose from. Don't worry, Binder. I'm very impressed by your valor and integrity. We may have lost several of our numbers at the river, but we picked ourselves up and made this work. May we always triumph. And what of this village? The locals could have trapped the homes. Too risky to commandeer the site. Wow, I can't read. We should burn the town. It'll cut off support and a message, and the smoke signal will give the others a visible rallying point when crossing the Matani. Did we just waste all that blood and time capturing this place only to torch it all? Now I adore the mystical power of fire in ways none of you could possibly understand. But even I think there's a time and place for arson. Fatebinder, kindly tell Antio he's free to burn his half of the village. The Scarlet Chorus would like to keep our half of the spoils, not smoke it. The settlement should be preserved, and any still here made slaves or conscripts. Yeah, whatever. Everyone's mad at me. I'm siding with the Vendrian Guard. You place too much trust in these locals, especially after their last deception. The first chance they get, they will turn coat and stab their gang boss in the back. That would only prove our point. These are competent fighters who are better put to work in Kairos' army. No boss who falls to a simple villager deserves to live anyway. Kairos' edict looms overhead. Have we nothing better to do with our time? Hear that? The chorus just made this town their headache. Now start rounding up your gear. There's lots to do before we rest. A sensible decision, dear Fatebinder. If we hold to the disfavored's pogrom of raised soil, what will remain for us to rule? Seize this place, search the homes, take all you can carry. Give each survivor a chance at the voice's mercy, but to the ungrateful, be brutal. Fifth Eye needs your service dealing with the Oathbreakers in the Outer Valley, no? Well, when you are done with Fifth Eye's request, the Archons will be gathering for another meeting at the disfavored camp. As our sole representative of the court, your presence will be required. Don't keep them waiting. We did it. Okay. So we can get the heck out of here. Oh, wait. There was this. My loot. All right. So let's go over here and then look in our inventory to see if we can hey Pedro. See if we can upgrade anybody's stuff. Yeah. Hey Pedro. Yeah, let's see. Okay, that's all. Item type. One-handed pierce and slashing. Okay, so it's not better than what she has. This is a great sword. He's shield and sword, okay. And what do you use? One-handed and thrown weapons, okay. Oh no. Okay, so I should equip this. Oh, that's so weird. Chrome's just like that sometimes. Okay, let's see. Then you use a sword. Okay, so this is better. Okay. Okay. Liberating hand wraps. I think this is better. You can't really tell. Oh, right. He can't change his armor. I'm dumb. Okay, Sage's hood. You don't even have a helmet. I want to hide my helmet. I'll keep the bandana on. These are cloth gloves. Okay. Right. Okay. So what do we have to do next? Isn't there other stuff we had to do in Echoes Crossing? Hold on. Let's see. Hide completed. Oh, wait, I'm dumb. Turn to Death Knell. Explore for clues of the missing shipment of iron. There must be more clues nearby. Hey, Storm. Sturdy door's been locked, but that doesn't appear. Let's pick it. Let's see, we got fruit and scroll, lesser sigil of strength. Forge-bound iron. You motherless whoremonger, get out! I found forge-bound iron in one of these barrels. You have a great deal to explain, old man. It's always the young pushing the old. I had no choice in the matter. Strange men appeared here a fortnight ago. They claim to be supporters of the Vendrian Guard, but I've never seen them before. I had no choice. These so-called freedom fighters threatened my life if I didn't comply. No idea. Bye.
I
Miss you too.
hugs.
Hugs.
Happy Black Friday.
Yep, enjoy your time at the beach. Beach. I will, thank you. Miss you too. Villagers forced. Then Matani showed up for the iron. Not exactly. She stumbled upon it just like you did when she was helping fortify the village for an attack like this. She was just surprised, but she happily took it. Villagers forcing you to help the Vendrian Guard, that sounds suspicious. Have you been listening to a damn thing I've been saying, or do you have shit for ears? That's exactly what I was saying. I don't want any part of this foolish war. It seems like your stubborn ignorance may have saved you. I'm taking the iron. You may stay. Nah, either way you knew, and the disfavored will make you pay the price. No, please. They'll execute me for sure. You should have thought about that before becoming complacent. Should have thought about that. Should have thought about that before helping the evil people. Okay. Return to blah, blah, blah. Go to the northern crossing to search for Earthshaker reinforcements. I don't think I should go out there because that's like really far away. Yeah, because like we're at Echo Call, we've done this. This is, oh, that's 7 hours. That's not that far. I, for some reason, thought it was like ages away. I thought it was like days. But new message. You received a new missive from Tunon. Celine, perhaps your continued and faithful service shall remind the Archons of their duty to the Overlord. One can hope. May fortune favor your endeavor. Okay. Perfect. Fake limp. What a name. Reinforcements. Finally. Come this way. We need to... Sister Verse, what did I do to deserve a helping hand? The fifth eye has a sense of humor sending you. I'm here to round up the Vendrian Guard. Oh yeah? Come to steal my quarry? Who am I fooling? We met our match 2 days ago and aren't in any shape to tussle again. Much as I'd love the bragging rights of claiming some scalps, my gang needs a rest before we pick another fight. Their camp is just yonder, and we've kept an eye on them for the last couple days. Some of them left a few hours ago looking for food, maybe out on patrol, but they haven't returned yet. Might be wise to strike now while they're divided. How did you find this place? Happy accident of a sorts. We were up in the mountains with orders to keep the Oathbreakers in and keep any would-be allies out of the valley. Strangest thing happens. Tremors hit the pass, and the tremors lasted a bit. So I figured they were magical, but there were no signs of Earthshakers or anybody. That was Kairos' magic sealing the valley. Oh yeah, that'd explain it. We thought for a second Cairn survived death and was back for vengeance. Figuring we didn't need to watch the pass no longer, we headed down slope back to camp. New fish and the gang's got good eyes. And she spotted the campfires up on high. We got curious, swung this way, and that's pretty much how we got here. What's your plan now? I lost 2 of my gang in the mountains, and we've been on half rations for days. So until we get a much larger contingent, we're not likely to win any fight we start. Now that you're here, I figure my gang will hold back and keep an eye out for trouble. May swoop in if things get messy. Blair silently. My gang and I will lurk nearby. When you make your move, we'll descend and help with capturing Florian. Don't worry, I'll let the others know you did the heavy lifting. I'll cheat a battle, but not with my reputation. Big reputation. Big reputation. Alright, I need to be right back, and then we will continue. I get to use my new BRB screen. Hell yeah. I'm back. Sorry, chat. I'm glad you guys are getting some time to relax. I don't know why you're fighting, though. Oh, the game is paused. I was like, yeah.
Spotted something.
Let's see, bronze axe. Is it a one-handed axe? I didn't look. Okay.
Trouble is afoot.
Kill the intruder!
What have we here?
Nice game.
I got it. I'm not dead yet.
Can't teach ancient old dog new trick.
Who's not done?
This is useless. I should try something else. On it. Right.
More time
Trap detected.
to the body count.
Oh, I'm glad you feel good.
Fall before me. Will do. What the fuck is wrong with my weapon? This is useless. I should try something else.
I need to try a different weapon.
What the fuck is wrong with my weapon?
That's so good. I'm so happy.
Right.
God, why did that take you so long? I am alone and vulnerable. Send help.
Hey, over there.
Can't do that.
Shut up and do it.
Well, this is interesting.
Damn it. The Overlord's peons have arrived. Blades up. If you value your life, drop everything and flee, or stand and fight. I'm happy with that option too. It just seems unsporting for me to suggest it. Surrender now, and I can protect the lives of your warriors. Surrender to you and what army? We have you outnumbered. You're the one who should be interested in avoiding a fight. If you surrender, they will take you to see the voices of Narat. A poisoned blade could be tucked in your boot. What are you? Aren't you a traitorous little shit? That's an interesting trade. My crew lives and I get a shot at killing the Archon. Fuck, I'd probably never get that close to him on the battlefield. I will do it. If you allow my soldiers to leave, I will concede and agree to be your prisoner. It's your lucky day. I'm in a merciful mood. I'll let all of you leave. Go now before I reconsider. Is this some sort of joke? I have my reasons. Let me guess. Your disfavored friends are in Phalanx formation, just west of here. We run right into them and die screaming. Think I'm dumb enough to fall for this? Think what you want, but you should run now before I change my mind. I don't get it. Why would you let us escape? Why would you anger your masters? Yes, why would you? My reasons are my own. That's all you need to know. Are you kidding me with this shit? Do you have any idea how this makes us look to the Vendarian dogs? Incredible. I have my doubts that a member of the court would know anything about war, but this sorry display forced me to lower my expectations. Hazard of being a warrior: if the sharp edges don't get you, eventually your conscience will. You all heard that? Time is of the essence. Stow everything in reach, leave the rest, and get moving. Sybil was right about you. Here's hoping we're making the right call here. For your eyes only. I'm joining the Vendrian Guard. Okay, let's see. Frostfire, Frostfire. Let's see. Aversion, two-handed. None of us do two-handed right now. Stuttered iron garrot. Gorget. Yeah, I can read for sure. Right. We'll go up into this corner, even though I'm pretty sure there's nothing here. I'm gonna buy you that dumb game if you keep on doing that. Doing what? More on the way. Patrol from this morning coming back. Wait, fucking where are the Oathbreakers? Where's the captain? Where in the name of Kairos is he? The fifth eye was adamant. They fled. We need to run them. I let them go. You know what? I think those two things were separate. You know what? Do I know what? Just what are you? I'll just, not include that part in my notes.
Another battle. I'm starting to think we're bad at making friends.
Pity you won't enjoy this as much as I do.
Iron Brand. Really? That's all you had on you? Boring. Broken helmet. Just want to check up here to see there's nothing else to loot. Yeah. Blood moss. That's why you go everywhere and do everything, chat. I got a whole blood moss. Okay. Then we'll go up to the northern clearing. Come out, you cowards. Light leather vest. Earthshaker staff, Earthshaker hood. Yep, I know, I see them. I'm gonna look around first. Red purple cloth. Ooh. Secrets.
Spotted something.
Iron Qatar, one-handed. Yeah, I got it.
Trouble is afoot. Run. Get me out of here! Right. This isn't working. I got it.
Is there a reason why you're not doing
I'm
anything?
lazy. Let's have it then.
Oh God, are you really that? Yeah, when I'm trying to get to me.
Good work. On it. Bleed out, you little shit.
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
You kept her up. You there, you're not with the Oathbreakers. Aren't I? Sun Soldier Shield. Heavy bronze armor.
Right.
Wait, no. Everybody come. A fate binder, how fortuitous. For us, I mean. Decidedly not for the Oathbreakers. Whether intended or not, we are indebted to your help. You're welcome. May the stones guide your steps, and may you walk without falter on sturdy ground. Where are the rest of you? Was part of your squad killed or otherwise separated? Aye, the Oathbreakers felled Grisendir before we could erect the barricade. But our circle alone was all Master Radix could feasibly spare. We're here, and though weight-worn, we're ready to help. Wait, your commander isn't even here? With all due respect, Fatebinder, it's not a matter I'd expect you to understand. We absolutely cannot abandon Cairn to the Stone Sea. As we've only recently located him and are in the process of constructing a fort to guard his remains, we could not spare another mage. Especially now, when the beast tribe that flocked to Cairn in his final days is becoming increasingly territorial and contentious. And so Radix refused Ash's orders. I'm not of rank to make such sweeping evaluations, but I'd say he interpreted them in his own manner and to the best of his judgment, rather than outright refusing them. He is an Iron Guard, after all. His decisions, though difficult to make as they may be, will certainly embolden our routing at the tiers. Not if your general and his entire army is dead. If they what? How? The Overlord has issued an edict of execution. Well, we probably shouldn't tell them. If we're trying to side with the other guys. Regardless, it looks like you're all we've got. Report to Sevis at the disfavored camp. He'll have further orders for you there. Did you just like lay on my foot?
Better, faster, and stronger.
Harder, better, faster, stronger. Alright. She thinks that there's a mouse here, probably. Or she does like my feet. Hey, headhunters. Okay, so what do we have to do? I don't think much. Meet with attackers at the secret location. Is it the end of the meeting spot for a discussion? The secret meeting spot. Okay. Okay. Where's the secret? Is it this spot? Secluded Grove. Okay. You're following the road through an expanse of scrubby woodlands, crooked oaks, and dry-needled pines, grasping towards the sky, when you catch the sound of children's laughter filtering through the trees. Ignore the children. Having important work to do for the Overlord, you decided that whatever the children are up to is beneath your notice and continue your march down the dusty road towards the destination. Children giggling at night? Nope. Nope. Mm-mm. Binder, Tarkus is just up ahead. Follow me. No, I think I'm gonna explore a little first. Gonna shield. I got a deer. Hello, Mr. Deer. Listen. I'm a loot goblin, and we must loot Bronze Tower Shield. Another deer. This is a big map for what's supposed to be just like a meeting. Another deer. There's some dead people. Beast blood pollen. Shattered iron sword. They're like, what is she doing? And it's like, I'm looting. Duh. What does it look like I'm doing? Okay, fine. Let us speak, Fatebinder. Before you stands Captain Tarkus Ari, de facto leader of the dwindling Vendrian Guard. Short, sunburned, and agitated, even when standing still, her body is a compact sculpture of muscle and bone, and her face is short on symmetry thanks to the scars and dents of a dozen brushes with death. Why you grant an audience for this one mystifies me, Fatebinder. We should be running these Oathbreakers through and parading their ruined bodies about the battlefield. Harsh, but I like it. You have my permission to stop the negotiations in favor of Barrick's plan any time now. Calm down, we're not here to start a fight. I am Captain Tarkus Ari of the Vendrian Guard. Fatebinder, you may work for the enemy, but your actions are tinged with honor, mercy, and even a shred of respect for the Tears. After much debate, we agreed that we should take the risk and meet you in person. I'll be impressed if this is some clever ruse, less so if you truly mean to steer our loyalties away from the two indomitable armies that support us and, more importantly, pay well. In accordance with ancient customs north and south, I offer and request a delay of blade. As Fatebinder of Tunin and emissary of Kairos, I will hear your words. Thank you. As reigning captain of the Vendrian Guard, first among equals, I am honored to have this opportunity to speak. Our little stand is nearing its end. Had we been taking wagers, I'd have given us 2 weeks at best. Miraculously, we have lasted 2 span. Though I doubt Kairos' historians will mention these details. No doubt the record will describe us as a footnote. But we never assumed we'd successfully carve our own free realm out of the Kairos' claim. We're brave, not stupid. No, we did this knowing we'd all perish, but in doing so set an example that might catch on like wildfire. However, now we have a chance to send our message of resistance throughout the Tears. You are the missing thread in our tapestry. How exactly can I help? You know of Kairos' edict, and we know it will be a death sentence hovering over all currently sealed in the Vendrian's Well Valley. I wonder how they could have picked up that information. What sort of idiot told the enemy details they didn't need to know? Oh, right, it was you. And we've since learned 2 important details. We know Ascension Hall must be taken by an agent of Kairos, and we know all in the valley will perish if this doesn't happen. We were right to fear the Overlord. If Kairos' armies kills us, we die. If we kill Kairos' army, we die. Charming dilemma we've been given. You've had your chance. You wouldn't invite me here if you didn't have a plan. I have plenty of time to ponder this edict, so long as an agent of Kairos claims Ascension Hall, we're safe, and that agent could be me. Well, yes, that's pretty close to what we had in mind, actually. Told you this one was smarter than the average soldier. Our plan is we want you to take Ascension Hall. We will serve as your warriors, and then under your command, we could secure Ascension Hall in your name. Or so that's our foolish notion. What say you, Fatebinder? You proclaim this edict, and you are more an expert in the Overlord's logic. Will this work? See you later. I honestly thought that they were going to be like, yeah, we kill everybody in the valley with this edict, but we spin it propaganda-wise so that it's like, we killed the Archons and everything. But sure, we can do it this way too. I just proclaimed the edict. The Overlord does not share such secrets and details with me. I see. Then what hope do we have? Hopeless or not, a plan is better than no plan. Then I guess next question is the all-important one. Fatebinder, you have shown us mercy, the likes of which we haven't seen since Kairos' forces crossed the gates of judgment. It is wrong to say join us, but rather, Fatebinder Celine, will you accept us as your vassals, your sworn deputies, officers? What does one call a servant of a Fatebinder? The term is yeoman warder. The modern court used deputy or officer. Either way, I will accept your vow of fealty. I ask total dedication of my warriors, and so it's only fitting I'd be willing to offer you the same. If the worst comes to pass, I think we would all be happier sworn to you than to the voices of Nerat. I, Tarkus Ari, pledge to you my service, loyalty, and life. And I, Ebb of the School of Tides, offer you my fealty. Then it is done. Our skeins united. We just might escape Kairos' edict yet. I should return to the Archons and see what I can accomplish. Excellent. Return to the camp, see what sorts of chaos you can foment, and meet us back at the Citadel. Not hard to miss. Just walk towards the giant obvious landmark until we meet again. Thank you. Now I have their side of the story. A good chronicle chapter has as many of those as possible, which usually means one. A gesture as strange as any I've seen. You receive their loyalty, but they aren't fighting for the Scarlet Chorus yet. I might have a thing or two to learn about compromise. Don't place too much faith in the hands of these Southerners. They will turn on us as surely as they did the first time they bent the knee. Yeah, Barrick's not gonna like me very much. But that's fine. Fatebinder Celine, if you are reading this, we have lost the River Matani. Surrounded without escape, we will fight to the death. But the common refrain we hear is Kairos wishes not to be rule over Wasteland. Is there truth to this mantra? Or is it another of the What was that? I think Amber might have pulled something under my desk. That was weird. Such weird noises today. Why does the apartment always get scary when I'm by myself? We wish to meet. What's going on? I don't know. Spookies. I think Amber was just yeah, I'm fine. I think Amber was just cleaning herself and pulled a wire and it like moved something somewhere. I hope I'm okay. That's what it seemed like. She's not on alert, so there's nobody here or anything like that. We wish to meet under the truce of a blue flag to discuss how serious the Overlord is in his mercies. See the reverse of this parchment for directions to a meeting site. Arrive with only a small entourage. Asking you to come alone is hardly fair. But if reinforcements are shadowing you, we will know. Don't worry, I didn't have anything. Alright. Let's head out then. So we need to go to the Scarlet Chorus camp first. To turn in things. I think. Spadebinder. Now what do you need? Punch her. In one swift stride, he closed the distance between the two of you and landed a punch squarely in her stomach. The force of it knocks her back a pace, causing her to take a knee. She lets out a few coughs before agreeing her posture and standing up. You or any chorus member try anything like that again, and I'll put you on a spike myself. I'll make note to watch step around the fate binder of Tunon. Good punch. Hey, space time. Where are my manners? I forgot to cast my incantation of crying like a coddled North girl over a few dead soldiers. I will not be lectured for a failure to show widow's weakness. Now there is that fate binder. Lord Binder. We've been awaiting you. One of Nerot's dogs went wild. At least he's done the right thing to present himself here for the proper trial. I'd like to yank his teeth out, and I'd like it to be with your blessing, so I could sure use your judgment on this matter. We meet again, Binder. The disfavored have accused me of multiple murders. I'm not guilty of these charges and have nothing to hide. The truth can only exonerate me, so I will happily submit to your judgment. And who represents the aggrieved party? I do. Salvarus of the Disfavored, the claimant and witness on behalf of my fallen shield brethren, Devona and Severus the Swift. Murder? That's no serious charge. Tell me everything. 3 weeks ago, we were in the eastern end of the valley. We were on assignment to keep Vendrian guard runners from leaving and reinforcements from coming in. Bitterquip and some Scarlet Furies came with us for support. Well, our trail puts us between two Vendrian guard patrols. Hey, Kasumi. Thinking they have us outnumbered, they draw bronze. We close ranks and fight together. It's a rather rousing melee, and the Oathbreakers give as good as they get, but among the dead, a dozen conscripts and 2 disfavored. You dance around the important details, Chanter. Right as the enemy spots us, you start working your mystic symbols. I saw panic in their eyes when we first stumbled onto each one in the clearing, but once his magic started flying, the only thing in their eyes was bloodlust. What sort of magic did you use? I don't talk the craft outside of the guild, but I can't defend myself with silence. I invoked a spell of frenzy and directed the chant at the enemy. They could move faster than our party, and letting them escape would undermine the mission, so I fueled them with rage to get them to stand and fight. There, he just came right out and admitted it. The Oathbreakers usually can't fight their way out of a burlap sack, but he granted them the gift of a stink badger's courage. Madness, pure and simple. The Furies were dumbfounded and folded, and that's when Devona and Sevius the Swift dove into the fray. Devona caught a javelin in the eye, just stupidly bad luck. As for Sevius, after the battle, he had been run through 19 times. Graven Ash couldn't save him. Salveros has his facts in order. I could concur with this assessment. Is that all you have to say in your defense? What more do I have to say, for I have done nothing wrong? Are you deaf, or was your mother too busy mounting the tears to teach you right from wrong? You are not enlightened, so I can forgive your ignorance. If you were illuminated in the ways of the arcane, you'd know that Kairos' law does not hold the mage culpable for what which cannot be controlled. What sort of chorus delusion is this? Bitterquip is citing magician folly. If in battle the Kairos is glory, a mage inadvertently harms someone protected by Kairos' peace, the mage is not legally at fault. I'm jerking again? No. Why? No. Oh shit, what do I do? Hip. I don't think there's anything I can do. Everything's closed. Maybe I just have to like close Tyranny every hour on the hour or something. Cause like it's not big memory or anything. It's just a spike in OBS and it only happens with this game. Weird. Yeah, there really isn't anything I can do about that, sadly. Other than just not play Tyranny, I think. Hopefully it wasn't for too long, so. Anyways. Lore! The Fatebinder actually knows her law. As I said, I have no doubts that I'm in the right. You must understand. My heart is heavy with regards to this tragedy, but my conscience is clearing. That's insane. This isn't a gout of fire that went awry. He used his magic to enrage the enemy into feats. I play the game in full screen. Would it be better if it was windowed? How's that not a crime? Spend a decade mastering the craft of magic, and perhaps you will understand why this law must exist. And why is that? So you illuminated folk can lord your knowledge over the rest of us and excuse each other from reckless misuse? You're all toying with things only Kairos understands. Nothing good comes from mages. You gripe, but if this law didn't exist, I could argue that Graven Ash hasn't been protecting the Scarlet Chorus from harm the way he has the disfavored. And I could demand Tunon punish such misuse of magic, but the law does exist, so I do not. I'm ready to pass judgment. The case is a simple one, is it not? So you think he's guilty? Kairos' law shields Bitterquip from negligence in battle. The matter is tragic, but not criminal. I'm sorry, that's just... It just is. Okay, I can also turn the graphics down. Whenever I go back to the game screen. Oh. There's no graphics, like, sliders, unfortunately, so I can't, like, turn down it or anything like that. Okay. Daybinder. Farewell. Pale and wide-eyed, the Scarlet Chorus conscript takes slow, deep breaths as he shuffles with nervous energy. As soon as your eyes meet, he looks away in a panic, bowing his head and turning his body aside. You there? What's your name? You couldn't mean me, could you, Captain? Walden. My mom named me Walden because she knew I'd be tall as the mountains. But here they call me Vittles. Do I even want to know why they call you that? Because Two Tooth says he'd feed me to the beast if I don't always do what he wants. New to the chorus, captain is a southern term. Kairos' armies have commanders, and I'm neither. I shouldn't be here. The chorus, I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm not like these people. I'm gonna die here, or at least I hope I die here. And soon, and to think I... And why is this a mistake? Did someone take the vow for you? No, but I was forced to take the vow. They slew my paw right in front of me, then told me I was next if I didn't join the chorus. I've never served in the village watch. I didn't know I'd be like this. Never served in the watch. How old are you? How old? I'll be, Pa said I was born in 418, so that makes me... That means you're too young to be in the chorus. Summon your gang leader and I will solve this. Two-Tooth. Come here, you. Quit conscripting underage people, you weirdo. What's this then? Why the frig are you pestering my choirman, Fatebinder? I don't know if you can see, but I've got a game to win and the boy has boots to clean. This boy, he have a proper fighting age? The boy's strong enough to swing a sword, so he's old enough to fight. You are aware that under Narat's own law, honor and guard the young, this boy is exempt from the battlefield. I'm aware of the camp's rules, but the age of majority's 15. Took a look at this brat and tell me he's not, just because he's lily-livered doesn't make him a babe. Southern tradition requires all non-seafaring men to take arms for their village watch over 15th year of their name. This boy has not yet served his watch, which means he's not of age. Isn't it just my luck? Yet another winning streak's gone cold. Well, go on then. Get back to the slaves' quarter. No more fighting for victuals, is it? For now? Aren't you forgetting something? Children are a valued and protected commodity in the chorus. As he's a member of your gang, you'll need to properly serve and protect him until he comes of age. What's that? I think what the captain's, what the Fatebinder's saying is that you can't hit me no more, right? But I can hit you now, boss, and you can't hit me back, and I can make demands like everyone else. Like, I'm really hungry, and I want some boots that don't have holes in them. Hit him all you want, kid, but be careful. In the chorus, the minute you murder someone, you come of age. I get it. Children are sheltered by the voices. I'll look out for the kid, I swear. Won't any harm come to him, or it'll be my prick of what'll get chopped. That's right.
I got it.
You do what I tell you, bitch. Can I not talk to you? Okay. Fatebinder. Oh, wait. No, you're not. What are you guys? Ooh. Is it the werewolves? Night Owl has promised worthy tough prey for joining, but Beast Woman only allows Night Owl to hunt weakest of humans, saved best kills for self. Night Owl has second strongest of Stone Stalker males before joining Scarlet humans, rutted even with 100 blood, with tribes prima. Was promised own pack for abandoning tribe mates. Strong Stonewalker, Beastman worth rutting, no claws at throat, sees only muling for a seasoned cub before Beast Woman now. Sees only Tenderfoot, only weak whelp fit to chase injured, dying prey, not best fighters on battlefield. Human. Just got her boobs out? I mean, I guess that makes sense. She is a werewolf. Humans always are encroaching on Beast Woman, have no sense of danger, no recognition for prowling, hungry predators, are worse than sniveling beastmen. Speak quickly and maybe Beast Woman will listen. What's going on here? Humans has keen eye, yes, and see Beast Woman as disciplining insolent packmate, muling whimpering male. Night Owl will learn Beastman's rank in new pack, or will not survive for many seasons longer. How did you come to join the Scarlet Chorus? Human pack called Scarlet Chorus is vicious, cunning, feral, like tribes, like beast women. Chorus humans are dirty and reek like rotten meat, so easily shriek and tear at own throats, but also respect strongest of pack. And beast women are stronger of all creatures, our best predators, like Archon called Narat. Pack's fierce and ruthless alpha is mystic who can swallow prey, blood and bones whole, makes Beast Woman want to rut, fight, kill. Okay, what tribe are you from, Beast? Claws at Throat was born of tribe with no name and no lands, called Summer Snout by Tearsmen, who stole azure lands from tribe's ancestors. Then Claws at Throat became Great Stone Stalker. slaughtered own slavers and fought for tribe's freedom. Tribe who became strong, unbreakable as stone, because of earth mystic called Archon Cairn. But now Cairn sleeps in dreams, drifting slowly into death in Stonelands. 100 Blood protects free tribe, and Claws that Throw fights to kill more Tearsmen as blah blah blah. Don't worry, I know how to properly respect a beast. Allow me to gift you an offering of blood and bone. Yes, beast woman like gifts of blood and bone, of fresh kills, but Claws at Throat does not want such treats now. Instead, Little Blunt Claw will join Beast Woman in hot slaughter of humans in one season soon. Okay, farewell. Oh, like Siren, the Archon. A young woman stands flanked by a pair of soldiers. The ornate headdress cresting her brow lends her otherwise small figure an intimidating aspect. From gear to gown, everything about her starkly contrasts the wretched state of the camp. She looks both at ease and uncomfortable, composed in her element and completely unsure. She turns to you.
Greetings, worm.
You look familiar. Have we met?
You don't know me, little worm? I am Siren, and my degenerate allies have the pleasure of calling me the Archon of Song. And you are Tunon's Fatebinder. What brings you here to the middle of the battlefield? Did Cairo send you to shame Ash and Nerat into action?
Ash certainly needs someone to dig a heel into his back. If only to distract him from his problem.
But Nerat, he's just a cat playing with a realm-sized mouse, isn't he?
What are you suggesting about Nerat? What? Oh, never mind. There isn't anything interesting happening in camp, and the solitude is making me paranoid. Nerat is the Archon of Secrets. I'm sure he has one or two he isn't sharing with everyone.
I can't be expected to keep track of all his comings and goings, his plans and secret meetings, his betrayals. Anyway, we have a more important matter to deal with. There is something you can do to assist me. Remove my helmet.
What are you trying to do to me?
Really? That's it? How disappointing. It was worth a try, I suppose, though it appears to have been a colossal waste of effort. I hoped you would assist me in a delicate matter, but it appears you're more nuisance than help. I have no further use for you. Perhaps later. You're dismissed, Fatebinder.
Not as powerful as you imagine yourself to be, are you?
I said dismissed until I have further need of you. Your presence displeases me.
For the love of Kairos! That was the Archon of Song in the flesh!
Keep walking away. Let me see your wares. Let me see your wares. Boop. Oh, wait. We can just get rid of everything. Ripper. Okay, is there I have the staff. Okay, so this would be better than what she has. And you have one-handed and thrown, which is not that. Two-handed. Okay, I'll do that and then. Wait. All right. So I've talked to everybody here. Disfavored camp. Disfavored camp. Meeting with the Archons. Okay. So yeah. Back to the disfavored camp. I think. Or wait, I think there was one other place. Oh no, that's where we started. Okay. Stop a moment. I would speak before you make many more mistakes. Something on your mind, big guy, or has all the iron and bronze finally tired you out? Fatebinder. I can't claim to understand your motives or your reasoning. The Oathbreakers and these chorus are to blame for the problems of this siege, and you seem to think that sponsoring this chaos will somehow solve it. I would strongly urge you to turn your back on these friends of yours and throw your support behind the disfavored. I haven't made a firm decision yet. If you say so, that you trust in the Oathbreakers at all is cause for alarm. They are your enemies for a reason. Take care with your loyalties, Fatebinder. You may have earned Tunon's confidence, but mine is less certain. I don't give a fuck. The Archons are in the war tent, but I have other people to talk to. What might I do for you? See something you like? No. Farewell. Rona. No time for chatter. With all due respect, our cohorts have proven themselves against these apex fools time and time again. What can your Earthshakers do other than get in the way? I don't want to be here, Sevius. Wait, I thought Sevius was dead. And my order don't involve... Yeah, isn't this guy supposed to be dead? Apparently he and that Devona died, but he's right here. And my orders don't involve proving our value to you. If the great general doesn't want magic on his side, then he can order us to stand down and sit this one out. I don't question what your mages bring to the table, Hellspar, but I have my reservations about your leaders. Why couldn't Radix show up to the siege themselves? If he has more pressing issues than the state of the conquest, I should like to hear about it from his mouth. If the Legion lacks confidence in the Earthshakers, that is their leaders failing. Sad but true. We'll keep our eye on Radix and his performance throughout the remainder of the war. It pays to remember that no one is above the criticism in Kairos' hierarchy. I hate to upset the chain of command during the time of war. Perhaps Radix's brother can convince him to remember his duty. Fatebinder, I thank you for your part you played. You didn't have to risk yourself, but you did so all the same. You're welcome. Boom. Can I talk to you? Welcome back, Fatebinder. Nothing. Can't talk to you. What is your role in the disfavored? I am commander of the Iron Guard, sword master of the disfavored, and captain of the 3rd Boreal Company. Commander to the Iron Guard, doesn't that make you second in command next to Ash? That I am, but I view it as a very, very distant second. I have no plans to outlive the immortal Graven Ash. So while by tradition I am executor, or I suppose executress of the Legion, I hope never to act on that sacred duty. Make no mistake, Graven Ash is the mind of the disfavored, but I am his right hand, a student to his military genius. Where have you seen battle? Let's see, Gates of Judgment, Bastard City, quick jaunt through parts of Haven, then on to Stalwart, and finally here, Vendrian's Well. Quite a tour it's been. What can you tell me about Ascension Hall? Kairos' edict is directing us to take Ascension Hall. That's what the locals calls the inner sanctum of the citadel built at the base of the mountain spire. It's also the base camp for the Vendrian Guard, so taking Ascension Hall has been one of our objectives in putting down this insurrection. But now we have a life or death reason to take the citadel, our one and only focus. Who's the strongest warrior in your cohort? Modesty demands I omit myself, but I had to form the Legion into one giant phalanx. I'd have Sevius the Younger and Barrack take the corners. Sevius has been at this since before I was born, and Barrack, well, what? I am neither death nor fragile. Say what you were going to say. I was going to say that you're perhaps one of the best warriors in the outfit, but good luck getting you to wear your regulation uniform. You're a good soldier, Barrack, but you know you're a pain in the ass. I'm honored to be assigned one of your finest. The honor is mine. When the campaign is over, I hope you'll accompany me in hanging more Vendrian savages along the road. Think of the stories we'll have to trade. Farewell. I'm sure this is just a merchant, but... Have you found the iron yet? By the time we got here, the Oathbreakers had picked it clean, nothing left but scrap. More scrap, damn. I'll relay your findings to Iron Marshal. I can tell you she won't be pleased, but maybe she'll sleep better knowing that we can't do anything about it, except to kill some Vendrian swine. Need anything else? Farewell. Mine. Okay, I don't think we have anybody else. Oh, we do have some people to... Ooh, there's things. Lucia and Marcius. Welcome back, Fatebinder. Lucia here was just mentioning that. Only because you asked. That you've been a real asset to the disfavored ever since you arrived. Not that anyone expected different. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. I could use some training. Dodge.
You learn something every day.
Dodge. Hey, Crunch. I leveled up. Level up, level up. I got another point. Ooh. I do like that. Tiger arm stealth, increases damage with... Ooh, yeah, we should do that. Yeah. Save. Alright. Wait, hold on. We should check. No, not that. Yes. Okay. Alright. You two arguing again?
How can we trust your rabble not to turn at this last moment? How many of your conscripts have family bonds to the Vendrian Guard? It is decided. The disfavored will take the vanguard of the assault. It is the only way to assure success before the edict comes to pass.
Oh, you're so young. We can forgive you for being stupid. Without your Archon of Stone to bring down those walls, you're out of your element. Only the chorus has the numbers required to swarm the walls from all sides. We will lead the vanguard of this battle.
The best the chorus could accomplish would be leaving a ramp-shaped pile of corpses propped up against the walls for my warriors to use. Their fortifications are not a concern. Even understaffed, my Earthshakers could breach the masonry in short order.
Another brilliant idea. Cairn's cult is, we're sure, every bit as trustworthy and sane as the late Archon of Stone himself. You did notice the spire at the center of the citadel? Hard to miss it, being only the tallest thing on the horizon and such. Certainly your Earth mages won't do anything stupid like, say, breaking the spire's foundation? What could possibly go wrong?
I trust them more than I trust your circus of rapists, sell swords, and turncoat tearsmen. Tunon's Fatebinder has arrived.
How do I sew done bickering?
Us? Never. How else will we keep each other at the top of our crafts?
Our operations in Echo Crossing and Tip Nettle Wilderness were successful. Why aren't you two marching toward the Ascension Hall?
Nothing would please us more than to be done with this wretched valley. Perhaps if we had more support from the disfavored, and from the court.
Now that we are all assembled, I want reports. The Scarlet Chorus was going to resolve the Oathbreaker presence in the Outer Valley. What became of that?
See you later, Caesar.
Yes, what did become of that? We should know already, yet we do not. If we are not mistaken, the Fatebinder played a pivotal role in this operation. Fifth Eye, shed light on this baffling question.
It is a case of mysterious disappearances. The Oathbreaker patrol disappeared, so too did Pelox Florian. So too did our scouts sent to follow the Fatebinder.
Really? Fatebinder, explain this at once. Were the Oathbreakers at Trip Nettle destroyed? And how is it that Chorus knows so little about its own operation?
Fake Limp and his gang tried to pick a fight, and I had to put them down. Alex Florian escaped in the chaos.
Iron Marshal, I understand we've established a foothold across the Matani. Report.
Securing the Matani was a gruesome effort. An agent of the School of Tides still lives in the river has turned against us. Despite our losses, the day ended in success at Echo Call Crossing. Though victory came at great cost. When it comes time to secure the nearby Echo Call village, there was a distressing discovery. The villagers had been stashing iron weaponry, no doubt stolen from our supply lines. Commander Antio wished to burn the village, but the chorus disagreed, and the Fatebinder backed their claim. One detail my report have failed to explain, the fate of the enemy captain. She seems to have escaped during the fighting at Echo Call village. All reports indicate that the Fatebinder was first in the village. Tell us, good Fatebinder, what became of the enemy leader? You mean Matani Sybil? I killed her. Who told you otherwise? Antio? Bitterquip?
So it is our agents who are shamelessly vomiting lies into the laps of their allies, and not you. Our apologies. How kind of you to clear that up. Kairos' Day of Swords approaches, and our allies in the disfavored and the court refuse to work with us. There is clearly only one reason for this. Graven Ash and Tunon have allied against us. You conspire to rob us of our deserved glory.
I'm just not gonna say anything. No, I will. Conspiracy? You're the one that's acted the fool this whole time.
Acted the fool? We've assembled tens of thousands of new disciples to our overlord. We may not act as severe and imperious as Graven Ash, but his job is merely to break things. The Scarlet Chorus has the much more difficult task of uniting these Tearsmen to Kairos. How dare you belittle our work?
Then the impasse is clear. We both wish for the honor of leading this final assault on the Vendrian Guard. Since Tunon is not here to select the rightful bearer of this honor, we must turn to the Archon's proxy.
With whom do you stand?
Graven Ash has maintained a firm hold on the Tears. He will lead the charge.
You honor us, as I knew you would. You have made the right choice. The disfavored have stood at the forefront of battle since the first days of the war, and now we have the honor of winning this final battle.
Our beloved Chorus! We have too many lives to protect. We can't allow your foolish decision to destroy us all!
You would dare harm me and our guest from the court? By Kairos' word, this means war! How did it come to this?
Are you sure you want to... We will have to take... Wait, are you sure you wish to go to war against the Chorus?
What other choice am I given? It is clear the voices of Narat would endanger all of us out of vanity. Besides, we all know when this war is over, someone must rule and protect the Tears. So I will start protecting the Tears from the depravity of the Scarlet Chorus.
We will have to take Ascension Hall without the Chorus's help.
Yes, and instead of having false allies on our side, at least we can march on the Citadel knowing full well who is friend and foe. And it goes without saying, the disfavored needs you now for this glorious battle. Please speak with the Iron Marshal. She will give you the specifics of our plan.
Farewell?
The Archon of Secrets left behind one of his spies. Perhaps we should send her back to her master in pieces. Something to say, Beric?
Nothing at present, Archon. Forgive the interruption.
I'm surprised you're still here.
You and me both, but the Archon was insistent in his wording. Watch that Fatebinder, even if I make a public display suggesting otherwise. But now I'm thinking I shouldn't have stuck around.
Versus with me.
You would harbor the Archon's henchmen in your company? This is aiding and abetting the voices of Narat. I cannot stand for it.
Maybe I want the voices to think I'm being watched carefully.
The voices of Narat knows better. Of that much I can assure you. Whatever deceitful ploy you have in mind, he can think lifetimes ahead of it. You are playing a dangerous game, Binder. If you wish to hold a venomous serpent so close, I will allow you your own self-destruction. Now leave me. When you are ready to join the assault, speak to the Iron Marshal.
Why do we have to slowly watch them leave? Okay. Well, Verse is alive at least. She lived, bitch. Ah, itchy leg. Okay. So I guess this is a good time to talk to
You
everyone.
look as if you have something on your mind. By all means. What can I do for you?
I guess he doesn't have anything to say. What about you?
At your service, Fatebinder. What do you need?
Nothing from you. And nothing from you. Okay. So... itch, 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 itch. Okay. So I guess I go back to Vendrian's wall. Well, not wall. Alright. I guess I'll go and talk to everyone real quick. Not yet. That we march upon. I'm not ready yet. Okay. So I need to come here and talk to the Iron Marshal when I'm ready to actually do something. Okay. Probably isn't anything to do here, but I'll talk to everyone. Mark. Okay.
Consider it done.
Oh, wait. What's happening? Okay. No. I thought Barrick was gonna be my husband, but then I decided to betray everyone, so... Fatebinder. You lied to the great general. You have no intention of leading the assault with the disfavor, and once more you made me complicit in this treachery. What's the problem again? How can you betrayed the disfavor to our faces, and you expect me to join you in a fight against my countrymen? Am I lagging a little bit? Yeah, it's just disfavored. Disfavored. It's just tyranny. There isn't really anything I can do about it. It just does that sometimes, unfortunately. It lags for like a minute or two, and then it fixes itself. There, unfortunately, is not anything I can do about it. It's just the game, unfortunately. Okay. You betrayed the disfavor to our faces, and you expect me to join in a fight against my countrymen. I may be pledged to your service, but not even Kairos would hold me to that, given what you intend. Unless you turn around right now and state your intentions to stand by our side with the Iron Marshal, you can consider me ejected from service on the grounds that you're a traitor. Where did you pick up the legal speak, Rust Bucket? Have you been reading the Fatebinder's diary? Verse, can you talk some sense into him? I can try, but I make no promises. I'm surprised he can even hear us underneath that shell. Hey, Barrick, stop being an asshole. I suppose you're in agreement with this madness the Fatebinder proposes. I should expect nothing less of a chorus rat. Shut up. The binder is using something called rational thought. Maybe you ironclads have suffered too much concussions to remember it. Instead of battering your shield walls against an enemy 100 times over until it works, why not use a little ingenuity and take Ascension Hall from the inside? Fucking crafty when you stop to think about it. Craftier than another one of your great general's dumb strategies to get the rest of us killed. Your every idea is poisoned by the voices of Narat. He breeds treachery in his subjects, and for all I know, he's looking through your eyes right now. Well, that hurts, but I've said my piece. Whatever you go from here is up to you. Take it easy on him. He's having a really bad day. I've chosen to break this siege, not stroke the Archon's ego. To the old walls with Ash's ego, and to yours for that matter. You're going to cost the Legion lives, and I won't in all conscience support the needless deaths of good Northerners while I can stand to defend them. Chunon sent me here with a mission. Do you think I'm gonna be a fool and forget it? Sometimes I wonder, Fatebinder, and yet you wouldn't turn your back on a decorated career without cause. So perhaps there's something to what you say. Neither of the Archons is thinking straight, but I am, and I suspect you are as well. Let's take control of the siege. Very well. I will remain at your side, provided that some sanity comes from this, and in the end it serves the cause of the North. The stress of following you alone will lead me to an early grave. Okay, we didn't lose... what's his face? Barrack yet. Okay, so we have to return to here. Listen, I know what I'm doing. I'm betraying everyone, we're aware. Get over it. Follow me or stay out of me way. Ooh. Leather armor. This might be good for her. Don't mind me, just gonna go loot everything. Ooh. Huh. Got some mirrored stompers and some bronze bracers. Bad? No, good. I'm being a good guy. Potion of elemental barrier, heavy leather boots. Why the game boss? I'm just taking my taxes. Bronze javelin. Alright. Ebe. You know we have a battle on our hands. Something on your mind? So what exactly is your plan here? As in, what's our plan for the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus crashing down on our doorstep? Or was this a more general, big picture type of question? Short term, did you think your band could mount an enduring defense? Most of us never assumed we'd live for more than a few days, let alone a few span. Our attack on the Citadel changed things. Our success was so overwhelming, our loss is but a fraction compared to our estimates. We got drunk on success, I as much as anyone else in the Guard. I only fueled our convictions when we got an influx of volunteers from the other realms. A band of sages even rallied to our cause. That one caught us all by surprise. Once Ash and Narok crossed over the mountain, our insurrection went from drunken revelry to what the fuck did we start? Almost overnight. I meant long term. Anyone can mount a brief but futile insurrection. How do you actually hope to win freedom from Kairos? Well, in the long run, there really isn't a plan. Kairos has the power of the Edict and seemingly endless archons and armies to call upon. There are plenty of brilliant minds, great fighters, and effortless, modest tidecallers in our crew. But we don't pretend to have a chance. Having others rally to our cause was and is our only hope. How and why did you fall into working with the Vendrian Guard? Like many in the Vendrian Guard, I had a perfectly lovely life up until a few years back. Hey, Adora. When war came and swept it all away, the Tidecasters fell apart when our leader and founder, Occulted Jade, Archon of Tides, chose to flee the Tears, leaving only the most irritable, most ornery, and most ample-bosomed Tidecasters behind to make a stand. Our stand was short-lived, and while I often hate myself for not dying alongside the masters of the school, at least I still draw breath. The Vendrian Guard was officially defeated at the end of the first invasion of Vendrian's Well, but even weeks after the surrender, folks were ready to keep fighting. So the cause seemed just hopeless enough to suit my fancy. And really, I had a choice between being an old slave or a youngish corpse. I suppose all life choices come down to a question of risk or rest. So, when you came to talk a few days ago, was it a recruitment call? Not initially. One of the warriors in the Scarlet Chorus was leaking us information and spread word you'd be coming to the valley with an edict to proclaim. In truth, I was sent to try and kill you, to maybe stop the edict, but the edict was already enacted by the time I found you. So at that point, talking seemed for more prudent than fighting. The notion to try and recruit someone from Kairos' army came a little later. As we were pondering the death sentence of the edict, most of us would have fled the valley, but Kairos' magic leveled the mountain passes, trapping us. We had a lot of time to sit around and be terrified of what's coming next. In one of those many late-night dread sessions, someone floated the idea of, sounds weird to say it, helping one of Kairos' servants take Ascension Hall, just in a matter that involves us not all dying. Be honest, were you in favor of this plan? Sybil suggested we try and sell Ascension Hall to the voices of Nerat. That was the plan I liked best, but Florian was convinced you were the answer. He said you were sincere in your desire to survive the edict with as little loss of life as possible. So whatever you said or did to Florian, it made an impression. Am I the only person you approached? There was another, a chorus gang leader we thought of approaching until she was slain by a rival. Most of the luminaries of the disfavored and the chorus aren't what I'd call savory folk. Put next to the likes of them, you seem like the only adult in the room. I had a question about other things, so tell me about yourself. Really? Right now? Let's see. Born in Haven, a little angry, I'm likely going to die in Apex. The rest is utterly immaterial to our survival here. If I'm still alive when this is done, you can bore me with your questions. What sort of magic can you do? I have spells that focus the searing light of Tyranny's grave wherever I will it, among other things. I don't really talk about the School of Tide much. There's no one left in my school to talk shop, the other Oathbreakers as we're called. They've been raised to be fearful of magic, but at the moment my capacity to kill means I'm the bitch they have to pretend to like. I'm trained in all sorts of things, magic is one of them. I'd be happy to talk arcane matters. When this is over, no doubt we'll have much to discuss. I know the Fatebinders are taught their letters and sigils. It would be a delightful change of pace to discuss arcane matters with an enchanted mind. Can you teach me anything? No. I know how these things work. I'd swear death before divulgence. Whatever you teach me will never be repeated or reprinted. Well, that's certainly the attitude I'd hope to hear, but it's more complicated than that. What if through no fault of your own you fall victim to the voices of Nerat? That's your right to decline, might I ask why? My arcane secrets are all I have left. Kairos has taken everything else. But I have, at least, the comfort of being the last of an important tradition. I realize our way are old and silly to you all, but my knowledge is the one thing I can defend with my life that the Overlord can't take. Perhaps another time, if we're still alive after the conflict to come, we can ramble all you like. Okay. Okay, Takaris. You've returned. We were beginning to fear you had been detained or worse changed your mind. Few of my soldiers doubted you. Thank you for proving them wrong. Our scouts confirm the disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus are on full march, though their troops don't move as one. I trust you were able to drive a wedge between the Archons. Neither Archon would let the other have the glory of killing you. They declared war rather than work together. Ha. So killing and defiling us is such a grand honor, neither will share it. Not sure if I should be flattered or revolted. Even divided, they both have a vested interest in someone winning. Let's not get cocky. The Archons bicker but are forced to fight together. This would almost be humorous if the fate of the Tears weren't in the balance. There was a talk of consorting with the Oathbreakers. This true? To an extent, yes. Almost two span back, we traded our disfavored prisoners, as is our tradition, for what we thought was a truce from both armies. Fighting tapered, but did not cease entirely. Still, we were happy for any let-up in the hostilities. We should get ready for the attack. Agreed. We're about to have the Overlords' two armies crash down on us. This is going to be messy. Their lack of cohesion is our saving grace. We can hope they can take their eye off the prize and turn on each other. So let's say... Oh wait, I've noticed you have a few sages who've joined your cause. I assume they are enchanting the Citadel's defenses. We adopted a few of the stragglers that fled the burning library. They're a shifty bunch, given the circumstances. We're forced to trust whatever we can get. The sages have earned their keep by helping us mend the walls of this old joke of a fort. This place looked even worse before they started working their little signals. Sigils, darling. They're called sigils. So let's say we survive the edict, then what? We'd be overly optimistic to think we'll survive the edict. I'd say any plans beyond that are a bit premature. That's not really an answer, but considering our odds of survival, future plans do seem wildly overly optimistic, even by our standards. The Archons are now at war. Once the edict is resolved, the Archons will be too busy fighting each other. That is true. The disfavored could not afford to focus too much on us lest they be overwhelmed, and the chorus would want to link up with superior numbers before fighting more. You're right. If we survive the edict, we could become strategically less relevant to either army. Ready yourself. Victory is almost at hand. I applaud your spirit. If nothing else, we get that heroic last stand we've all been daydreaming about. Lads, lasses, get your crews ready and in position. Battle awaits. Battle awaits. Battle is upon us. The time for worrying is over. And now we fight as best we can until there's no fight left to give. Surrender means a slow death or something worse. Perhaps being Narot's plaything. So long as you draw a breath, keep swinging. Fatebinder, I need you to join the crew station by the wall to the east. I don't have enough hands to cover the whole citadel, but if you're right, that's where the disfavored will try to strike. I will keep our remaining troops here to protect the front gate against the Scarlet Chorus. I'm pulling rank and calling it. I'm on escort. I'll make sure nothing happens to the Fatebinder. The Fatebinder can take care of herself. Besides, what of... Well, maybe I want to keep a watchful eye on our newest ally. Besides, they must know about me now after Echo Call, and I'm certain they'll single me out if they see me. I figure if I stand next to the traitor Fatebinder, the enemy might be paralyzed with indecision over whom to attack. If I have a few extra shield bearers, I'd argue with you, but you're right. Perhaps it's better you fight alongside the binder. Now I'm headed into the keep. Hopefully the battle doesn't get that far. Hear that? That's the sound of victory coming. Best of luck to you all. Thanks, I'd welcome your assistance. That's the spirit. What's the worst that could happen? We die horribly and take a lot of foreign shit heels with us? Not like I had better plans for the day. Well, party-wise, we
I will
should...
return to our holdfast at once.
We have a holdfast? Good hunting, Fatebinder. Take positions. Ready your weapons.
Not
east.
a problem.
We have to go east. I think this is where we're going.
The Legion is here, and they've scaled the walls. You'd be wise to push them back.
Look at that, future course.
This isn't working.
Come and face my iron!
This is useless. I should try something else.
I'm getting attacked by the archer. So anyway, subterfusion. Forgive me. We have failed you. The Earthshakers will soon topple the walls. Stand clear. I want to loot the box. Cool. The Fatebinder siding with the lowly cheersman. What in the name of Kairos are you thinking? The edict has made it quite clear. Kairos is not amused by your incompetence, so I'm taking the Citadel, as neither army is fit to earn this prize. You think you know better than the Archons? Yes, the voices of Narat is clearly the enemy, but if you cannot see that Graven Ash is the rightful authority here, you are as mad as the Archon of Secrets. You bring shame to your Archon Fatebinder. You are an infection that befouls the good name of Tunon's court. Whatever treachery you have in mind, it ends here. Whatever you say, bitch.
I got it. To battle!
Two arms, man.
This is useless. I should try something else. Oh, damn thing couldn't pierce cloth. Should have seen that one coming. This is useless. I should try something else.
I miss! I require needle and thread.
This is useless. I should try something else.
Archon, lend me your strength.
Let them think they can hit me.
Fall before me.
You did it. You hear the sustained peal of a hunting horn blare in the western courtyard. Heirloom blade. I hear it,
Trouble
I
in the
hear it.
courtyard. Let's make haste.
I have been trying to loot this for ages.
My armor feels lighter.
That's a lot of them.
Right. Look at that. Future clothes. I got it. We've wasted too much time. We need to aid Ari inside. Sorry, I can't.
Sorry, I can't. Fatebinder, if you're still in one piece, perhaps we have a chance. We clipped a few of them, but they overrun us. They're headed deeper into the keep. I have more confidence in the Scarlet Chorus than these idealists. My rings are on them all wearing red before long. Much as I despise the chorus, your instincts are on point. How could our last-minute aid make a difference between two established armies and a prolonged conquest? Barrick, when did you become such a pragmatist? Shortly after accepting that I would never relieve myself outside of my armor again. Captain Tarkus is making her stand deeper in the keep at Ascension Hall, but the horde is too numerous, she'll be overrun. Our group here won't be able to make our way back in there. There's too many of them. You'll have to go in ahead, clear a way for us, and we'll meet you when we're back on our feet. You're already doing the heavy lifting for this uncoordinated excuse for an army. That sets a shitty precedence by any standard. The Fatebinder has pledged to aid us, but you are under no obligation, Fury. Feel free to return to the chorus at your leisure. Believe me, I'm weighing my options. I don't have time to audience your every concern for a stand down. Sorry if I embarrassed you in front of your new friends, Fatebinder. I'll try to keep the criticism to myself when we're fighting this war for them. I'll see if I can nurse my crew back to fighting shape, but you need to press on. Good luck, Fatebinder. We get it. We're back in the underdogs here. Okay. I will be right back, chat.
You got it.
Yes, I am muted. Thank you. I don't know if I've said anything since I've been back, but I said, Crunch, what did you do this time?
More bodies to pile in our wake.
Loot.
Fall before me.
Take it harder than that.
On it. I'm
Ow.
injured. On it.
Ah? Get him away from me!
Get up, Fatefinder.
Ew. You guys weren't attacking the thing that was killing me. Crunch got yeeted? What did he do to get yeeted?
Come and face my iron!
Pity you won't enjoy this as much as I do.
Owie.
They won't see me coming.
Will do.
Oh god, he moves so slow.
What do we have here?
I'm gonna
Quiet
stealth
down.
him. Right, light blonde. Blah, blah. Oh my god, what is happening to me? Light bronze boots.
Right.
Yeah, I see.
Send me your champion!
We'll have your head. Right. Great on, you little shit.
Too much riding. Welcome back. I'm so sorry you got yeeted by the bot. Read scroll. Read the scroll and absorb the magical knowledge it contains. Yes. Learned new spell course. Sigil of Force.
Ah, got it.
Scroll. Yeah. Whatever. Let me loot. Okay, and then I stealth.
Will
Everybody
do.
else goes ahead. Dude, this is gonna be a hard fight, I think.
Take it harder than that.
I got it.
It's a hit.
On my command.
Hey, Blue Popper!
I got it.
Fatebinder, go on ahead. They're in Ascension Hall. Once we get my footing, I'll track down the other survivors. I'm busy? I'm looting? You're traveling? Where are you going? Another adept for a band just popped. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Excuse me. I mean, last chance, Oathbreakers. Serve the voices of Narot or die here and now. Tell the voices. And this. Fool, you would bring your fire mages so close to the spire. The magics will burn beyond your control. But that's just what I was thinking. Fall back, make sure there aren't any disfavored waiting to interrupt our dance. Now then, come fight me. All this posturing has my spirit turged for slaughter. Turn back now. I'll let you live for old time's sake. But if you were to stand down, death by Kairos' edict would be assured. Or did you forget that Kairos' minions must take Ascension Hall lest we all perish? You cannot intimidate us, not when the alternative is the Overlord's wrath. I stand with these warriors. With your death, I will claim Ascension Hall, and the edict will be resolved. Foul law dog. I'll take great joy in anointing Ascension Hall in your blood. Alright. We fight.
I got it. Another scar? Fine.
Got them in my sights.
Take me if you can.
Ow.
On it. Well, if we aren't approaching a total disaster, we aren't doing it right. On it. That which doesn't kill me leaves me bitter and jaded.
We did it! Jesus. The clatter and madness of combat has finally ceased. Ascension Hall is for a moment tranquil. Earn maximum favor with a faction. Get up. Get back up and fight. I lay claim to Ascension Hall. Let us be free of this edict. You feel a tug in your chest as warm energy begins to form around you. Before you know it, you feel as if you are lighter than air. Wait, what the fuck just happened? I got teleported away somewhere? Ooh, what is this? That's a lot of sigils to light up if that's the case. There's 6 of them total. Oh, 6 different areas, I guess. You blink away the last of the luminescent trails in your field of vision. The masonry of Ascension Hall is replaced with wide open space in every direction, save for the slab of ancient stone beneath your feet. High winds shove you, pushing you off balance. The air is cool and thin, unsatisfying to your lungs. Look at the mountains. That's the apex ridge. That's the haven line. Judging from the sky, we haven't moved far in any direction. Kairos be damned, this is remarkable. This is certainly a change. A damn cold change. Think I could land on my feet if I jumped? Not that it would matter for long. Kairos be merciful. What now? Every way you look, mountains rise up along a distant horizon. The rivers and forests below bring to mind maps of Vendrian's Wall, and you quickly trace the Mittani, the Iranev, and all the numerous waterways of the region. Higher than you imagined it, this is indeed the pinnacle of the spire at Vendrian's Well. Nurot, help me. Somebody. Is this such an illusion? I've lived in the shadow of these spires for years, and always wondered what's atop. But hey, it could be an illusion. Leap off the side and tell us what you learned. The edict is gone, and we're still standing. If I were a conscript down there, I'd run for it and thank my good fortune. Ascension Hall is ours. We must demand the Archons withdraw. You think the Archons will just withdraw? I doubt Graven Ash will rest until all of us Oathbreakers are dead, and I doubt the warriors of the Scarlet Chorus even know what it means to tactically retreat. The Archons are feuding. With the edict resolved, they have greater problems than us. If that lie comforts you, so be it. But the Scarlet Chorus have no mercy for those who would betray the Archon. When we've heard the last screams of the disfavored, we will come for you. Well, it's just a matter of time until they find their way up here, right? We could start throwing down javelins, but don't really bring enough. But my aim's not that good. We attach a note to the voices of Nurot's minion and push him off the edge. The parchment will survive the impact. I had my reservations about getting involved with you, Fatebinder, but this puts them all to rest. I couldn't be more pleased to stand at your side right now. You wouldn't. I've surrendered. I'm your captive. You would kill the Overlord's precious servant in cold blood. You write a carefully worded declaration of sovereignty, naming Vendrian's Well and its spire as your lawful claim. With the power vested in you by Tunon, Archon of Justice, neither the Archon nor their forces are permitted to enter, save by your invitation. Tuck the note in his gauntlet and push him off the edge. Get fucked, idiot! The Horde will take you. We'll see each other again, Fatebinder, for I can be replaced. Do you hear me? I can be replaced. With some gentle encouragement, the Fifth Eyes tumble over the edge. The infantile screams grow somehow louder as the figure falls downward until half a minute later the scream ends with a sudden silence. This is Tyranny! Kick someone off of your spire. Oh, we don't have the voice, the narrator lady? Kairos' armies were unable to break the siege of Vendrian's Well. Thwarted by your intervention, the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus were repulsed from the inner keep of the Citadel. Though you stepped out from under the Overlord's shadow, you nevertheless satisfied the terms of the edict, removing the death sentence from everyone in the valley. No sooner had this place settled than a new danger eclipsed it, the civil war between Kairos' forces. With the threat of execution no longer looming overhead, the Overlord's armies turned their attention away from the Citadel and toward each other. The tensions that flared over the long siege reached an explosive crescendo as the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus armies clashed iron and broads in a hasty, disorganized battle. The battle that followed was fast and haphazard, with no clear victors or feats worthy of boasting. The disfavored made an orderly retreat to their fortress in the Blade Grave, while the Scarlet Chorus scattered in every direction, with most heading toward their stronghold in the Stone Sea. As days passed, the wounded and injured were nursed to health. You explored your strange bastion and planned your next steps with careful deliberation. The triumph of the Vendrian Guard brings hope to the subjugated people of the Tears. Other factions, defiant of the Overlord's rule, are encouraged to proclaim their refusal to be ruled by a distant master. Tunon, the Archon of Justice, observes the chaos and discord spreading across the land. The Archon summons his Fatebinder to report to court at the Bastard City and report on her actions in Vendrian's Well. This is no small thing you've accomplished. People all across the Tears will discuss it, in secret, of course. Kairos is still a threat to this realm, but for the first time we can imagine rising up. In 3 years of war, the best we have ever managed is a trifling victory. A skirmish here, a small engagement there. This is our first major triumph. We endured the combined might of the disfavored and chorus, all with Kairos' edict looming overhead. And going forward, we have the advantage of a divided enemy. For the moment, the momentum is ours. One thing at a time. I got us out of the edict alive. I have other things to worry about, like Tune-In. No, you are right. We asked for your help, and that came with a price. I'm sorry. I did not mean to presume to give orders. Your connection to the court should prevent outright attack unless Narot or Ash are desperate enough to wage war on Tunan. I guess that's not improbable. For everyone's sake, you should report to Tunon, if only to keep up appearances. Like it or not, your fealty to Tunon will shield us from the Archons, so it's best you maintain relationship with the court as best you can. Otherwise... Strange. The portal was here a moment ago. Look around for a solution. Oh, I'm still. On closer inspection, a series of symbols carved around the base of the structure comes into view. One symbol pulses with a blue-white glow. The pattern resembles the glowing lines of the light seen on the floor of Ascension Hall, moments before you find yourself transported above the clouds. As you stare at the symbol, the chill of the wind abates and your chest swells with warmth. The air finally feels welcoming, your lungs sated at last. You staked your claim on the tower and everything in it. Whatever that sculpture is, it belongs to you. I can feel power running through this place. You can sense the magic of the spire even from down below. But up here, this close to the axis of the spire, the deluge of energy is numbing. I feel dizzy. Do you feel dizzy? What is this thing? Your voice, for a moment there, sounded like a song. The sculpture is once again still. There's a rush of warmth throughout your... Oh my god. There's a rush warmth throughout your body. That's such a weird sentence. A jolt of innervation that steadies your balance. A barrage of tactile sensation floods your mind as you feel footsteps and wind, but not on your face or your limbs. A moment later, the flood of information begins to make sense. You're fleeing the wind against the spire. You're feeling the wind against the spire, and even the weight of your own feet as if the spire were a second spine. But this connection made you feel your awareness pull from this place, not as a traveler, but as one glimpsing the world from impossibly far away. In this moment, there is nothing you cannot see, though you can see nearly all at once in a flood of sensation that is difficult to parse. You see a spire at the crossing of an ancient stone structure, 2 walls extending off into the distance. At the base of this eternal spire, settlers and merchants act in every way unconcerned, toiling under the observation of unforgiving taskmasters. A shadow of the spire falls over them. The mood changes. The settlers pause in shared unease, and look up at the sky, toward you. Some of the faces looking at you are familiar, and you recognize this place as Lithian's Crossing, where you served during the war. Near the settlement built at the joining of the ancient walls, you see a breach in the massive masonry, a cleft into the forbidden hidden realm within the old walls. Drift into the old walls entrance. The shadows envelop you, muting all sound and vision with the slight delay. There's a feeling of perversion, of wrongness. Whatever arcane power is allowing your senses to drift free of your body seems to falter in this place. Figures haunt the stone halls, drifting emanations of cloud and claw and fang. They pay you no heed, but you fear them all the same. In the depths of the forbidden place, the deepest chamber is bathed in light. An arcane symbol illuminates the floor, though the details hurt your eyes when you focus. With a gentle tug, your focus pulls back to the new horizon, though it takes you a moment to recognize it as Vendrian's well. You've returned to the awareness of your immediate surroundings. The effect leaves you unsteady on your feet. The spire feels similar to the one you now occupy, though instead of radiating arcane life, it reeks of dust and crumbling stone. A branch withering once pulled from its tree, it reaches for you with a barely perceptible tug. The link between you and the spire recedes. The arcane bond is still present, but the mystic energies for the moment are quiet. Your body flooded with excitement and fatigue. It's unclear whether the mystic connection is strengthened you or siphoning. The tower offers nothing by way of answer, and you know that asking would only yield more silence and mystery. The delusive sensation is over, but the positions of the other spires still linger in your mind. From your vantage point atop the mountain spire, you can easily spot the mysterious structures, each of them rising high above their distant surroundings. So there are other spires, got it. Strange, the magic of this place responds to you. The portal, the braziers, it all glows more vibrant when you approach. Before we get ahead of ourselves, it's worth remembering that you ended Kairos' edict. That's no small feat. Maybe your connection to this place is related. Either way, sounds like something for the arcane-minded to investigate. No doubt you have much to report to Tunan. While you meet with the Archon, Florian, Sybil, and I will tend to the wounded and salvage what we can from the Archon's war camp. We'll meet you back at Ascension Hall, providing the Archon of Justice doesn't execute you for assisting us. Assuming. Beric stares at you through his narrow eye slits, saying nothing at all. The only evidence that he still lives is the steam of heavy exhalations that escape the crack of his helm. You okay in there, Beric? He continues to stare, unmoving. Though you can't see his face, you get the impression that his mood has darkened even further. The stench that his armor exudes is intensifying. Are you mad about something?
You betrayed Graven Ash, the Legion, and our northern countrymen. As far as I'm concerned, you are a traitor to this campaign.
Why are you screaming at me? The people of the Tears deserve to govern themselves.
If you truly believe that, then you have missed the entire point of this conquest from the beginning. 3 years of wasted effort. Let us be clear on one point. You have my blade, but my heart belongs to Ash and the North. I am a weapon bound to you only by duty, nothing more. You look as if you have something on your mind. What can I do for you?
Have either of you noticed that you fight particularly well together?
The thought has crossed my mind from time to time. During the many battles of the conquest, we found ourselves standing back to back with enemies on all sides on more than one occasion.
The big guy here is as useless as an empty scabbard without his phalanx to keep him alive, but I move fast enough to compensate for it. And it's nice having a living wall of rusted iron I can use for cover.
How do you think this is possible?
I would suggest that our fighting styles complement each other, but they do not. I would suggest that we get along, but we do not. We don't even finish each other's
sentences. Okay, that was strange. Did you hear that? The next time I catch a whiff of Beric's meaning, I'm keeping my mouth shut.
I want you two to train together.
Absolutely not. Our fighting styles are incompatible, and any disfavored lieutenant will tell you not to join at the hip soldiers who can't stomach each other.
I'm inclined to agree. If you want to pair up fighters, there has to be some great passion or magnetism between them. We don't have it.
If neither of you are up to the challenge, then I won't force the matter.
A valiant attempt, but I'm not as easily swayed by your courtly tongue.
Neither am I. At least, not in this context.
Why don't you give it a shot?
I think that because I don't want to covers it pretty well. Training alongside this self-important braggart is likely to sap whatever patience I have left.
I can see that you're out to serve the best interests of the war, but we are accustomed to handling ourselves as individuals rather than as a pair.
I could command you two to fight together.
Sorry, Fatebinder, but no.
Damn it.
It's a fair idea, but we would likely just kill each other for your troubles.
Agreed. It's not happening in this lifetime, but I like your passion.
Fine. We'll discuss this later. I'm gonna get you two to fight together.
You look as if you have something on your mind. What can I do for you?
You should talk about your connection with Verse.
This is not a worthy topic for our time together, Fatebinder.
I'm gonna kill you.
The Scarlet Fury and I have our differences and our similarities, but they are none of your concern.
Speak for yourself, you overstuffed mound of scrap metal. I've got nothing to hide from the binder here. Would you rather I told the story?
Very well. Since you force my hand, I will relent.
Ha!
Though know that it goes against my very being to tell of it. We are siblings. Half-siblings. Regrettable and repugnant as that fact might seem, it is true. Though the products of different nations and cultures, we have the distinction of sharing a father.
Ooh, you had a man whore for a dad.
I am disgusted by the thought that my father lay down with some low-born southern farmhand. But my horror does not spare me from the truth of it. So I accept the fact and try to move on.
You should take it as a compliment to our father's skills. My mother's a tough woman to please. I rather think I took after him, don't you?
How did you two become aware of this?
During the conquest, the Scarlet Chorus made sport of shooting down messenger birds on their way to the disfavored camp. Anything they could accomplish to hinder our efforts or embarrass us was fair game. My father sent a missive intended for my eyes alone. By incredible chance, Verse intercepted it and recognized the name and handwriting.
That's lucky.
She found me in camp that evening, and we discussed our unlikely situation. We've done everything in our power to keep the word quiet. Not many in the Legion know that I share blood with a Southerner, much less a chorus rat.
Don't worry, Barrack. When my old gang boss caught wind of our discovery, I killed her and took the gang for myself. Our secret's safe with me. Well, it was, anyway.
Do you even like each other?
Not particularly. She is unstable at the best of times, and a hardened killer at the worst. I don't know what her family did to her, but she lacks any pretense of human decency.
It takes one to know one. Don't act like we're so different, Barrack. You're the most repressed and intolerant soldier I've ever met. You hide it under duty and pride, but it's still there.
How has this affected you, Barrack?
Well, Verse has a nasty habit of jabbering in my ear and making this war intolerable. I plan on parting ways and returning to the north at first convenience. My father will answer for his infidelity. Beyond that, I am happy to consider myself in every way unaffected. My superiors once accused me of having an impulsive streak, but I have worked to suppress it at every turn.
When you go back home, send Father my fondest greetings and thanks. If he hadn't gone to ground on my mother's dry dock, I might not be here today.
What?
My heritage was a point of pride and distinction before I met you, Verse. Not that you would care.
Have you noticed any significant impact, Verse?
I've asked myself about that several times, but unfortunately I don't have what you'd call a definitive answer. The Northerners put a lot of meaning behind family and blood. Seems arbitrary to me, but I don't want to discredit it entirely. I told you about what happened to my Scarlet Fury sisters. The hesitation I experienced. Sometimes I wonder if that wasn't because of my connection to Barrack. He's stubborn, regimented, everything I'm not. I suppose there's no telling for sure, but if I had to guess... Yeah. Sometimes I get messed up in my head, and learning I had a brother has helped me understand that better.
I've heard enough, though I'd like to return to this topic when both of you are present.
If we must. Well, I cannot imagine what can be gained of traveling together. I grant that we are both proficient fighters, but most days we get along as well as the archons of war and secrets.
We'll talk later.
So, the Scarlet Chorus and Disfavored are at each other's throats. Can't say I didn't see that coming, but the Archons might have waited until one war was over before they started another.
Do you think I made the right decision?
Fighting with the rebels? I'm sure Tunon didn't see that one coming when he dispatched you to help break the siege. Who can say? War is all about compromising your morals, deciding who lives and dies. What seems like a mistake turns into your greatest call down the road. I'll say this much, our time together is anything but dull. My blades are yours for as long as you'll have me. What do you need?
The thought has crossed my...
The big guy here is as useless. If you want to attach some arcane meaning to the whole thing, be my guest. I couldn't tell you for sure. I doubt that a capable tactician could explain why certain soldiers learn to rely on each other.
In the disfavored ranks, the Oathbound seem to know more about synchronizing their efforts, and the same could be argued for the Scarlet Furies. I don't know how they pair up their units, but it isn't by virtue of blood.
Salutations, Fatebinder. Or should I now call you Lady of Vendrian's Well? The Spire Queen? Princess of the suggestive vertical slab?
Fatebinder is fine. No need for other titles.
That is how I met you, so that's how it's gonna stick in my mind. So if I might ask, what is your plan now? The edict no longer looms overhead, and Kairos' conquest of the Tears seems to be slipping. What with the armies and civil war.
First order of business, I should speak with Tunon.
I would counsel you to do just that. I'm sure the events of Vendrian's Well are best explained from your mouth to Tunon's ears. Furthermore, I'd guess the Archon of Justice would want to know your take on the Archons and their divide.
I'm improvising. Any suggestions?
My first suggestion would be to build a boat. Something durable, and take our chances on the high seas far from Kairos. I have a second and more practical suggestion. Look to the horizon and slightly up. By that I mean the other spires. We should see what's atop the others. Otherwise someone else might look first.
What do you know about the spires?
Not nearly enough, apparently. To me, they've always been axioms of navigation. You can triangulate a lot of things with the sextant and a clear view to a spire or two. We've long known the spires radiate strong magical fields, and all save the mountain spire connect to the old walls. So it's the sort of thing common folk know from afar, but avoid day to day.
The disfavored, the Scarlet Chorus, all the Overlord's minions will fall.
Aren't you a feisty one? Where was this hate for Kairos' lackeys a few years ago? You seem so very eager to turn on your old allies. But I'm not one to criticize. I think it's wise to lean into the winds of change.
I'd like to find others willing to follow me.
Kairos' armies made short work of the Tears. There's still plenty of anti-Kairos sentiment, but not a lot of folks with any fight left in them. But we have a few options. The classic option for a land war in the Tears is hiring Free City's mercenaries. Most of them were slain in the war, but the Bronze Brotherhood is still alive and strutting. They're stationed in Lethian's Crossing. The idea I was pitching to the Vendrian Guard. Let's arm every Beastman tribe that'll join us.
Yes!
The Stone Sea is home to a bevy of tribes that were freed during the war, and neither the Chorus nor the Disfavored can seem to tame them.
Beastman!
If we really want to hate ourselves in the morning, Stalwart is pretty famous for not helping their neighbors, but also famous for being relentless at war. The Disfavored have their leadership surrounded, but the people in the storm-blasted countryside are still fighting. And while I don't endorse this, I must list all the options. The School of Ink and Quill. I'm sure there's some logic to working with them, just like there's some logic in cutting off your own head to prevent all future headaches.
Of those, what do you suggest first?
The Bronze Brotherhood of Lethian's Crossing aren't necessarily good company, but at least it'll be quick and easy to find out where we stand with them. We can afford them or not. They'll take a contract or not.
What about the less obvious options?
Well, the court has a guild of mages, the Forgebound, right? They are your peers, seeing as you're all legally sworn to Tunon. Maybe you can get them to be more loyal to you than to Tunon? We could also try to drive a wedge between the Earthshakers and the Disfavored. The Disfavored are Titus family, but the Earthshakers are married in family? They were followers of Cairn and got adopted in.
You are right to call the Disfavored a family. We are far more than mere countrymen, and the strength of our legion is in the love we bear towards each other. Ever since the betrayal of Cairn, we have been less trusting of our arcane allies. The Earthshakers are a fickle academic bunch. Their principles align with their ambition, not the hopes of the North.
I wouldn't turn down the help with mages.
Nor should you. They may be deceitful and challenging to manage, but they have served the Iron Legion well in the past.
So if these Archon-less mages could be persuaded to rally to us, we'd tip things in our favor. Easier said than done, of course.
Of course.
Well, short of Tunon giving you orders on pain of death, you have the luxury of acting on your own volition. Though the Disfavored are likely to come for you. Whatever you decide, I'm at your disposal.
Your assistance will be most helpful, thank you.
And I am thankful to not be a bloody pile of offal in Vendrian's Well. Life under your banner will, I'm sure, prove most interesting. What is it you need? I'm still amazed we survived the Edict of Execution. The Chorus may outnumber us, and the Disfavored seem to grow more aggressive every passing span. But we've endured our neap days. The struggle now turns in our favor.
I know she just told us this, but I'm going to suggest this in case it gives us like a quest or something.
The classic option for a land war in the tiers is if you... the idea... There's also... And while I don't endorse this, I must list all the... Ask away.
Speak of magic.
You know, I normally charge for this, but for you...
What can you tell me about your magical tradition?
Now, you know that's a very personal question. The knowledge I have is a centuries-old gift from the Archon of Tides. I would sooner discard my life than the sanctity of that gift. I will speak in generalities only.
Tell me about how you influence Treritus Grave. Oh god. Okay, hold on one sec. She's lost her voice, and now I must do it. Trade secret, not one I'm going to talk about. The School of Tides dies with me. And so too will this. And don't bother trying to change my mind on this matter. It'll just get ugly quick. Tell me how you influence ice, mist, and other forms of water. Oh no, I'm gonna take a drink. Sorry, I was replying to an email. I finally got a response from Throne about the desk that we built like 2 months ago at this point. Or have gotten like fixed months ago at this point. And they're like, oh, well, you're outside of our 30-day warranty time, teehee. And it's like, yeah, I sent you this email 3 months ago. Even if I had been inside of my warranty, it would have taken you 3 months to answer me. Useless. Love Throne, but you're useless. With years of training, now look, most of those secrets have already been stolen ages ago by the sages. Doesn't mean I'm going to tell you just because the secret's already out. But it means you can go ask someone else if you really feel so entitled to know. And before you ask, I've learned plenty from knowledge stolen by the sages, but no, I don't know how to do what Eb does, magically or otherwise. Can you teach me what you know? I suppose I'm capable, but no, the secret of the Archon of Tides dies with me. What are the philosophical teachings of your magic? There's a question I can answer. It would surprise you a little to learn that we see all people's war seasons to be cyclical, waxing and waning through their various forms from the tides in the light of Teradus' grave. The mind is limited. We're born and spend our lives dodging death. We expect all stories to have a beginning and an end. We assume all things start and stop, just like us. In turn, all things are in truth, all things are cycles. Some by matter of minutes, other by matters of years or lifetimes. In the school of tides, we appreciate patterns of all sorts. Most are called to the depths. Others find their interests skybound. Many still find the tides of human emotion and political fortunes far more intriguing than the inanimate tides found in the orbit of oceans. From what archon did the tide callers draw upon their magics? The first tide casters were given the gift of magic by their school's founder, occulted Jade, Archon of Tides. Though she is not of Kairos' ilk, she was as powerful as any Archon. And from her name and legacy, we can mimic the moon's pull on the seas and change the currents. And it's from her that we have spells to turn the moon's pleasant hues into a baleful ray of searing grave light. In all these years, I have not grown tired of the thrill of power. It's a rush of carnal humors every time. I'm guessing you can tell me more than I ever wanted to know about the moons. That'd be right. My magic is generally associated with the moon Teradus' grave, but you have to know where Interloper is in the sky when mucking about with mystic forces. Do you control water, or do you mimic the tidal effects the moons have on water? Both, actually. I'm amused you're keen on the difference. Our spells of ice and mist affect water directly, but are of limited volume. Displacing your own body weight in water is no mean feat. But if I were to move on ocean current, I'd drive myself nuts moving water in front of a boat, a little at a time. That's where I'd use a cantrip to simulate a tidal pull. Teradus' grave is the big one, right? Tell me about it. Teradus' grave is fixed in the sky, always overhead day and night. It was first named by folks living far to the east. They look to the west and see the moon like a permanent hill on the horizon, a grave where the sun dies each evening. That's how the older folks saw it. If you live in the western part of the world, Teradus' grave is overhead all the time. This means the day and night. It's reflecting the sun's rays. And if you know what you're doing, it doesn't just reflect, it magnifies. Interloper's the one that moves in the sky, if I remember the lessons correctly. Exactly. Interloper orbits Teradus at a steady clip, and its orbit sometimes crosses in front of Teradus' grave, leading to a mystical calamity if you don't know what you're doing. Have you heard anything about the Tidecallers that left before the war? No, and I don't like entertaining the hope. Those cowards are all gone. If they didn't die at sea, they're dead to me. I reserve the right to be pleasantly surprised if they came back, eager to fight the good fight. But I'm not holding my breath. All the brave Tidecasters died. Present company accepted. Okay.
You know, I normally charge for this, but for you...
Do you know anything about the magic of the Archons? Enough to know I'm out of my element. This is to say I've studied the many Archons a great deal, and I have a great number of hypotheses and conjectures, but, well, I'm no expert yet. And the most who have invoked the Archons at times past to work magic. I do wonder what differences of birth or experience gives one the magical potential to be an Archon. Most of my studies have been into the question of origins of form. It's known we can emulate the magic of Archons that came before us, but is it possible to tap into the magic of Archons yet to be? So far, the answer seems to be no. Know anything about the old walls and spires? Not enough, never enough. As a child, I was terrified of the old walls. I think that's true of most folk. Now that I can arc grave light into a wiggle of my fingers, well, I think when I'm a shriveled old hag dying in the old walls would be a great way to go. What can you tell me of Bane? What I know is largely taken from Master Camberell's work and some near-fatal experience venturing close to the old walls. As best as I understand it, the Banes are bits of magical will that have an extended life of their own. I'm of the belief that they nest or reproduce in old walls, the only place you regularly find them. Our magic attracts the Bane, that much I know to be true firsthand. Again, this is personal theory, and I'm guessing they eat or drink magic, so our spells are invitations to dine.
Ask away.
Tell me about yourself. What would you like to know? Tell me about your name. Well, I was born Hazen Lavenja, but for most of my life, and I suppose for all the days after, I've known and will be known as Ebb. Tidecaster Ebb, for those trying to be obsequious. Obsequious? I don't know. I've also probably used a bunch of aliases that are going to haunt me at all points. Hazen, didn't know you were nobility. I know. I dressed myself and cooked my own food. So misleading. Mother was a magistrate of art and father was admiralty. Wow. Me and speaking. Sorry, one sec. I have an email. Oh, okay, never mind. It was just them. You were working on your ticket. It's mostly meaningless, though. Our lands are now the overlords. How do you get the nickname? It's one of those not especially funny jokes that stuck long past its season. I wrote the word ebb incorrectly on a written examination. Master Fulvek started calling me Ebb from then on. He claimed it fit me, said I was a cynical little shit that always sees the ebb, never the flow. Did you always want to be a tidecaster? So when I was a little girl, what I really wanted to be was a marine, the burly bitch at the prow of a trireme. First to crack some skulls when the ship's rammed, an honest living. Fortunately, the school sought me out before I got myself killed at sea. The School of Tides was looking for new blood, and my father was an admiral of Haven. So the school wanted me for the political connections. I got to spend my first couple of years proving I actually belong with the Tidecasters. That was fun. How did you do in the years before the war? My husband was born in Apex, and he left his prosperous land to be with me. So when the nest was empty, it seemed right we leave my homeland and see the side of the tears. We had a year and a bit to... wow, I'm having such a rough time. We had a year and a bit to ourselves before the war upturned everything. We saw all of Apex. I took him along all my old sailing routes, around Five Wives and Sunder. Those were good times. Then came the war, and I learned I would be one of the last tearsmen to live free in Kairos. Even since then, I think Oathbreaker has technically been my chosen profession. Tell me about your family. Trying to salt old wounds. They're all gone, but if you really care to know, I had a husband, 3 kids, siblings I didn't hate. Every family has its troubles. I was lucky that awkward and stilted dinner banter was the worst of it. Tell me about your husband. Pelox Aldinos and I were... Oh god, was he somebody I killed at the beginning of the game? Were married in 410. Okay, I'm asking what became of him, so. Oh yeah, Palix Florian, okay. Aldanos was a Falksman of the Vendrian Guard back before they were starving partisans, but I saw him more as a carpenter. Woodworking was just a hobby of his, but my fondest memories are of him trying to shape something, and me making stupid jokes about the firmness of his materials. What became of him? He perished at the gates of judgment. I saw him die. I do not wish to discuss it. Just know I've made my peace with it, and I'm glad I was with him on the fields of battle when his time came. I miss him, but it might have been for the best. Though he was only a few years older than me, my studies left me always a bit younger than him. The differences grew with time. Aldanos was slowing down and half figured the gates of judgment would be his last battle. If anything, he got exactly the death he wanted, so in that sense, I'm very happy for him. Tell me about your children. There were the twins, Drevenor and Lorma, then my youngest son, Akamus. Aldanos wanted more, but I was nearing the end of my trials at the School of Tides, and dueling with lethal magics is a terrible idea when with child. Drevenor and Lorma followed my husband's trade and took to the Falks. Falks? Acamus liked the harp more than people, can't blame him one bit. I made sure my children could read, and I'm damn proud of that fact, probably the only thing I did right. What of the twins? They died at the gates of judgment, or at least Drevenor died, run through by a disfavored spear. Lorma was at the battle, but I don't know what became of her. My fear has been she was recruited by the Scarlet Chorus. Perhaps she has a new name if she's still alive. What became of your youngest? Without Drevenor and Lorma, Akamus, well, he took his own life in 430. I should have put him on a Triramere and shoved him out onto the high seas. He did not ask for birth, nor did I prepare him for the bitterness that life would offer. I'm very sorry for your loss. Spare me the sorrow. We've all lost family to Kairos. I just lost 2 in one battle, and even then, I'm hardly unique. What of the rest of your family? My family's Haven folk, though, through and through. My mother prided herself on being descended from a Hazen Rabin, one of the founding magistrates of the city of Ardent. Sad thing is, they died during the conquest, and that's not how I lost contact. I lost contact because magic and travel became my life. Had plenty of time to get to know them as an adult, but I simply missed it. But that one's my fault. I can't rightly blame Kairos for everything. Not sure I believe any of this. You don't seem all that troubled.
Well, I'm an accomplished liar, but I've no need to spin a tale about any of this. My husband, most of my kids, my parents. Kairos' thugs took them all. If I don't seem broken up, it's because I'm not. I don't feel such things anymore.
You sign your magic with a great deal of anger.
I like to think of it more as well-refined rage. But amusing you noticed it all the same. Hate is akin to an acid, a poison of the heart that consumes most from within. And like any fluid, if you know how to hold it, you can apply it. It's a trick of the trade, I suppose. One's surges and dry spells of emotion are no different than the rhythms of the waves. There's a shared logic to taming both. Sadness, mania, rage. I suppose I have these things, but they're just humors in the blood to be pushed, needed, and restrained as the situation demands.
How did you fall in with the Vendrian Guard? Vendrian Guard. In times past, folks of Apex would run us out of town if they saw 2 or more tidecasters congregating. But war makes strange bedfellows. To the Vendrian Guard's credit, they knew they had to rely on their neighbors. I only wish more of us joined the cause and sooner. It's to my shame that many of my peers were cowards. If the whole school had met the enemy as a unified force, best not to overthink it. If the people of Apex are so hostile, why come to their aid? Though the School of Tides has no official claim to the land, we consider Vendrian's Well to be something of a sacred realm. It's more than a landlocked circle of mountains. It's sort of big bowl of peculiar waterways. Besides, my late husband was from Apex. I know he'd have joined with the Vendrian Guard had he lived long enough. So I need to honor this passion and do this for him. Why were the Tidecasters reluctant to fight? Too much navel gazing, not enough of vitriol, or that's my guess. A century of relative peace and calm meant we had become a guild of too many musicians and poets.
Ask away.
I have questions about the people of the Tiers.
We all know how to swim, and we all know how to fight. Most Northmen are lucky to make half that boast. What would you like to know?
I'm curious about the people of the Tiers. I think you'll find each of us thinks themselves a child of Haven, as in my case, or a child of Azure, child of Apex, or what have you. But I suppose we Tiersmen have our shared customs. The most treasured of those customs used to be the pride of being free of Kairos' rule. Did you have a particular question? When were the Tiers settled? Human settlers arrived over 400 years ago, displaced from a war between what are now Kairos' realms of Trevern and Fertile Sands. A flotilla of barely seaworthy rigs headed west across the high seas. Tiersmen will sometimes speak of the 5 wives. We use it to refer both to the first 5 settlements where the colonists made landfall, as well as to the 5 matriarchs that went on to form the ruling dynasties of the Tiers. Of course, I'm leaving out the matter of the builders of the old walls. Who knows when they lived here and why they're gone? Those old walls didn't just come out of the sky. Why don't men own land or women ships? For centuries, it has been our way that the men own the ships, but the women own the harbors. Our customs don't truly prevent ownership. They limit inheritance. Lands pass to daughters, then sisters, then mothers and aunts. Ships pass to sons, then brothers, then fathers and uncles. It seems strange to outsiders, but it makes sense to me. Men are blessed with wanderlust, women with a sense of the permanent. Likewise, the captain of a ship can't pause to carry a child, and the men grow restless if left in place. In truth, the custom varies from place to place. You'll find men with enough wealth to own land and women with enough sway own ships. As is often the case, the nobles pick and choose their traditions. Why didn't the younger realms stand united against Kairos? Are you trying to rub it in? Yes, the younger realms were defeated one at a time by the invaders. Maybe if I was queen of the Tiers, that wouldn't have happened. Well then, what would Queen Eb have done? I would have taken the threat seriously the moment the troops were stopped marching to the gates of judgment. Am I the only person whose mother mentioned that Kairos was a real threat? Opportunity? That's what killed us. Haven wanted to watch the bastard Tier fall first. Apex was hoping Haven would fall. Azure wanted Stalwart to be attacked first. Every realm of the Tiers had some interest in watching their neighbors fall first. So we all held back our support until a year or so into the war. Too fucking late by then, squabbling idiots. Me! I claimed the tower for me! We're working with the Vendrian Guard. I'm gonna be queen of the world. Tiersmen live with greater numbers of beastmen. What's that like? The beastmen of the Tiers are hardier and smarter than their kin elsewhere. Unfortunately, we have lived together in relative harmony for some time. Make no mistake, life is difficult for most beastmen in the Tiers. But compared to say how they were treated in the Northern Empire, I would like to think we Tiersmen are a bit more modern and forward-thinking, even if just a bit. But I suppose I also take an overly optimistic view of our beastly cousins. I find their clumsy honesty endearing, and while no human will say nice things about my cooking, no beastman has ever said anything mean about my worst dishes. What of the major resistors of Kairos'
Kairos
rule?
made swift work of the Tears, destroying most of the great armies of the Younger Realms in a few short years of war. Of course, queens can be bowed, captains slain, but we are a proud people. I think Kairos will find the stubborn remnants of the Tears hard to eradicate completely. Was there a particular group you wish to discuss?
Tell me about the Unbroken.
The Unbroken is the name of the military of the now fallen realm of Stalwart. Every citizen of Stalwart was trained to fight, and all were expected to answer the rallying cry of the Regents, the ruling small council of the realm. A decade ago, Stalwart was the ass end of jokes Tearsmen would tell each other. The people of Stalwart are obnoxiously proud of a long history of being invaded, but never losing. The disfavored put an end to their vaunted record of victory. The Unbroken still persist, albeit marginally so. The disfavored withdrew after the Edict of Storms began shredding the landscape. Their holdfast of Sentinel Stand Keep was never taken, and the citizen army, though scattered, could still be rallied.
Tell me about the Stonestalker tribe.
Kairos' war was disastrous to the human realm of Azure, but a stroke of good luck for the numerous beastmen that toiled in Azure's endless wheat fields. With the masters all dead, the serfs have been set free. The Stonestalkers are a tribe born from these newly freed beasts. I imagine they would never bow to Kairos or the Archons. Too many generations have been enslaved. I'd wager anything they'll die before they ever bow. Beastmen understand strength and leadership, but it's always in the concrete sense. I can't pretend to know how they think, but I could never imagine them accepting an absent Prima. A distant ruler they can't see or smell seems a bit too abstract.
Tell me about the Bronze Brotherhood.
The Bronze Brotherhood is one of the most feared and famous of the Free City mercenary companies. They serve the highest bidder, and during the war, that was Kairos. You probably know them as the drunkard mercenaries at Lethian's Crossing. From back when you were governor?
Oh, them? Right. I legalized alcohol and dueling to keep them in line. It half worked.
That was you? I had no idea. I didn't know you actually did anything beneficial to us Tearsmen. I approve.
Are there any remnants of the Younger Realms that could still rise against Kairos?
Several sages came to our aid during the Second Battle of Vendrian's Well. I at first thought they meant to kill me, but instead they put their lives on the line for us. They spoke of others in their guild braving the Edict of Fire to salvage lore from the burning library. Though I may find them untrustworthy, it must be said that the sages have a certain fearlessness toward the Overlord. Perhaps that could be kindled further.
Having been part of the surrender faction within the school, I'd concur with that point. I thought the Edict of Fire would finally kill their defiant streak. But no, the sages still refuse to bow. We can and should mind their passion.
Historically speaking, an alliance with the School of Ink and Quill is just asking to have your efforts stolen and your goals undermined. Mark my words, some things never change.
Think of the sages as a resource. In that sense, we are fools not to use them.
Well, perhaps we can shove them in front of the enemy. And the ones that volunteered at Vendrian's Well weren't all bad.
What can you tell me about the different nations of the Tears? Before Kairos came, the Tears were the Younger Realms, the Bastard Tier, and the Free Cities. In about the order of prominence. We all trace our roots back to the Five Wives, but sometimes a bit of ancestral shoreline seems all we have in common. Tell me about the Younger Realms. What parts of the game am I enjoying the most? It's mostly been reading, if I'm being perfectly honest, but that's fine. Sorry, I keep getting fucking emailed by Throne. Haven, Azure, Apex, and Stalwart have been the four major forces of the Tears for the last 4 centuries. A few other dynasties have tried their hand, but all eventually were defeated or absorbed into the 4 we know today. Not sure when the term younger came into fashion, but it's always been a term of humble contrast. Just look at the old walls. Someone was here before us and built them. Don't know really anything about them, but it stands to reason There used to be in older realms that did all the construction. Before Kairos came, the Tiers were the younger realm. Oh, okay, wait. Tell me about the Bastard Tier. It's the northernmost of the Tiers and the choke point to the Northern Empire. It's been a hub of trade for centuries and a long line of merchants. I mean, we love a story-based game here. But I can completely understand why this would get, like, cumbersome to some people. It's, unfortunately, they seem to do their, like... every time you get a brand new companion, it's like an hour and a half of talking to them. I know that it's a bit slower because I am reading it out loud. And obviously it would be quicker if I was just reading it in my head, but then obviously I'm a streamer. So like it's not like I can just sit there silently and read everything. That'd be dumb. But yeah, definitely a lot of like heavy lore, which like for some people is great and for other people it's like, oh my god, this is just so much and I'm never gonna remember all this shit anyway. Which I'm kind of in that camp. I love lore, don't get me wrong. But when you are dropping all of this on me at once, I'm like, I'm not going to remember any of this. Like, maybe I'll remember it if somebody asks me later, but like, I feel like a lot of this isn't really important. It's just world building, which is great. But it also just kind of sucks that this isn't voiced. I'd love it a lot more if this were voiced like it was in Rogue Trader. Like, I understand that they don't want to voice the whole game, it's expensive, blah, blah, blah. But voice the companion conversations. Like, this stuff where they're just, voice this, please. I'm dying. But it's my job, but I am enjoying it. I mean, I guess, but why wouldn't you? It's the northernmost of the Tiers and the choke point to the Northern Empire. It's been a hub trade for centuries and a long line of merchant families and private armies have kept the realm largely flawless. Though many of us used to joke, they didn't, and also there's this. Though many of used to joke, I'm assuming it means most of us, or many of us. More proofreading, please. Though many of us used to joke about the bastard city being sacked by rabid dogs, Tunan's capture of the city was a terrible blow to the morale of the Tiersmen. We knew that day Kairos was more than just a fun story to scare your kids. What can you tell me about the free cities? There is little free about the free cities save for the independence from the younger realms. They are not physically adjacent, but rather politically allied by their shared hatred of the other realms. Most of the free cities are defeated with little effort, by Kairos' forces. Way I heard it, Nerat just had to have agents hire up their mercenaries and order them to simply be elsewhere when the armies of the Overlord arrived.
Ask away.
What can you tell me about the Archons and the Tiers?
Not entirely sure. Which is to say, there was a time I studied my enemy in great detail, but I've recently come to learn that much of my information was little more than lies and misdirection.
What of the voices of Nerat? The Archon of Secret lives up to his name. If he weren't so loathsome a beast, I'd half admire his mastery of the magical arts. They say he knows all the sigils lost to history, but I've also heard it said all the stolen knowledge is why he speaks in his different voices. But in truth, I'm learning that most of what I know... Oh, okay. What do you know of Graven Ash? Before the conquest, I assumed Graven Ash a harmless old man. An Archon in name only past his prime. I could not have been more wrong. Many have underestimated the great general by his age. Few of them have made the mistake twice. Ash is a remarkable general. He's led his tiny band of disfavored on a nearly unstoppable rampage of the Tiers, and he does not seem to win his wars with obvious displays of mystic powers. but with old-fashioned leadership and good soldiers. A year or so back under the blue flag with a commander, I was told the Archon knows the name of every soldier under his command, living and dead. The way the disfavored speak of Ash, you'd think he raised each of them from the cradle. What do you know about Cairn? Enough. Why the hostility? The Archon of Stone destroyed much that I hold dear. I'm glad he's dead. What more can I say? There's clearly a story here. I'd like to hear it. A few years back, the remaining Elder Tidecasters met Cairn in battle. Tall as 10 men, all but invisible, and I thought nothing would stop us if we stood together. Whatever, it's old history. I'm glad you lived through it all. I'm not. And I don't need your pity. Let us speak of other things. What do you know of Siren? I'm sure there may be younger Archons in the historical records, but Siren is certainly an unusually powerful child. It said half of the Scarlet Chorus was recruited by Siren's "I played a popper" persuasive song, and I not doubt that. I also know the voices of Narat put a shackle on her power, probably feared she'd become the favorite of the rabble.
Ask away.
What do you know of Arcane
I know a
Society?
great deal of the mages of the Tears, or at least their history.
I
Most
did.
of them. I know a little less about the guilds sworn to Kairos' Archons, but I try to make an effort to know my opposition.
Hi, Cliff. Tell me about the Earthshakers. Oh, God, no. The Earthshakers are the disciplines of Cairn, Archon of Stone, and they share their master's command of tremors and soil. And they also share Cairn's aloof, brooding temperament. From what I gather, the Earthshakers serve the disfavored, but the relationship has been deeply strained by Cairn's fail from grace. I can imagine there's the fear Cairn, I don't know, shared with them something subversive or treasonous. Tell me about the Blood Chanters. The Blood Chanters are the voices of Narat's cabal of mages. Their magic is taken from the sigil of Siren, and some techniques stolen from the school of Wild Wrath. Namely, their magic of fire was learned from the Thousand Embers Archon of Fire. They barely qualify as a proper school or guild. Most of them barely literate, and I bet most of them didn't learn a damn thing, just had their knowledge shoved into their heads by Narad. They have all the brutal buffoonery of the chorus. I have not. I will after stream, though. I do have the full art available. But I was literally given it at like 7:50 this morning, and I was like, fuck it. I'll just throw it up on the stream. Sorry, I'm touching my... Hey, smoke fingers. Touching my pain spots. My vaccine shots. They're still a little sore. They're all brutal buffoons of the chorus, but with the magic to make their blood less contagious. Their only redeeming feature, guess they make the sages seem not half bad. What can you tell me about the Forgebound? The Forgebound have an unusual sort of magic. They specialize in slow, painstaking rituals that do not produce the dazzling blasts of energy and shards of... Well, I mean, I only had them 2 days ago. Like, this will be day number 2. So yeah, they're, if I, like, press them, they're a little sore. But my arm doesn't hurt as much as it did yesterday. Like, it hurt to move my arm up and down, like, to flex any of the muscles in my in my biceps. But now I can, like, lift my arm and there's no pain. It's just if I press on the, like, injection site, obviously it's still raised and sore, but my muscles don't hurt. Yeah, I had 4 vaccines on Wednesday because I was due for many of them. I got flu, COVID, tetanus, and pneumonia shot vaccines. And they were like, you know, you're due for 6 vaccines. How many would you like to do today? And I was like, fuck it, all of them. And they were like, oh, real? The doctor laughed at me. And I was like, because I said, I can take it, I'm not weak, or I'm not a baby, or something, I think is what I said. I said, I can do them all today, I'm not a baby. And she laughed at me. I was like, why are you laughing at me? And she's like, well, we're only willing to give you 4 because they put 2 in each arm. And I was like, and she was like, your other 2 that you're due for are mainly sexually transmitted, which is HPV, I think, the female-based STD or whatever it is, and HIV. And she's like, well, since you're asexual and not sexually active at all, we could probably push those until your next visit. So we'll do pneumonia, flu, COVID, and tetanus today. And I was like, okay. And she's like, well, do you have anything planned for tomorrow? Tomorrow being Thanksgiving. And I was like, no. And she's like, well, you might feel very sick tomorrow. I'm like, okay. I did not feel sick at all. Other than my arms being sore, obviously I had 4 shots. I didn't feel any sickness, thankfully. I just had sore arms. And they're still a little sore, but definitely better than yesterday. Yeah, the last time I had a vaccine is I got a COVID shot right before I moved. Because I hadn't had the vaccine either. I had no reason to have it because I lived in the middle of nowhere. But since I was moving to the city and in with Gull, I was like, okay, I'll get a COVID shot. So I got one like the week before Thanksgiving. Mm-hmm. But yep, I'm all good. Just a little sore. It's like I'm one of those people where I will touch like the you know, I could just leave it alone and it wouldn't hurt at all, but I'm always reaching over and like feeling it because I'm like, ooh, bump, warmth, pain. It's like I'm testing to see if it's still there in a way. Anyway. Blah, blah, blah. Applying ice like my own magic. Instead, their spells render them immune to the fires of the forge and at one with their tools of the trade. I admit a bit of fascination with the guild. I much prefer the power and brutality of my own magic. But if I lived in a calmer, wiser time, I think there could be great satisfaction in using magic to become the master of one's craft. Tell me about the School of Ink and Quill. Behind the Tidecasters, the sages of the School of Ink and Quill are the second oldest arcane institution in the tiers. We go way back a ways. There's a lot of bad blood. If I'm being objective, the sages claim to be scholars and set in collecting, archiving, and preserving lore from and for all of humanity. They're quite keen to gather lore, and in no sense do they seek to share their knowledge with their tiersmen. Many of our secrets have been pilfered by the sages, spies over the centuries, and we're not alone. The sages have secrets of many other guilds. Their generations of theft have made them versatile and dangerous. Tell me about your own guild, the School of Tides. Our patron, occulted Jade, Archon of Tides, is as old as the settlers of the Five Wives. And for nearly 5 centuries, we were masters of the coasts and the rivers. These days, it's a school of one. You're looking at it. Why didn't your Archon fight in the war? About a year or so before the troops arrived in the Bastard Tier, culted Jade claimed the age of the Tiers was over, and said she'd depart southwest into unknown, unending ocean rather than face Kairos. What was your school like before the war? There was a time when the Tidecasters were the most powerful guild of the tiers. The Kingdom of Haven accepted us as defenders of sea trade, and the noble houses gave us peace and quiet in exchange for teaching their sons and daughters music, writing, and navigation. Though the other schools coveted their knowledge, they feared our wrath. Between our destructive magic and our Archon patron, others knew that attacking us meant suicide. How did the school fall? The Archon Cairn issued a challenge, and Masters Fulfix, Hargravar, and Camberil leapt at the chance. I told them it was hopeless class. I think they were ready to die. As the youngest Tidecaster still in the tears, I exercised the better part of valor and went into hiding. And then my sense of shame kicked in, and well, that's about when I fell in with the Vendrian Guard. Old as the Five Wives. By all accounts, a cultist jade and was among the initial settlers that made landfall in the tiers before Kairos first cast an edict. Though she's a bit old and stooped, she looked amazing for nearly 500.
I know a great deal of the mages of the tiers, or at least their history. Most are dead now. I know a little less about the guilds sworn to Kairos' archons, but I try to make an effort to know my opposition.
What of other magical schools and guilds of the tiers? There have been several to crop out and wither across the centuries. The Cutters Guild took their healing magic north centuries ago. The School of Flowering Winter always limped along as an inconsequential group of gardeners. Most other schools in the tiers fizzle out early, slain by suspicious neighbors, hey Plasma, or subverted and destroyed by one of the big three schools.
Ask away.
I'd like to ask about our traveling companions. What do you think of Barrick?
My one concern with Barrick is that he's still loyal to Graven Ash and not to you. Barrick seems steadfast, faithful, and dependable. But if it comes down to you versus Graven Ash, therein lies the test.
If it weren't a tactical assessment, it'd be fun to try and pry him out of that suit. Curious to see if his midsection is as strong, firm, and taut as I've imagined it should be. Okay, so she just thinks about everybody naked. All right, I'm gonna be right back, chat. Enjoy my new Be Right Back screen. Isn't it so pretty? I love it. Okay. What are your thoughts on verse?
We should consider ourselves fortunate that one of the most deadly members of the Scarlet Furies considers you a suitable gang leader. That said, I think her involvement with you is entirely suspect. I would wager good money the voices of Neratis listening through her, or perhaps seeing what she sees.
What's your take on Lantry?
Probably the only word thief I haven't wanted to dismember. Him? I'd merely flay with an ice knife.
The Wandering Scholar thing seems an act. It's always an act with the sages, always pretending to know less than they really do. I'm sure he's got 1,000 reasons for why he's not like them or more trustworthy than the rest. But I know his type, and so I don't trust him. Oh, that's high praise coming from you. I'm going to take this staff and repeatedly jam it into your backside until you prolapse. Oh, just like that. Balance is restored to all known existence. You had me worried there.
Ask away. What is it you need?
Okay.
At least in theory, I'm supposed to be observing history and not getting myself wrapped into it. All the same, this is the thrill of a lifetime. Rarely does one stand so close to monumental moments in the making. You're playing a very dangerous game, or maybe toying with your food. By adopting the Vendrian Guard, you've bloodied the waters with the chum of hope. I must ask, did you help the Oathbreakers to suit your own plans and whims, or do you genuinely wish to protect them?
They didn't ask for this war, and nobody else is gonna fight for them if I don't.
And what of their past actions against Kairos? Aren't you worried of guilt by association? We saw what became of Cairn for merely suggesting treachery.
I don't care one bit whether or not they love or hate Kairos, only that they obey me.
Then for the record, your overlord can go fillet a whale for all I care. But you, Fatebinder, will have my service. We're alive because of you, and I take such debts seriously.
Whatever you do next, consider that many eyes will be upon you, for you have both delivered and taken away the Overlord's edicts, and few will know how to make sense of the latter. You are an exception the Archons cannot afford to ignore. They will likely aim to control or destroy you.
Have a good lurk, Dark. Have you heard of edicts being broken before?
Most of Kairos' edicts were either worded to end in a manner of the Overlord's choosing, or the edicts have simply continued in perpetuity. That's not to say there haven't been stories of broken edicts. They're just uncommon. The oldest is, I think, Golbraith and the Edict of Sorrows, and that tale dates back to around the year 110. Aside from you, the most recent was the Edict of Twisting Grasses, back in 380. In all these stories, Kairos' edict very clearly gives its victim a single way to escape, and someone manages it. What's never happened is the pure abatement of an edict, like using a spell of warding or cancellation.
Have a moment?
Of course. How can I help?
Know anything about the region we're in?
The Spires predate us all. As far as I know, we're the only ones who've been up here since... ever? I think this might be a first. Perhaps the real Trailblazer had trouble getting down and was lost to history. Of course. How can I help?
What are your thoughts on our traveling associates?
Are you asking for an objective assessment? Or is this your way of saying you want to gossip?
What do you think of Barrack?
You must have some leverage over him, as I would have thought he'd lead us into a disfavored trap long ago. Or maybe the Legion is just that polite? I must admit, I am completely fascinated by his predicament. Ever tried diagramming the articulations of his armor? Don't. It'll only lead to madness and ruination.
Thoughts on verse?
I know little of swordplay, and couldn't work a curve and arrow to save my life. I can't really comment on the lady.
Lady, you're just afraid to talk in front of me, clear as day. Your sweat is easier to read than your ink scribbles.
What? No, not at all. I just don't know how to comment on a warrior's worth, that's all.
Spare me your blather. Huh. Think that, do you? Didn't know you had such swollen hope for me.
What?
Just calling it as I see it. And I see he's holding back. Nothing serious, just a bit insulting.
No need to keep secrets.
A most fascinating specimen. I think she has great potential. A dangerous amount of potential, to be blunt. The Scarlet Furies are the fighting elite of the Scarlet Chorus, and that means floating to the top of a sea of blood and chum. We should consider ourselves lucky to have her on our side, with her weapons usually pointed away from us.
What do you think about Ebb?
Good tidecasters stay underwater. Kairos did the Tears a favor by erasing those moon howlers from history. A shame one of them escaped justice.
What?
I like that I make you this agitated. Considering all the things that don't seem to bother you in the slightest. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of getting off on how much power you're giving me here.
Ugh. And then there's your coquettish act whenever someone calls you on your teeth. I'll be the one ready to tangle when, not if, you decide to pounce.
Oh God, I don't know. I don't really have a song of the year. I usually have something on repeat for a couple of days and then I switch. I've been listening to Taylor Swift's album basically all year though, I guess, so that one. I have some questions for you.
I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss?
Didn't I do all this already? What's your story? Tell me about the origins. I feel like I've done all this before. Of course I am. Let's see.
I got it.
Travel to the Tunon's court. What am I doing? Bastard City. Oh shit. Oh god. Where am I going? Ah. Yes. What? Okay. You had a vision. Understanding, blah, blah, blah. Why am I so pretty? I don't know. I don't know. Whatever you did in Ascension Hall in Vendrian's Well has given you the power to interact with the Spire. Before you ascend the Spire, you had a vision when the Edict broke. Understanding this vision might help you better grasp this new power you've acquired. You had a vision of the Spire scattered across the tiers and could feel the connection between them. Gather more information about these mysterious structures and seek them out whenever possible. Okay. Okay, Bastard City. While making your way through the wilderness, you come upon several dense shrubs liberally dotted with crimson berries. The fruits are plump and ripe with a thin skin that gives slightly under the pressure of your touch, hinting of juice within. Identify the plant. You recognize the plant as budding rose, a bush that produces edible berries. These are a known aphrodisiac commonly used for local festivals. Unfortunately, they are also mildly toxic to practitioners of magic. You can harvest them. You carefully pull several of the berries from the plant. Eat a berry. Offer to a companion. And we'll give it to Barrick. He eyes the offered berries suspiciously. Barrick tells you that while he appreciates the gesture, he's had bad experience in the past eating wild berries of the tiers. His brown and iron prison did nothing to decrease the unpleasantness. Rude. You secret the berries away. When you next check on them, you find that they've gone slightly off color and mushy. The smell wafting from the fruit reminds you of a corpse. Deciding it might make a worthwhile potion, you bottle the juices. The reeking pulp and the pouch you stored it in, on the other hand, you discard. We're here. What's on your mind, Varric? Fatebinder, if you have a moment. I know that the two of us have clashed on several subjects since the Iron Marshal assigned me to your protection. I hope those disagreements do not weigh too heavily against the request I'm about to make of you. Relax, Bear. Just tell me what's on your mind. I hoped that perhaps the adjudicator would hear my case. I can adjudicate cases in the Archon's stead. This is something you probably want to appeal to a higher power. I have been encased in this shell since Kairos' Edict of Storms made a grave of old stalwart. It occurred in the service of the Overlord, but I must ask that the Overlord free me of this burden. I will happily make your case to the Archon. Thank you, Fatebinder. I eagerly await the Archon's judgment. Can I talk to him about this now?
What can I do for you? The thought has crossed...
The big guy here is as useless as an empty scabbard without his
Absolutely not.
I'm inclined to...
Now see here, Versus' temperament and unpredictable ways are an annoyance, but no challenge is beyond my skill. Verse, we should take some time to face off in the sparring fields. It might even improve our disposition towards one another.
I'd rather watch you devour your armor one shaved off spoonful at a time. But since that isn't going to happen anytime soon, I suppose I'll make an effort.
Nice. I got them to do it. Gained a new combo ability. Nice. Okay, the Vendering Guard love me. Barrick is like 50-50. Lantry likes me. Verse is like 50-50. And Ebb likes me. Archon's good. They're like 50-50. The voices hate me. I don't even know who you are. Oh, Archon of Shadows. Fucking ass. I don't even know who you are, bitch. Okay, so I have... Oh, I got Force, right? Sigil of Force. Concussive Bolt. Nice. Spire upgrades. Oh. Wait, okay, hold on. The ability to change what skills you're proficient in. No Beast Finder who regularly provides food. Battlefield Scavenger. Okay. Camping supplies. Hell yeah. To unarmed to dodge. And subterfuge. I have a new missive. The Archons inform me that the recapture of the Citadel from the Vendrian insurrectionists continues apace, that they wrote me separately of their divergent tactical intentions and engenders no small concern, but I trust now in your efforts. May your good judgment see you through the coming confrontation with glory and success and back to the safety of our courts. Thank him. As always, your words fortify me against the inevitable, the imminent difficulty and strife. I eagerly anticipate returning to your hall. A reasonable discussion of the Overlord's legal code appeals greatly after the discord of this lady blah blah blah. Oh, greetings, and Lucretius, formerly of Thistleholm. You have the look of someone who belongs here, a fatebinder, no doubt. Do you need something from me? What are all these nobles doing in Tunon's court? Trying to look brave, I warrant, but if you crane an ear in any to the conversations, you'll hear a different tale. 3 years since Tunon set up shop in the Bastard City. We're still getting used to our new masters and figuring out what we can and can't ask of them. These are smart, ring-plenty folk. The way they approach Tunon, you'd think they were raised under a tyrant's leash. Some have come to settle a grievance, others to pledge fealty. I've been standing around long enough to know that the adjudicator doesn't care for empty gestures. What has the Bastard City fared against since the conquest? The armies claimed the city in a quieter, more organized manner than I might have expected. I can credit them that much, to be sure. We've stuffed our shares of hardships, but it seems that Kairos wants us alive. That's a more generous outcome than most of us were led to believe. What brings a noble like yourself to Tunon's court? Like the rest of the frightened inbreds here, I came to see Tunon and ask him to right a wrong. My manor was destroyed during the conquest. I told the adjudicator my woes, but we didn't exactly see eye to eye. Tell me about yourself. I'm the daughter of a noble house. We were wealthy enough to live in the city, but our means beyond that were limited. My mother dealt in fish, textiles, and bronze. By the time I inherited, the business was taking care of itself. Of course, all of that has changed. Thistleholm is no more, and my name has none of its former weight. Even if we were still in business, Kairos' law would stifle our trading rights. Perhaps it's better this way. What is Thistleholm? It was my family's ancestral hall. The oldest stones dated back to the years when the Bastard City was naught but a dozen roofs and wagons clustering for warmth. Compared to the houses of the great lords, it was nothing special. Age had softened the wood, and its queer placement in the warehouse district set it apart from the finer grounds where lords and ladies strolled for amusement. It was a mess, but our mess all the same. I would invite you over for tea, something stronger even. But it would only disappoint. You'll find naught there but a gaping hole. What happened? Collateral damage happened. When the adjudicator cast his judgment on the Bastard City, he destroyed the districts of the corrupt merchant kings. Their manors, their counting houses, and yes, their warehouses. Age-dignified Thistleholm collapsed as a massive sinkhole opened under her foundation. The Bastard City's laws may not have been perfect by Kairos' standards, but my family followed them with respect and never took a copper ring more than we deserved. I can't help but feel that my estate was not the criminal Tunon had in mind during his sentencing. So what are you going to do next? That's the question, isn't it? I appealed to the adjudicator, thinking he would see reason. After considering my case for all of 8 seconds, he awarded me with a belt of rings and a plot of land in the outskirts of the city. Tunon told me to build anew and start farming. Farming? Can you believe that? It's not even that I'm opposed to the labor, but we're at war. I can't have the Scarlet Horse breathing down my neck, raiding my crops, and Kairos knows what else. God, Tunon's word is Kairos' law, whether you think it fair or not. Don't I know it? Meaning no disrespect to you or your office, I never questioned the power of Tunon's words. I came from a long line of smart, ring-savvy merchants, but even I can't reconcile Tunon's justice with Kairos' law. There's something wrong about it. Maybe Tunon knows something I don't, or maybe... What do you mean? People come here for justice. They usually get a version of it, but it's Tunan's version, not theirs. Half of the time, they don't even get what they wanted out of the ruling in their favor. The deed to a farm, for instance. Not to put my own ignorance on display, but if more people knew how Kairos' laws worked, they might not come here seeking a ruling at all, just a fair one. Tunon is a servant of law, but he's the Overlord's vassal as much as any of us. Sometimes it seems like he uses his position to twist everything in the Empire's favor. We're just pieces on a board, and he can move us however the law justifies that we stand. That doesn't sound, well, legal. Fascinating. No, 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 no. Excuse me. If you show contempt in Tunon's justice, you can pay up now or in labor camp. I suppose that will teach me to confide in an agent of Kairos, won't it? All of the coarse great claims of objectivity aren't worth the rags on my back. Lesson learned twice over. Retrieve my payment now. Very well, Your Honor. Your payment, take it and leave me be. Money, 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 money. Eric. Listen, I have to play nice with somebody in this game, and I guess it'll be Tunon. Hey, guys. Ooh, he floaty.
You call yourselves officers of Kairos' army, but your conduct falls short of my expectations.
Oh, I love his
The court
voice.
finds your accounts of Vendrian's well lacking, rife with misdirection and fallacy, fouled with baseless accusation.
Your Honor, I've relayed the events as I experienced them. We can well imagine why my vision conflicts with his. On my honor and that of the great general, I would sooner snap my sword than perjure myself before you, Archon. Oh, so you imply that falsehood comes easier to my lips than yours. You're a fool if you believe the Archon of Justice won't see through your lies because the disfavored think themselves better than an honest gang.
Silence. The contradictions in your statements will be examined, and falsities threshed from truths. If we find you have perjured yourselves, Bled and Mark will see to your fate. Fatebinder, we will start with the matter of the Archons. Graven Ash and the Voices of Nerat have declared war upon each other. In addition to violating Kairos' peace, they have thrown the conquest of the Tears into disarray. By all accounts, these hostilities began shortly after your arrival. Tell us what transpired.
The Archons could not agree on who should lead the siege and descended into accusations of treachery. It seemed a mutual spat. The disfavored were more deserving of the honor. Our tactics and training outmatched the Vendrian Guard at every turn. What balderdash. The disfavored couldn't tip over a straw hut if they had a week to strategize. Our howling mob was better equipped to overwhelm the Vendrian Guard. Our recruits were ready to throw themselves at the enemy. If only Ash and his legion would agree to a plan.
The Fatebinder presents testimony. I warn you both against speaking out of turn. Something more than a mere disagreement unraveled this campaign. But I will return to that in time. Let us speak of Ascension Hall. We have heard troubling accounts of your actions, including claims that you worked with the Oathbreakers known as the Vendrian Guard.
I took the Citadel for Kairos.
As you say, and yet that was not evident from your actions. All accounts claim that you sided with the Oathbreakers. This would be the very definition of working against the Overlord's wishes. Enlighten the court. How is this not treason?
If my actions were not true to Kairos' will, they would not have satisfied the Overlord's edict.
Continue.
The edict stated that Kairos' servant must claim Ascension Hall. The Resolution of the edict proves my loyalty.
I will consider this testimony at length. The court thanks you for it. Is there anything you wish to add at this time?
I have told you all that I know.
Your testimony is accepted by the court. The statements of our guests raise questions in my mind. There is much about this campaign that has caused me to wonder. A shipment of iron weapons was short on arrival. Where coveted iron is concerned, I don't believe it to be a clerical error. One of my agents recovered this seal in Echo Call. It belongs to a merchant collective. Lethian's Crossing is teeming with their kind. If you would root out treachery, I would advise starting there. Petitioners, leave us. I would have a private audience with the Fatebinder. Ascend and join me. You will find the way opened.
Whew, we did it! We lied successfully.
On it.
Get fucked. Oh wait, can I talk to these guys? Fatebinder, you return. You look as if you have questions for me to untangle. Ask. I am feeling generous. Tell me about some of the past Archons. Rin, the second Archon of Lightning, often struggled to control the power that roiled within him. If he suffered but a single slip of concentration, he risked an instant electrocution to his touch. Or so he claimed after killing the first Archon of Water during a diplomatic embrace. Where did you study when you were younger? I've been a ward of the court for as long as I've been aware. As a child, I demonstrated wholly perfect recall, and I absorbed all that Tunon and my tutors had to offer. I remember hating all the lectures and wishing I could learn at my pace. Funny how I envied the sages of the Tears, how they would spend their whole lives reading and never exhaust their library. Of course, now the Vellum Citadel is nothing more than a burning waste. What do you think about the other Fatebinders? You'll need to be more specific than that, I'm afraid. There is, on last count, slightly more than a handful of us. What's your opinion of the Fatebinder of War? Nunoval's keen, brash, and a hearty braggart with a fondness for bloodshed. He can be utterly unbearable at times. His justice is fair, even if he skews toward rather exacting and uncompromising punishments at times. What's your opinion of the Fatebinder of Balance? Callio is the finest among us. Her discernment is beyond reproach, and she is perhaps Tunon's favorite. She has a mind for suspicion and observation that makes others uneasy. We who operate within the confines of the law have nothing to fear, of course. What's your opinion of me? Whatever it may have been, it is reduced of late. No matter why you lent your favor to the southern barbarians, it has cast you in the darkest suspicion. Be advised, Fatebinder. Your objectivity is in question. We will be watching. Can you tell me about the old walls and the Bane? With which should I start? Tell me about the old walls. Kitchen, you're still down there? God dang it. Been under my desk for the whole stream. You know well enough about the ancient structures, save that they predate all historical record. The forbidding ruins crisscross the tiers and north alike centuries before we raised our cities. The only one old enough to guess is likely Kairos. Tell me about Bane. The Bane are found in the old walls, but much of their defining qualities still escape me. They are creatures of smoke, claw, and fang. If you find yourself unfortunate enough to fight one, remember that spells are effective against them, but grab the attention of others lurking near. I'd like to know more about the Tiers. The political entities of the Tiers are essentially split between the Bastard Tier, the Younger Realms, and the Free Cities. Of which would you like to know? Tell me about the Bastard Tier. Is the most northern of the Tiers and was the first to bow to Kairos' reign, though the knee they bent fell unwillingly. Kairos had his eye on the Bastard Tier for many years before he marched on our capital city. This is the hub of trade and commerce. Claim the markets and the people will follow. The Younger Realms sprawl the middle and southernmost tiers and can be cataloged as follows: Apex, Azure, Haven, and Stalwart. Azure was renowned for its exceptionally fertile land, which fed the whole of the tiers. That was before Kairos' Edict of Stone blighted the land. Stalwart is also worth mention, for it comprises the whole of the southernmost tier and proves the toughest and most defensible of the realms. It's often said that the other realms will not fall while Stalwart yet stands. The local army wages bitter war against the disfavored, though the Edict of Storms has cut off the best of their defenses. It is only a matter of time before Stalwart falls. Okay, free cities. There are 3 free cities remaining: Last Harbor, Spirals Maw, and Bearers in Chains. The first and strongest of the free cities was the Setting Sun, which Kairos crushed in 429 with the Edict of Tumult. After that, the remaining of the free cities were quick to surrender. I want to talk about sages. I will not speak of the sages. They are no better than charlatans and cons, wholly selfish in their ill pursuit to hoard all knowledge from others. They are self-blinded by their own deceptions and clever manipulations. They alone cause their own undoing and are solely to blame for the burning library. One of the most grievous of wrongs in the known histories, for which they can never be forgiven. Can I talk to you about everything? Okay, I did. What about you? Greetings. Your exploits of Vendrian's Well are the topic of much discussion. One begins to question the intent behind your methods, Celine. I hope you are not wandering a path from which you cannot return. In spite of my reservations, I am most curious to hear of your travels. What can I do for you? Has anything happened while I was away? There have been whispers that Cairn grew disloyal to Graven Ash's command during the campaign in Azure. I took up the mantle of investigation near Plainsgate, and judging the rumors to be true, dispatched Cairn by proclaiming Kairos' Edict of Stone. The very earth turned against the traitorous Archon, as the region split asunder in righteous judgment. You seem to know much of my actions. Have you been spying on me? Don't act so surprised. It's my duty to ensure that those who operate under the Adjudicator's name adhere to the spirit of his law, if not to the letter. And those who don't, well, will be dealt with. Swiftly and efficiently, at the point of Bledden Mark's blade. Of course, that is assuming I don't dispatch them first. I take my duty seriously, and I'm very, very good at it. Of course, I've nothing to hide. So you say, but I have to weigh all evidence presented before me with an objective eye. Assume you are being watched, Fatebinder, and don't concern yourself. That's no more than any citizen of the Empire can expect. How have you occupied your time in the Bastard City? Tunon sends me on assignments here and there. I settle disputes between the locals when the Adjudicator is otherwise occupied. Everything from trade disagreements to pushing chorus squatters out of the basements. Real rewarding work. The glory of war is not an honor reserved for the likes of us. We're the fish swimming in Tunon's wake, picking up scraps along the way. We're rather large and imposing compared to the bottom feeders of the tiers, but fish all the same. I'd like to know more about Tunon. Tunon is our Overlord's fair and exacting adjudicator. He speaks with the voice of Chiron's laws, and his word is judgment. All of this and more you can learn by asking him yourself. Go on, or does he intimidate you still? I jest, of course. I have some concerns about the war. You are free to share them in my confidence. We cannot crush the opposition with such weak efforts. Bloodshed and brutality reign supreme. Our armies squabble at each other's throats. Divided, we cannot win. I'm less concerned about the armies than the Archons themselves. There can be no order when mountains collide. Who would you see as champion? Neither. They're both at fault and equally inept. And then who would lead our advances, or be left to deliver Kairos' peace? Would you wear this responsibility as a crown upon your head? You may find it a heavy burden to bear. You misunderstand my intent. Do I? Yeah, I don't want to be in charge. I will not pretend to understand the strategic decisions you have made, but they are yours all the same. Even so, I'm curious about your travel in the tiers. How are you singled out to become a Fatebinder? I cannot speak for the other Fatebinders, but I joined the court when I was yet still a boy, and impetuous beyond reason. I had been imprisoned with a death sentence for the crime of desecrating corpses. It was nothing so exciting as you're no doubt imagining. I was merely burning corpses that awaited burial. Before the local authority could see me to the gallows, the adjudicator claimed me a great talent waiting to be realized, only to be steered. Why burn the bodies? Corpses piling in the streets spread plague faster than the filthiest of rats. I was but 10 and a weak fighter. I did what I could for my homeland. Why was it a crime? There was a time when even the Northmen were of superstitious stock, a time before Kairos brought reason to the realms. The people of my city believed that, without proper rites, I was cheating our fallen warriors from returning to the land. It's a good thing Tunon spared you. As I have said, the adjudicator saw within me something of rare value. As it is true of us all, you as well were chosen for our great courts, for which I am grateful. As the Fatebinder of War, I rely heavily on your talents. I'm curious about Tunan's masks. They can be rather unsettling, can't they? Even to one such as me, but I can assure you the innocent need not power their objective, emotionless gaze. What of the adjudicator's mask specifically? I want to know about Silent Face. The Silent Face is the face that Tunon shows to us now, and for that we are fortunate beyond belief. The Silent Face is a patient face, a face of listening, as Tunon presides over all matters brought to the court, taking great plans to ensure all sides of an issue are heard. I want to know about the Face of Resolve. Tunon's last known donning of the Face of Resolve was the moment he judged and called ruin to half of the districts in Bastard City. Since then, he has ruled over Northern Tier justly, calmly, and with efficient diplomacy. I want to know about the face that is no more. Tunon is said to have worn a third mask in Aeon's past. I have heard rumor that the face displeased Kairos and thus was destroyed, as happens to all persons and objects that displeases our overlord. Have you ever seen Tunon change his mask? In the way that you or I would change our raiment? No, not as such. And yet I have seen the masks shift. They switch without the adjudicator or anyone so much as laying a hand on them. It's not something you can watch unfold. After a time, you merely realize it has already happened. There's work enough for the court that we shouldn't occupy ourselves with wondering over mysteries. Could you remind me of the history and the origin of the Fatebinders? We are a relatively young order, though we have spanned those past 2 centuries. While the voices of Narat and the Graven Ash need armies to execute their wills, Tunon wields but a modest court of vassals. Hey, Josho. We exist as the extension of his laws. There is no place in all the Terratus beyond our judgment. Tell me more about Kairos' armies, our allies. Ah yes, with friends like these, our work is often self-explanatory. Were you asking about the Scarlet Chorus or the Disfavored? Scarlet Chorus soldiers hail from every corner of every realm. As the chorus marches, it conscripts indiscriminately from those it has conquered to replenish its ranks. There's no continuity of command in the chorus. Narat encourages even the strength of challenge their leaders. But the chorus has numbers, and brute force is almost always a viable solution, such as Regalis insists otherwise. Besides, the Scarlet Chorus draws strength from the multitudes of swallows. Its blood chanters have taken knowledge from various tiers mystics, and many of the chorus's best soldiers have grown here in the south. The Disfavored are the iron tip of Kairos' great phalanx. Armed with the best weapons, the most comprehensive training, and led by the brilliant Graven Ash, the Disfavored have no equal in open battle. The Legion has a saying, Graven Ash protects, and it's no empty boast. The Archon of War is able to lend his will and strength to his soldiers and give them endurance beyond human limits. I have great respect for the Disfavored, but I know where I stand with them. They are a very close-knit band, all of them from northern families, many of them related to each other, but considering our role in the great hierarchy, I can't fault General Ash for being selective. I've claimed the spire at Vendrian's Well. So the corpse whispers are true. Someday I would like to witness for myself this tower that has risen above the realms like a blade thrust into the sky. I would hear of your past victories in the war of recent events. Have you not yet tired of my tales, Celine? I do admit I never tire of telling them. Very well, let me champion the feats of my conquest. Let the glory of Kairos' reign fall on any ears that would hear it. You may be interested to know that as of late, I've entreated a forge-bound smith to craft me an iron sword. Isafera, one he claims will not break in battle. However, and rather unfortunately, there appears to be an extended period of delay for the delivery of goods promised, even for a fate binder. Interesting. All right, time to go yip yap with... Oh wait, I can probably talk to these guys too, maybe. They're mad at me. What else is new? Fifth Eye was important to us. Even if Mighty Tunon gave you the past, the gangs won't forget it. If you're ever feeling generous, feel free to send a few healthy Oathbreakers to the Voices. We can always use fodder for the front lines, only if it doesn't cause too many problems with your new alliance. You'll make our time in the tiers an interesting one, won't you? Of course you will. He's mad. Stay mad, bro. I'm duty-bound to remain civil to you in this vaunted court, but don't push it, traitor. Oh, wow. They're all mad. Fatebinder, I'm ill at ease in this polished hall, but I admit that it's a reprieve from the battlefield and trained grounds. If Ash needs me to stay here and represent his interests throughout the occupation, then I'll be up to the task. It can't be worse than our days in Lithane's Cross. Joking aside, you were generous to grant the disfavored control over the city. Even the Iron Legion needs a break from the front every once in a while. See? You're not all mad at me all the time. Alright. Everybody's mad. What the fuck else is new? Everybody hates me. But that's fine. I don't need you. No, I do not want to be first. No, no, no. Hello.
This civil war, this feud, is an insult to Kairos' peace. It should not have taken the better part of a year to silence the last vestiges of the Oathbreakers. Our allies squabble while our enemies regroup.
Okay, he didn't like that.
It falls upon the court to measure the extent of the damage and to execute the agents of disorder. I suspect that treachery, negligence, disunity, and greed have infected one or both of our esteemed allies. Until you are instructed otherwise, this matter is the court's primary focus. Graven Ash and the voices of Nerat must be examined in close detail. You are charged with observing the Archons and presenting your case that one of them has wrought chaos and disorder upon the tiers.
Could they both be guilty?
It's possible, but the momentum of the conquest up to this point suggests otherwise. The failure at Vendrian's Well implies a coordinated will behind the chaos. As always, you will be held accountable for what you do in the court's name, but you are free to conduct your investigation in the manner of your choosing. You must expect lies, misdirection, and manipulation. Suffer not such obstructions of justice. At first, we were not amused by your alliance with the Tiersmen, but there is a logic, a pragmatism to the situation that we are willing to entertain. You deputized our enemies to bring order out of chaos. So long as you keep them on a tight leash, we will permit this union to continue under your auspices. The opportunity to bring peace through collaboration rather than warfare is one we shouldn't ignore. But if these Oathbreakers trust you, then take advantage of the connection. If indeed Graven Ash or the voices of Nerat conspire with our enemies, this would explain much of the events in Vendrian's Well and the feud ignited therein.
I will speak with them and learn what they know.
Be careful that you don't invite them too closely into your confidence. I would not empower the rabble by sending a servant of the court to do their bidding. Ensure that your objectives come first in all things. You see the nobles milling about this court. You hear the anxiety and uncertainty of a conquered people. Day and night I audience declarations of fealty to curry favor. What you don't see are the dungeons beneath the court, and the hundreds of tearsmen who strained against Kairos' rule. I warrant that your Oathbreaker allies know a few of them, whether by blood or by allegiance. Let it be known that their lives are forfeit to the court's mercy, and any action meant to shatter what order we have established will be met with the swiftest reprisal. Blood will flow through these halls. Is that clear?
Abundantly clear, Your Honor.
I'm glad we understand each other. Be sure your new friends understand as well. Do not toy with the locals. Subjugate them if they will serve. Destroy them if they have exhausted their usefulness. I will not permit them to vanish into the tears, there to gather strength with renewed defiance for the Overlord. Your fellow Fatebinders have been busy acting as my eyes and ears. I have a few leads for you to follow. You should, of course, speak with your brothers and sisters of the court if you need further counsel. The disfavored have made use of the Sage's network of dovecotes and messenger birds as they come under capture. I've heard multiple claims of strategic communications gone missing. The Sages are broken, their citadel in flames, but they were not slaughtered to the last. Some of their numbers still congregate around the smoking husk of their burning library. If they have been reading disfavored communications, learn what they learned, then execute them. The Oathbreakers were reported to be using iron armaments, more than they might acquire from looting what few disfavored they killed. Any iron in the tiers not rusted through was made by forge-bound hands in Lethian's Crossing. Between craftsman and quartermaster, someone let iron fall into enemy hands. Investigate this matter, and bring the thieves to justice. There is a final matter to discuss. A sensitive topic.
What concerns the court, Your Honor?
In spite of the many shortcomings at Vendrian's Well, you managed to make a name for yourself. You proclaimed an Edict of Kairos, resolved its demanding conditions, and ascended the mountain spire. Any one of these feats would be worthy of recognition by the highest authority. You managed to accomplish 3.
I am in a privileged position to accomplish incredible deeds.
It pleases me that you grasp your role, as long as you temper it with a sense of duty. Whether by design or by accident,
He basically called me a good girl,
the
chat.
attention of Kairos' army and the local tiersmen alike. This is no small opportunity, and the court charges you with exploiting your new standing to its fullest potential. You have a title in our hierarchy. However, it's a little-known secret that one's standing in the world is determined by their infamy, their deeds, and how they come to be known. Mind this notion as you bring justice to this lawless frontier. There may come a time when your deeds speak for you louder than any title. Whatever you did to capture the attention of the masses at Vendrian's Well, I would encourage you to do so again.
Understood. I will be known as a champion of justice.
Good. It falls to us to set a new standard for these southern barbarians. You are dismissed. Should the court have need of your presence, you will receive word. Go forth and do my bidding, and bring glory and honor to the tiers in Kairos' name.
Oh god, he disappeared. I needed to talk to him. Oh, okay, he's here. Sir? You return. It is gratifying to see that the war has not caused you to forget your roots. What is it you wish to know? I have a request from Barrack of the Stone Shields. And what does Barrack of the Stone Shields want of the court? He has made his displeasure known in a loud enough voice to collapse the tears upon each other. He came to inquire if the Forgebound could help remove his armor. If he has become encased in iron, that is none of the court's concern. My forge-bound smiths are occupied crafting weapons for the army, and I would not have their focus diverted to liberate one soldier from his raiment. Stone Shield, did the disfavored not have standards for the upkeep of arms and armor? Is this not one of your Archon's guiding principles? It is, Your Honor, but I found myself trapped in this junk pile after the Edict of Storms hit Stalwart. If you want to blame anyone, it should be Kairos. The adjudicator contemplates the matter in total silence. The moment drags on far longer than you would suspect it warrants, but Tunon's interest does not abate for a moment. The soldier will remain encased to this armor, eccentric though it may be, and all subjects of Kairos are forbidden to aid in its removal. Magic the lights of which none of us understand has touched the stone shield, and we will not interfere with the will of Kairos. But I'm trapped. Your Honor, could you not reconsider? I'm surprised and disappointed that you would even ask. Whatever you are trying to prove to your travel companion, the court finds it festering with sympathy and a lack of precedent. Such is the will of Kairos and the will of the court. You tried, and I suppose that counts for something. The adjudicator didn't say anything about me bending my way out of here, at least. Not that trying has ever made it better. Tell me about Kairos. Kairos is our overlord. Kairos is a she. She ushers us from the brink of chaos with a stern hand and gestures to the way of peace. We are only too eager to follow in her perfect example. How old is Kairos? By our reckoning, her age upon Teradus is magnificent. Her true span defies measurement by our limited construct of time. It would be a waste to spend our few pitiable years attempting to solve the riddle of existence. Think of Kairos not as a subject to beginnings or endings. Kairos is and Kairos will ever be. What is your relationship to Kairos? She is my master, and I her dutiful pupil. In this respect, you and I are no different. I have the honor of Kairos's confidence. She trusts me to enact her law upon the boundless territory of her rule. I am only too grateful to serve. I am the voice of Kairos's will, the harbinger of her judgment, and the arm of her justice. Do you think Kairos's laws are fair? This is an irrelevant question. I should have known that. I know, there's a question about that later. Shit, I've gained a lot of wrath, suddenly. And anyone who believes otherwise is an agent of anarchy. Contemplate this as you deliver Kairos' peace to the frontier. If you fail to understand the importance and immutability of Kairos' law, then your work is but a perversion of justice. I couldn't help but notice that you refer to Kairos as a woman. Oh, God! Beware of that trajectory of thought. Save for her perfection, there's little about Kairos to which we would ascribe recognizable traits. A power as distant and unknowable as the Overlord should transcend our petty dualities. Male, female, it makes no difference. Kairos is mother to us all. So tell me about Paladin Mark. My God, every single time you ask him a question, wrath, and it's like, I'm sorry. All arrived safely to the beach. To the beach, beach, beach. He is my headsman and an assassin without equal. His official designation in Kairos' hierarchy is the Archon of Shadows, though I wonder that he ever considers himself aught but a slayer of the unjust. How did he earn this title? His work away from the court takes Blade and Mark to the dark places of the world, the Tears and the Northern Empire alike. Over time, shadows became his dominion. They cloak him, protect him, and even fight for him if the need arises. It is said that Blade and Mark can travel to any place where shadows are cast. Only he would know this for certain. Does Blade and Mark serve you alone? Your question is flawed. We are all servants of Kairos. The Archons are also agents of their own interests. Those chosen few empowered to bring order to the world in accordance to Kairos' peace. At present, Blade and Mark is my vassal, and I his patron. The relationship is not so different from Graven Ash and Cairn, the fallen Archon, or the voices of Narot and his songbird Siren. Such partnerships and apprenticeships are common. They provide mutual benefit to the Archons involved, as well as a measure of oversight. Okay. I'm curious about you, Archon. Curiosity is not a trait that I encourage in my servants. Too often have I witnessed such activity leading down a path to lawlessness. However, if you feel that a better understanding of me will inform your work, then I will allow it. What do you want to know? Tell me about your rise to becoming adjudicator. Curb your ambitions, student. My path to this date is not one that could be replicated under any circumstances. However, if your curiosity is determined, I will tell you my story. I wish to understand the law and your execution of it. Okay, you gain favor. Not Angie. An admirable pursuit. You know much of Kairos' law and the maintenance of order already. My history may tell you something of how it can be used to win wars. I came into the world centuries ago, before the dream of unified Northern Empire was fully realized. My home country lay far from the borders of Kairos' realm, and our conquest was a matter of distant speculation. Decades before rumor of Kairos' approach grew in panicked volume, I familiarized myself with the intricacies of her law. It took me no time at all to realize the benefits of our inevitable subjugation. I took it upon myself to rise to my country's governance as an arbiter of law and drafter of covenants, building some notoriety for my execution of fair justice. As my influence and trust in my people evolved, my decisions transcended to define future precedent. What my countrymen could not have surmised, was that I had woven into our customs the very backbone of Kairos' law. I set the stage for the conquest of our floundering nation to join the Overlord's empire. By the time the Overlord's armies presented themselves and offered terms of surrender, we had adopted Kairos' peace in all but name. Our absorption into the Northern Empire was a matter of legal formality, negligible changes to our already beloved document of law. The people credited me as the architect of peace and for a time called me Tunon the Fair. As my importance grew in their estimate, Kairos could not help but learn of the part I played in her bloodless victory. Kairos' law has a breadth of intricacies that is unapproachable to the masses. I was chosen to interpret and represent the Overlord's will across the Northern Empire and beyond. This time as adjudicator. It is my pride, my duty, my life. What does it mean to be an Archon? I am a figure of power and significance, and under Kairos' mandate, I am able to exercise my authority for the benefit of all. Had I not earned the Overlord's approval, I would not stand tall before you. Did you come into power yourself, or did Kairos foster your talents? An astute question. Doubtless I exhibited some spark of potential on my own. Insignificant, though, enough to accomplish deeds of note. Only under Kairos' tutelage have I grown to these heights. Could anyone become an Archon? Absolutely not. Only a precious few grow into this authority, were it otherwise, Teradus would descend into pandemonium. Of those few who rise into power, fewer will still have the self-control to make lawful use of their talents, and of those who can, fewer still are deemed worthy of Kairos' approval. Is every Archon subservient to Kairos? All subservient before Kairos, but I intuit your meeting. The Overlord takes great pains to recognize potential. Before an Archon comes into their power, they will have faced the harshest scrutiny by an agent of recruitment, if not Bleden Mark himself. Those who are found worthy of incredible deeds but refuse to join their strength to the needs of the Empire are doomed to die. Those who wish to make a name for themselves are invited into the fold, to serve and rule the needs of the Empire. That is the price of power in Kairos' hierarchy. What's the deal with your mask? I knew that was going to make him mad. This should be obvious to you by now, students. Since the answer is relevant to your duties, I will tolerate your ignorance and explain. The face is an uncontrollable warren of muscle spasms and reactionary contortions, sickening in its display of every petty bias. It cannot be trusted to audience or judge a dispute without navigating a gauntlet of subjectivity for all to witness. In my early days before the Northern Empire spread to my lands, I fashioned the mask of listening out of stern, uncaring wood. This expression of enduring patience harkens the testimony of my petitioners, taking in all evidence before weighing matters in their due course. Later in my career, Kairos herself gifted me the Mask of Resolve. You will find it almost identical to the Mask of Listening, save for the brow furrowed in contemplation and weighed down by the burdens of judgment. This is the face that dispenses law, often the most exacting and unforgiving sort. I wore it when I brought Kairos' devastating judgment to the bastard city, and doubtless I will wear it again. Does the Mask of Resolve grant you the power of judgment? An astute question. Kairos would certainly be within her authority to grant me the function to do extraordinary deeds. But no, the mask is a symbol. Justice itself grants me power. An objective ruling is its own consent to enact incredible wonders. Such is my right as the Archon of Law. When I recognized a jurisprudent need, there is nothing I cannot do. This is going to make him mad, but I'm going to ask anyway. I wore it when I brought Kairos' devastating judgment to the bastard city. Your Honor? Your Honor? The question is irrelevant. He's so mad at me. Justice is ageless, sexless, devoid of opinion other than the right or wrong. I want to jump your bones, dude. Tell me what you look like. A face is extraneous to the function of law. Move on from this line of questioning, Fatebinder. Well, do you know good? Yes, but what do you look like? Do you even remember? I wore the mask of my office for centuries. Like my gavel, it is a symbol, a testament to my authority. There is no need to remove it. That doesn't answer my question. He's mad. And yet it must suffice. You go too far, Fatebinder. You have earned the court's displeasure and will hear no more of you. Dismissed. Fuck. Please? What do you want? I wish to apologize. You surprise me with your imprudent presumption. Certainly you challenge the court's opinion of you, and yet I will not hold you in my permanent contempt. In spite of the disrespect you showed this court, the right to cross-examine a testimony is yours by law, of which we are both subjects. For your own sake, I hope you show prudence in the future. Thank you, Your Honor. For my court is the legal heart of... Oh my god. There's so much talking in this game. Okay. I wish to discuss Kairos' peace. The cornerstone of our wartime efforts, of course. Kairos' peace guarantees all willing supplicants under the Overlord's authority a place in her world. The exact wording of the bylaw is, your life is not yours to discard. The Overlord has plans for you. This extends to several spheres of influence. Among others, it grants protection to enemies who surrender in a time of war, and it forbids suicide. To dispense with the Overlord's vassal and property is prohibited. Remind me how the Overlord's name may be used? It is not forbidden to cross one's tongue with Kairos' name, but it behooves one to use caution and respect. The Overlord's name is not yours to give, whether to progeny, product, location, or abstraction. Slander of the Overlord is punishable by death. There is only one Kairos, and her name is safeguarded. No one may say Kairos and have it obfuscated by a second meaning. Neither will her name be associated to trivialities. Oh, okay. That squeak is my desk being a little E. A gambler will not attribute his fortune to Kairos' luck or his misfortune to Kairos' scorns, such as association lowers the overlord in the public estimate. It is rightly considered slander most foul. Let us discuss the old walls. The old walls are forbidden, as are their contents and their denizens. Owning any item from the old walls is considered trespass. Regardless of how it came into your possession, mind that in the course of your travels. As the old walls extend across much of the tiers in Northern Empire alike, Kairos permits her servants to pass only when she has sculpted the landscape to permit travel. Under no circumstance are you to enter a breach in the old walls, even for a task as innocent as crossing to the other side. I mean, I'm doing it. If their restrictions seem too severe, I would remind you that they are for the protection of Kairos' subjects. The Overlord has no desire to see harm needlessly inflicted upon her loyal followers. Remind me of the Magician's Folly, which I already know about that. So long as I major blah, 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 blah. Chillon is speaking, mind your manners. Let's speak about quotas and sharing. The harvest blooms and blights by the will of Kairos. In times of lean, you will be fed. In terms of wealth, you will feed others. This law is a sizable category into itself, serving many needs at once, trade and tax being only two examples. The broadest intent of the law is to empower Kairos' subjects to care for their neighbor and expect care in return. You might take note of the law's application to trade. A merchant's right to peddle their wares is defined by permits granted annually. The regional authority has the right to decide if a merchant sells cabbage one year and sandals the next. Anyone breaking through their restrictions is subject to immediate forfeiture of all their assets. You need not concern yourselves over the nuances, at least until they apply to this contested realm in times of peace. I'm curious about the restriction on forbidden knowledge. Kairos herself sets the standards for what we can and cannot be known. These restrictions are rarely enforced, but they are worth taking into account. During the War of Kairos deemed the knowledge of the Vellum Citadel taboo. No one may possess the wisdom of that fallen repository save Kairos herself. This is for the protection of her subjects. Before the coming of Kairos, during the ages of anarchy and discord, powerful knowledge in undeserving hands leveled empires without thought or mercy. Kairos has no desire to revisit those dark times. Am I beholden to these laws? That should not be in question. We are all subjects of Kairos. Her law define and regulate our very way of life. With that said, as an agent of the law, you are granted more leeway than a soldier or citizen. You may find yourself compelled to commit morally questionable acts in the name of Kairos. If it serves the courts just as much, may be forgiven. So the rules don't apply to you so long as you're enforcing them on someone else. I want your job. If the court finds any of your actions suspect, we will summon you to answer for yourself. Your testimony will be heard and judgment will be rendered. You are exceedingly curious about the application of Kairos' law. I find it refreshing that you would seek my counsel, Fatebinder. No more questions, and be on your way. Well, talking to him really kind of only made him mad at me. Which I don't think should surprise anyone. Okay, well first I'm going to talk with this guy. Okay, so same as before. Hello, Tunin. Cause I'm an albatross. You return. Okay, so he said that I should talk to my other fate binders, but I don't have anything to say to them. And then of course I'll talk to okay, so they're all still mad at me. No shock to anyone. Are you in K in there, Barrack? The Archon's decision changes nothing. I have preserved to this point. I shall continue to do so, for the sake of General Ash and the North. There may be another way. Your master was very specific in his sentence. He forbade not only assistance from the Forge-bound, but from anyone, anywhere in the world. No, the Archon forbade any subjects of Kairos to aid you. You split hairs, Binder. The whole of the world bends the knee to the Overlord. If that were the case, we wouldn't be in the tiers, would we? You're not suggesting we ask some renegade mage for aid. You would discard the spirit of the law in favor of the letter. Trust me, Barrack, it's the letter of the law that matters. Not to me. The honor of a deed lies as such in its spirit as its action. Oh, you sweet, sad, silly little boy. Perhaps some other way to freedom will present itself. Your optimism does you credit, Fatebinder, though I fear it is misapplied. The Forgebound will be curious about you regardless. The articulation on your armor is incredible. At the very least, we should let them take a look at you. My armor is unique. Perhaps it can teach them something that will aid the disfavored. We can find the Forgebound at their smithy in Lithian's Crossing. Let us leave, Fatebinder. I worry that my presence offends these nobles' precious sensibilities. It's okay. We'll figure something out, don't worry. You probably could. But I've also played other games like this, so... Lots of yapping going on. Lots of yapping. Okay, so we have agility, ranged magic, and power, and leadership. The party, quick item slots and consumables. Adds a marking of party. Oh, additional weapon set. I don't care about it. I don't have a shield. I guess we're going full magic, okay. It's a spell, breached affliction to thrust. Yeah. We'll go with that. Alright. Let's get the heckies out of here. Sorry, one sec. I have a message on Discord. Welcome back, kid. Amusing as it would have been to watch the edict drop, I guess I'm glad you lived. Bladen Mark, Archon of Shadows, rouses from a faraway stare, turning to face you with a wry smile. Though he stands still, he seems to sift in and out of the shadows that shroud him. But to draw blood from your allies. The Archon flashes his teeth, flat and pearly white, a sharp contrast from the shadowed depth. I delivered the edict. The Archons refused to work together. I did what I had to do. What has me curious is your use of the Cheersmen, the Oathbreakers of all people. You're content to cut down your allies, yet spare your enemies. Someone consider it an unusual choice. You're mistaken to call them enemies. The Oathbreakers follow me now. View them more as an extension of the court. That's the cute thing about you, Fatebinders. Tunon teaches you enough about the law for you to bugger it in the backside, all while thinking you're so clever. Before you go and conspire with the locals too much, you and I need to have a chat. I'm listening. Everyone's keeping an eye on you because you did something nobody's done before. Got a guess as to what that might be? Uh, I'm the first to resolve an edict before it's constant. No, it's I'm the first to awaken a spire of the old walls. You're not wrong. That was definitely a shock, but I doubt it's the sole reason you've made the tears tremble. Proclaiming an edict isn't new, neither is surviving or resolving the commandments of an edict. But you're the first to proclaim and resolve the very same edict, and it didn't kill you. In one fell swoop, you survived your second edict, resolved the very one you had proclaimed, and awoken an arcane structure that had slept for several centuries. And now I go on your short list of people who stand out as potential problems. More or less, mostly more. I don't care what you do with the information, but you should know the danger you're in now that you've put yourself on the map. If you want to drum up more support from the Tearsmen, being the binder that broke the Overlord's edict is a good opener for diplomacy. Not saying trusting them is the best course of action, but it's a better strategy than watching Ash and the Voices muck around without consequence. Thanks for the advice. I mean, I'll fuck you too, dude. Okay, so we need to go to... Where do we need to go to? Just... God, I don't even know. No. Where are we going right now? No. No. Oh, Lathan's Crossing. That's where we're going. Wait, hold on. Hold on. So I think I had a quest to go back to, Hold on, 1 second. Let me look at my quests. Okay. Junon is displeased with the chaos. Okay, so we need to find evidence against Graven Ash and the Voices. I need to speak with Tarkris. Okay, so I need to go talk to Tarkris. I need to find somebody that will do that for him. Okay. Okay, so Lathan's Crossing, but I should talk to what's her name first. Okay, so I should go here. Essential Hall is probably where she'll be, right? Beady beady. Beady beady. Yep, very cool. Yes, you. Faybinder, welcome back. Our patrols have been chasing off stragglers from the valley, but otherwise, Vendrian's Well is almost quiet for the first time in ages. Considering that what we've been through, it is a much-needed lull in violence. Faybinder, must we suffer these fools and play their game of disobedience any longer? I'm using these southerners to serve our interests alone. Won't you play along for a time? Perhaps you are more shrewd than I credited. Then this war is over. I'll make sure to tell the great general how you won your greatest battle through cooperation. The Archon may even learn a thing or two. I hope you two are finished with your palaver on the side. We need to use this time to shore up our strength. If either of the Archons decided to attack us in earnest, we wouldn't last long. So now's the time to scrounge up whatever resources we can muster. The disfavored have us outclassed, and the Scarlet Chorus outnumber us by tens of thousands. Yet we have no lasting peace while they infest the tiers. What do you propose? The Archons are weak and fractured, while the disfavored and chorus fight will take the tears out from under them. I like your ambition, but what you're proposing sounds more like a little beyond our scope. I'd be happy if we achieved our position of strength on our home soil, though if we did manage to take back the tears, it would send a message to anyone listening in the north. Yes, the Vendrian Guard are battered and bruised, but we're used to being on the losing end. Our enemy has been drunk on victory for years and is fresh off a major setback. The Fatebinder is right. With the Archons divided, this is our chance, ready or not. Our victory here at Vendrian's Well sends an inspiring message to all the tiers. The Archons can be defeated. We need only to work together. We sent runners over the mountains telling others to join our desperate little cause. We sure seem a lot less desperate now that we've divided the Archons. Bloodied their minions and even lived to talk about it. Let's go recruiting while we still look like we have the winning momentum. A coalition, then. It's madness, but it has potential. We won't know if we never try, right? You've already proven yourself better at organizing us than the queens and regents who couldn't defend the tiers at our full strength. We've already tried and failed to unite the tiers, but you're the best chance we'll have to form some sort of alliance that can stand against the disfavored and the chorus. Fatebinder, any notion of where we should start? I used to be the governor of Lithian's Crossing. I left the disfavored in charge, but that can be remedied. If you can sway the locals to our cause, that will certainly be a good start. I doubt we could afford the Bronze Brotherhood Mercenary Company, but perhaps you can name their price. Better yet, perhaps we can convince the Forgebound to serve us. With their iron on our side, it'd be a fair fight next time we tangle with the disfavored. What can you tell me of the Bronze Brotherhood? I don't mind admitting that the Bronze Brotherhood could give a guard a fair fight. And we need warriors of that pedigree on our side. The Brotherhood isn't some fleeting gang. They've been in business for generations, from what I understand. They started defending Lithian's Crossing when my parents were young. We could use their ferocity on our side, even if the average brother is lacking in table manners. You really think the Forgebound would make iron for you? Oh, certainly not, but they might make iron for you, which can surreptitiously mean they make iron for us. Or just come right out and tell them your plans. I figure you know those mage types better than I do. I just want to use them for their iron. I'll head for Lithian's Crossing. I'll be back with an additional support. Our intelligence might be out of date, but the town should be run by a man named Eldian. I recall Ray Tomon being the leader of the Bronze Brotherhood, assuming he didn't get himself killed in battle. I believe First Brother is the honorific. I'm told there's a new Forge Master in the Crossing. Someone made Zidania. Maybe you can convince her to be more loyal to you than to Tunon? Good travels and happy hunting, Lady Fatebinder. Farewell. Okay. Then we go to Lithian's Crossing. A group of mercenary members of the Bronze Brotherhood are blocking the road to Lithian's Crossing. Okay. Kitten, what are you looking at? That's making your tail flick back and forth menacingly. Hello, Aster and Will. Oh, hey, you're who I was just talking to. We're talking about. And here's the Fatebinder. I knew we'd see you. I was just wondering when. What did I do? One trip to Lithian's Crossing wasn't enough, Governor. You had to return where no one asked you to come. Throwing me out of my home wasn't sufficient. Are you here to disrupt my life some more? You aren't done. It doesn't really matter why you're here. I don't care. I have more important things to worry about. In case you've forgotten me already, my name is Ritonman. I'm first brother, leader of the Bronze Brotherhood. Watch yourself while you are a guest in my land. If you have come to stir up more trouble, we're well equipped and will not back down in the defense that is rightfully ours. Welby and I might not always agree, but that is one point we see eye to eye on. If you step out of line, we will both correct you. You are not welcome here. Well, that's gonna make this fun. You would do well to watch your tone. Okay. Tell me about the Bronze Brotherhood. We are a humble group with noble, long-held traditions to the side of right and honor. If there is an injustice that needs to be rectified, we are called. Sounds like you're upstanding citizens. Yes, we are, Fatebinder. I'm glad someone finally sees us for what we are. I'm tired of people calling us mercenaries and sellswords. So we get paid for what we do. We need to live. Tell me about Welby. I had such high hopes for her as my first acts. The continued success of the Brotherhood should be the single most important goal for anyone who is a member. She seems to have forgotten her place. She's not the head of this band. I am. If she doesn't stop overreaching, I will have to replace her with someone who knows how to obey. Why is Lithane's Crossing so important to the Bronze Brotherhood? We were asked to do a job and we did it. Then what happens? You throw us out of our home. By all rights, that city is ours, and suddenly Kairos wants it. Well, I intend to get it back. I refuse to let this matter die. We protected the crossing for years and even ensured Kairos' forces would do business here when Narad asked us to. No, we did the job we were asked, and this land belongs to us. What is so important about these bodies? They are some of Kairos' armies who wandered too far from Lithane's Crossing. I will sleep well when they are all dead and in the ground, the only place they're worthy to be. But if they choose to break themselves up like this, it will only make it easier for us when the Brotherhood makes our claim what is rightfully ours. How do you plan to take Lithane's Crossing? Why would you ask this? Is Welby planning to undermine my strategy? I'm gathering an army. Would you consider standing with others against Kairos? Absolutely not. I had placed my trust in others before and only received the back of their hand in return. Payment or no, I do not appreciate providing a service and being tossed aside. They are not my brothers, they are not my friends. I need to get to the Lithane's Crossing. If I let you through, you must promise to behave. I have enough problems dealing with everyone else. I don't need the hassle of keeping an eye on you, too. So watch yourself. I might not currently have control of my city, but I have eyes everywhere. If you stir up trouble, I will know. You may enter Lithane's Crossing. Not sure the first brother here has a full complement of oarsmen. His henchman is all of 5-6 paces away. Why the theatrics? You said you don't do it for the money, but that's why you're fighting okay. But that's why you're fighting over Lithane's Crossing. I don't appreciate your tone or the implications of what you're saying, Fatebinder. This is a mere matter of principle. We performed a service and we are paid for that service. Don't try to glibly explain away a complex situation. This is our home. This is my home. I will have it, no one else. Now, if all you came here to do is insult me and mine, I would suggest you leave. Okay, I will leave. Went about as well as I can expect it to, I guess. Hey, Welby. Lesser sigil of cyclical energies. Welcome to Ironhall Trail, Fatebinder of Tunun. Did Ratoman... Toma... Have anything of note to tell you, or is he still wasting his time scouting dead bodies for information he'll never find? I'll admit he's led this group to some minor glories, but I fear how we will end up if something doesn't change. My name is Welby, first axe for the Bronze Brotherhood, though I'm not sure that title matters anymore. Never mind, you needn't be burdened with my problems. What can I help you with? Tell me about the Bronze Brotherhood. We're mercenaries, plain and simple. I'm not going to pretend like it's anything more. While it's true we have in recent years been a little more stationary than your typical crew. It is. It's because I had the lag at the beginning of stream, but it seems like it hasn't gotten worse, so maybe I fixed it? Yeah, Tyranny is just, it has its little optimization problems. Been a little more stationary than your typical crew. It doesn't change the fact that our services can be purchased if the price is right. We both know full well that the rings that the voices gave us were the only thing that brought our allegiance to Kairos when the Overlord turned an eye on the crossing, even if our thanks for helping was to be thrown from our homes. Not that I hold any ill will toward you for it. Decisions have to be made, and there's always someone who must pay the price. I just hope you realize some people don't like being asked to pay. Ritomon will try to sell you on our long and noble traditions, like we're some kind of altruistic saints who can do no wrong. But that story isn't old and smelly as Grandma Beastman's tail hairs. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to take a job that doesn't seem right to me. But a ring's a ring, and I will go where the money leads me. One point, Ritomon and I will agree on this. One point, Ritomon, oh my god, and I will agree on is this. We did a job for Kairos, but we were not treated fairly. The Brotherhood is strong and we have the numbers. We will fight to the last man. I just don't agree with Ritomon's methods. What does it mean to be first axe? I wish I knew, Fatebinder. The first axe protects and consults with the first brother. I was supposed to be Ritomon's advisor, confidant, and guard. Lately, his behavior has become erratic. He's acting paranoid, manic, and distrustful. My duty as first axe is to protect the first brother, but I'm also sworn to protect the Brotherhood, and if that means removal of Ritomon, so be it. He has too many supporters in Lithaean's Crossing right now to speak out against him. What do you think has happened to Ritomon? Honestly, I couldn't speak to the cause, the stress of leadership, the battles with Kairos' forces, his night in the old walls. When you decide to remove the Brotherhood from the crossing, it certainly sent him off. Does it matter? His behavior is endangering the Brotherhood and he must be stopped before we are destroyed. I fear people will be hurt by far more than a simple toll. How would you run the Brotherhood? I wouldn't waste time and resources on petty vendettas, that much I can tell you. I like battle and I like rings, and with the Brotherhood we used to get both regularly. Now all we have is fear, suspicion, and blood. I want the disciplined regiment back, and I intend to have it. While I may agree that we are treated unjustly, Ritomon's methods for obtaining restitutions are despicable. True, acting like a child when you don't get what you want is not the behavior of a leader. Except in this case, the child is in control of an army capable of laying waste to his home. I need soldiers. Have you ever thought about uniting with others against Kairos? While I am certainly open to the idea, a world without Kairos' oppressive rule is something I've dreamed of. Ritomon will not be. Past events have set him against anyone who isn't a part of the Brotherhood, and recently not even being a brother is sufficient to avoid his ire. As long as he controls the Brotherhood, it will not be in consideration. The Chorus and the Disfavored have descended into civil war, so I need soldiers to help enforce the Overlord's laws. Is your company for hire? Are you taunting me, Faithbinder? Many of the Free City's mercenaries accepted contracts with Kairos and never reported back. Use this once and the shame is ours, but use this twice. As a rule, we never say never to paying contracts, but we have no desire to be pawns of Kairos once more. Okay. That's all for now. So it looks like if we want the Brotherhood's help, we're gonna have to be getting rid of Raymond and siding with Welby. Absolutely not. I've come through Iron Hall Trail more times than I can remember. No one ever asked for a toll before, and I won't be paying one now. Fatebinder, surely you of all people can help me. My name is Aster, and I must get to Lithaean's Crossing. I have goods to deliver. Tell this man I will not be paying a toll to him or anyone, and he is to let me through. Greetings, Fatebinder. I am sorry you've been drawn into this. What you've stumbled into here is merely a conflict of the changing times. I am Will of the Bronze Brotherhood. Iron Hall Trail is under our protection, and anyone passing through must obey our rules. If this gentleman would like passage through our land, a simple donation is required. These funds help our cause and keep Iron Hall a safe place for all travelers. Clearly, you both can see the value of that. And who exactly is keeping it safe? You standing there with your weapons at the ready against me? I'm not but a traveling merchant. I have no money to spare, and I certainly pose no threat to anyone. Keep this area safe indeed. You are the only threat here. Fatebinder, please make sense of this man. I'll just give them the money. I don't really care. There you go. Everybody wins. Thank you, Fatebinder. You have done a great deal of good today, and you, brute, move aside and let me pass. Though, merchant, do be sure to... But of course, though, be sure, merchant, do be sure to have some rings on your own for your trip back. I doubt your friend here will be around to pay your way through these lands twice. Rotunmund sent a signal that I'm supposed to let you through without paying the toll. Such a shame. I would love to see if your money's spent differently than anyone else's. I don't know what the fuck that means. But I'm not going to talk to you, Will, because I bet if I did... God, I've talked to everybody else. I might as well talk to you. Okay. I was checking. Don't yell at me, you little bitch. "13 hours from the toll place? Jeez. Sheesh. Okay. Kill the disfavored garrison. What? To battle, the Fatebinder is here. Raise the... I'm sorry? I'm sorry? I'm being threatened?
On it. To battle! Will do.
Oh, thank you so much, Silent Jester.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth. Right.
Smash to pieces!
This is useless. I should try something else. I got it. Come back here and die. On it. Bleed out, you little shit.
Come and face my iron!
Well, what the heck was that about? Why am I under attack? No! Oh, I've reached the maximum and not okay, big supplies. Okay. Okay, let's see.
This'll be fun.
Smash to pieces!
Ha! For the glory of Kairos!
On it.
Are you afraid of death, worm?
Worm?
Too easy. Should have seen that one coming.
This is useless. I should try.
Yoink. Oh, right. Camping supplies. Now I put it in my... Dang it. Dang it.
I got it.
Fine.
Right.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that yet. I'm gonna come loot this. You have a name. But I can't talk to you. Yet. Secrets.
Huh.
Frozen shackle. Okay, I can't go over there yet. Athletics. We have the athletics to do this. We loot.
Might we not simply break it?
No. Something we can upgrade. Something.
It's a tough job being so remarkable all the time.
Tell me about it. Okay. Yeah, I know. Celine.
On the
should
lookout. On it. Ha! For the glory of Kairos! Can't do that.
I'm enjoying this a little too much.
It's a hit!
On it. This is useless. I should try something else. Bleed out, you This isn't working. That's how it's done. Ha! Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth. This is useless.
My armor is dented. Let me repair it.
You're fine. Level up, level up. As the last of the enemy soldiers die, life returns to normal in Lithaean's Crossing. Yeah, I am. Thank you so much, Caleb. Yes, yes. Okay, let's see. Let's go back down here then, and now that everything's open. Oh, wait, well. Everything needs to come. Or everyone, not everything. There's this.
I'm carrying too much.
Oh, shut up. You big baby. Listen to this big whiny baby. Oh, I'm encumbered. Wee wee wee. I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing, Headhunters? Secrets.
Interesting.
Kitten! We love the kitten. Yoink. Right. So what's here? We'll go here first. Oh, okay, so this was useless. That was spooky. Save real quick. Okay. Kitten! We love the kitten. Yeah, I know, camping supplies. Oh, this is... No, this is the inn. I'm assuming. Phaedra and Dea. Hello, traveler. Welcome to Lithaean's Crossing, Wanderer. My name is Phaedra, and this is my beautiful wife, Dea. What brings you to town? Is there anything I can help you with? What can you tell me about Lithaean's Crossing? I've lived here most of my life, but honestly, I'm not sure there's much to say. We're a center for trade and a waypoint for travelers. The walls are a little scary, but you get used to them over time. What about you, dear? What is there to say? The town is alright, but living under the thumb of an occupying force makes it hard to truly relax. You haven't always lived here? Several years before Kairos' invasion, I moved away from Lithaean's Crossing. Being the granddaughter of Lithaean came with a responsibility I wasn't ready for. I met Dea in the Bastard City and decided to stay for a while. We were living in the Bastard City when we heard of Kairos' forces moving to the Tiers, so we took that as our motivation to move. And I think we got out of there at just the right time. We traveled a bit with a couple of caravans, but nothing really seemed like home until I returned to Lithaean's Crossing. You never realize how much you can miss a place until you've been away for a while, but I could live anywhere as long as this one is with me. It's true that trade hasn't been as vibrant here recently, but I'm sure it's simply a temporary setback. The merchants will sing and dance for you, trying to convince you their suppliers are unaffected, but everyone is feeling it. I have faith that the world will set itself right soon enough. Someone call me a fool, but I don't see the benefit in bemoaning your fate. You take what life hands you and make it work. You're Lithaean's granddaughter? One of many, I suspect, but I'm the only one anyone knows about. And before you ask, no, Aldean is not my father. Maybe you haven't heard, but my grandmother wasn't exactly the settling down type. How do you feel about the disfavored? I don't have an issue with them. Their curfew may be a bit strict, and it gets hard to keep track of every rule they invent and all the regulations they've enacted. Otherwise, they've left us alone to live our lives. Anything is better than having the Brotherhood. Give me 100 rules for every Brotherhood member driven from this town. Thank you for your time. Okay. Pew, pew. Gotta use the camping supplies. So that I can pick up more camping supplies. Biotis? Welcome, friend. What brings you to my humble trading post? Have a certain something in mind or just browsing? Could you tell me anything about this seal? I found it in Vendrian's well. I've never seen that before. You'll have to ask one of the other merchants. Alright. Show me your wares. Ooh, iron javelin. Does anybody use a javelin? Spine bow. She uses a Sinjini. Forge-bound apprentice armor. Wait, what are these? Heavy armor iron. Can he use these? Probably not, because he's stuck in the armor that he's in. Scroll, sigil of fire, core. I already know the sigil. I'll take that. Yeah, shouldn't I take the iron javelin? Does anybody use javelins? Yeah, alright. We'll trade for that. Oop, I should give this to me. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, and I should sell my stuff too. Show me your wares. Because I keep forgetting. I don't know what these do. Okay, so... Oh wait, that's story stuff. I don't know what this does. Too dumb. What else is new? Everybody's mad. Everybody's mad at me. Learn. Okay. There's cyclical energies. Okay. Increases accuracy. Reduces the cooldown. Uses fire and brimstone to cause material force spells to damage foes in a line. Okay. Focused intent distance. Okay. Oh, we found the forge. Oh, no, I wanted to loot. Fatebinder, may the fires of your forge never cool. I had hoped our paths would cross. What can the Servant of the Flame do for you? Why have you come to Lithaean's Crossing? What an odd question, Fatebinder. When you showed up in the forge, I thought you had been sent to check up on me. As my mission came directly from Tunan, shouldn't you know already? I was tasked with creating an artifact to protect the forge bound from the Bane. We have been delayed too often and lost too many of our own, so it keeps decreed that something must be done. I created the Mage Bane helm to keep the Bane at bay. Once the helm is in place, its magic will keep the Bane locked away inside the walls. Inside the old walls. Why did you create a helm? The Forge-bound are crafters of weapons and armor, Fatebinder, not statues and baubles. I make what I want. I make what I know. It is also portable and can be moved easily, or used in battle should its protection be needed elsewhere in the future. For the time being, though, it will remain here, protecting the Forge-bound. We have a job to do and cannot do it properly if we are constantly assaulted by outside forces. Why do the Forge-bound stay here if the Bane are such a threat? The forge is in the shadow of the old walls in an area rich with iron. We have ample supply of raw material and the influence of ancient magics. It's an acceptable risk. And with the helm in place, the Bane will no longer be an issue. Why were you asked to create this item? Couldn't any Forgebound here do it? All Forgebound are masters at their craft, but each also has their special talents. The Mage Bane required someone whose skills were all above those who haven't been practicing as long as I have. Tunan wanted a masterpiece, so he asked the master. By order... By order of Tunan the Adjudicator, I'm here to bring order to the tiers. Reaffirm your loyalty to the court and to Kairos by bowing to me. Is this some sort of test? The Forgebound are, were, and always will be loyal to Tunan, Archon of Justice. If we must renew our vows of fealty, the court has every right to make that demand. But such formalities will need to wait until I'm done with my original task, protecting the settlement. I have to place this relic by the old walls to help seal off any threats. A site has been readied on the third tier. I am headed there now. We can talk more about it then. Better yet, join me. Once the Mage Bane is in its place, the seal on the old wall should be set, and I can give you my complete attention. Okay. An outsider never arrives alone. At least, that is what my mother always said. It seems she knew what she was talking about. I'm Eldian. Welcome to Lithaean's Crossing. Well, if it isn't Tunan's Fatebinder, welcome back to the Crossing. Haven't seen you around here since we put the disfavored in charge of everything. Must say my memory seems to be failing, something I never thought I'd say. The way people talk about how you came through and drove the Brotherhood out of the town, you should be 10 feet tall and shoot lightning from your eyes. I seem to remember you being a little more human. Can't always tell the content of a pie from its crust, though, can you? For instance, would you give the town to the disfavored and then walk in and kill them all? Not that I will miss the rules and schedule, but one has to wonder why you would switch sides so readily. But enough of my prattling. You didn't come here for a history lesson or to get my opinion of your grandeur. The Adjudicator sent you for the Archon of Song, I assume? What can this old food do for you? Can I ask you some questions about Lithaean's Crossing? If you have questions about our settlement, I'm the one to ask. I've the dubious distinction of being the oldest living resident of Lithaean's Crossing, so I've been here for a lot of its history. Eyes, hips, hair, and hearing might be failing, but my mind still remembers everything that's happened here. What would you like to know about it? I'll do my best not to go on too long about it. I know I have a problem keeping my conversation short. I'd like to ask you about the crossing's history. Who was Lethian? The biggest pain in the ass I ever knew? I suppose I shouldn't talk about my mother like that. She was a mediocre merchant but a great leader. The war in the northern kingdoms cost her a very lucrative trade route up north, but she managed to earn trade stewardships from Kairos, and for a short time she had a monopoly on grain, salt, and tin here in the tiers. What did my grandmother say? Give a blind man time and a pile of rocks, and eventually he'll hit a target. Not to say she didn't deserve it, but I think luck played a bigger part in her success than actual talent. But Kairos gives and Kairos takes. The next year, Lithian was stripped of her trade rights. Suddenly, she had a large staff, but no goods to trade and no means to pay anyone. But she was stubborn one and knew if she just kept at it, eventually things would turn around for her. She figured the trade goods could come to us. The location was good enough. It's crazy how that could happen. So she decided to concentrate on making an existing local settlement into the center of commerce for the tiers, and by the claws of a beast, she did just that. I thought she was crazy choosing a town nestled up to the old walls, and apparently she knew what she was doing. It wasn't long after that it was renamed Lithian's Crossing. With the bridges over the old walls, this was the only place to go if you wanted to take weeks off for your trip. Eventually, she hired the Bronze Brotherhood to act as our local guards. We were big enough then, had enough commerce to warrant the protection. Lithian was your mother? Of course. How did you think I became the Reeve of the Crossing? It's certainly not my storytelling or charm. I may be the oldest living resident here, but that's certainly not a good enough to reason to make someone a leader. But come to think of it, neither is just being the offspring of the former leader. But like it or not, that's how things are. My mother was a wonderful woman. She might not have been the nicest person, and she might have been over fond of a dalliance here or there or there or there, but who isn't? May her rest be ever free of disturbance. How did you build the old walls bridges? Lithian was the mastermind of that. She could tie a knot with one hand, one string, and I remember watching her draw systems of ropes and knots in the sand, telling me they would do when built. I thought she was crazy. Says she got the idea from the bridges when seeing galleys pulled out of the water into dock. Apparently, the hardest part was getting the initial climbing team to brave the old walls and set the first ties. But apparently, you can pay a man enough rings for him to overcome this fear of old walls as predators. Why did you settle here? Necessity. The rope bridges led us across the old walls. With them, it didn't matter what trade rights we had. We'd be at crossroads for the northern tiers, an unbeatable location. The siege of Ardent and the Bastard City ended up helping us. All those folks heading to points east crossed through our little settlement, and many of them decided to stake a claim with us. By then, Lithian discovered there was iron in our rivers. She thought it'd make us rich, but it also made us a target. The old walls don't make passage through the area easy, and our bridges cut days to weeks off a trip. Lithian's Crossing is the best bet to get your shipment where it needs to go. Mix some other load of iron ore into it, and we suddenly had a target painted on us. What is Kairos' interest in the crossing? Iron, plain and simple. Now we have the forge bound here, toiling away with the ore they pull from the river. We're being squeezed for our resources. If you're after a drink, better to squeeze fruit than a stone. If you're after a drink, sorry. And it would seem many people find us to be very juicy indeed. There was a merchant who tried to peddle iron rocks as magical because they came from the areas near the old walls. One of the people he sold to happened to be a disfavored courier. The courier then showed the rock to the forge-bound master, who immediately recognized its potential for making superior weapons. It was brought to Kairos' attention, and soon afterwards, soldiers and forge-bound came to Lithian's Crossing. They came with such force, our options were to either comply with what they wanted or die. How does the Brotherhood want Lithian's Crossing? Land, breeding stock. They've been here longer than I have. So maybe they consider it home too. But Kairos' purse masters are no longer paying them to fight, and if a mercenary is to kill for free, something's suspect. In the end, I suppose it doesn't really matter. Reitoman will never let go. He feels he owns this town and he aims to have it be his. What can you tell me about the spire in Lithian's Crossing? Sometimes I wonder why Lithian thought it was a good idea to settle here. We already had a Bane problem before the Forge-bound set up here. Now that they're using the Crossroads as one of their main forges, the Bane issue is even worse. Since the Bane are drawn to magic energy, we have to be on constant alert for them escaping. How did you seal the door? I obtained a keystone that can be used to open or seal the door. One of the Kairos' soldiers found it while they were looking for a way to seal the doors to keep the Bane from escaping. The sealed door is only a temporary measure, though. It holds the Bane back for now, but it won't last for much longer. This is why Tunon instructed Zidenia to create an artifact to protect Lithian's Crossing from Bane. Will you let me into the old walls? I'm afraid that's a risk I'm not willing to take, Fatebinder. Once the doors are unsealed, there's a good chance Bane will flood into Lithian's Crossing. As much as I would love to help you, I can't endanger the town like that. Tell me about your thoughts on the Bronze Brotherhood. They were here since the crossing was founded. Lithian herself hired them to protect the settlement when it was just getting started. A fledgling town in the shadow of the old walls. They did such a good job, she kept them on as our peacekeepers, and that's how things went. At least until you decided to oust them and put someone else in their place. Can't say I would have done the same, truth be told. I wouldn't have done. Taking pay from 2 employees is always going to end badly if you can't make both of them happy. On top of that, it seems lately that Raytamon is traveling a path no one can see, and I don't want to see what's at the end of it. I would like to thank you for your decision to allow them to fraternize with Kairos' armies while they were all stationed here. Giving them an outlet like that kept tensions in the Crossroads down, and the settlers have overall been happier because of it. Though it's funny to hear myself say I missed something that happened while such horrible things were going on outside our town. But you take your moments of happiness when you can get them, don't you? Tell me what you think of the disfavored. Strict curfews, frequent searches, and no forgiveness for missed iron and grain quotas. That's the ill of it. But the sentries keep constant vigil and treat us with respect. Politeness, even. Most of them call me elder and bow. If someone's going to fishing in your pocket and taking your crop, may as well be kind about it. The disfavored are committed to honor and dignity in all dealings. That's so. I've seen the disfavored impale a man for insulting your precious graven ash. I've seen them hang prisoners for eating rats when their food ran low. At least the Scarlet Chorus doesn't have any delusion about cruelty. We do it because it's fun. Honor goes both ways, you balding witch. Those who flaunt the offerings of Kairos' peace find no solace in the Legion. It's definitely not the situation I would have chosen, but things can always be worse. The water might be up to your knees, but it could also be up to your nose, is what my grandmother would tell me. What of the Earthshaker mages? A few have passed through the crossing in recent times, all headed south to the Stone Sea. At least that's the word of it. The mages didn't stay for long. And I'm glad they kept on traveling. If some madman cast a spell that cracked the foundation of the old walls, praise Kairos it hasn't happened. What of the Forge-bound? They toil away in their forge houses day in, night out. Kairos' forces keep them well guarded since they know how to work binding ore into weapons harder than stone or bronze. I've delivered food and kindling to the forge houses, but never had much contact with the artisan mages. How have your interactions with the Scarlet Chorus been? Can't say that I have a strong opinion one way or the other, really. They didn't seem to care much about leaving the settlement behind once the decision was made to let the Dishonored have control. Disfavored, not Dishonored. They left and I haven't seen much of them. I'm pretty sure I'm going to need directions around here. I completely understand. The crossing can be a bit intimidating the first time someone arrives, and it's not as complicated as it looks. The river is named Port Tusker and is flowing down the middle of the settlement. The waterfalls pouring over the old walls are Sunrise and Moonrise. The west waterfall is Sunrise because of how the sun hits it in the morning, and Moonrise got its name due to how it glows during a full moon. The crossing itself is broken up into districts named after the waterfalls. The west side of the river is the Sunrise District, and the east side of the river is the Moonrise District. The different levels of Lithane's Crossing don't really have names, but most people refer to them as tiers. My home is considered part of the ground tier. The forge is on the first tier, both in the Moonrise district. What was that about the Archon of Song? Siren, the songbird, feels like it's half the town she's got mooning over her in the hovel near the river. It's on the first tier if you want to find her. Feel free to take her with you when you go. But seeing as you're not here for her, what can I do for you? Of course, I must go to the spire to make sure everything is ready. I'll meet you there when Zendenya is ready to place the artifact. Oh my god. Please release me from my prison of speaking. No. Oh. We're free, chat. Oh my god. They put me through a marathon at the end there. Alright. Exit to desktop. Alright, chat. It is 2:11, which means it's time for me to go. My voice is dying. I might not play Tyranny tomorrow. Only because this is a lot of reading, which I'm very happy to do, but I also have to record ASMRs and stuff tomorrow. So I don't want my voice to be absolutely shredded. So I might play some Apex tomorrow. Just an FYI. Hey, pretty Particle, you're such a good girl. So yeah, I haven't decided yet. We'll see. Because I have to record ASMR today too, because I haven't done it yet, because I took yesterday off, and yesterday is when I usually do my ASMRs, and I have to do this one's, and I have to do Jets. So I do have the art though for this week that I can show you. I actually have 2 pieces of art. Yes, Apex, of course. Well, what else am I supposed to play? I'm being made fun of. Me. I have another piece of art that I can show you. I'm gonna put this in the oh god, who's this by? It was by, their name was like Potted Fish, right? Potted Fish, yes. Save the trio. Hey, Ansay. Trio by Potted Fish. I have that I can show you. It's so cute. Hold on. Things to show chat. Things to show chat. It's trio, so it'll be down here. I remember my hips and thighs and my spirits eyes, oh Lord. This is so cute. No. So, for anybody... no, because I might be streaming D&D tonight, and I have a lot of work to do, unfortunately. Or else I would love to. Okay, so I'm gonna put me over here for a second, cuddling closer to you, chat. Okay, so anybody who has ever been a part of my Red Roses tier knows that we have a long-running short story series with myself and 2 of Gull's OCs, Sebastian and Jericho, which were made in an ETU campaign, which is East Texas University. That was where we originally made these characters, and we've kind of adopted them for my VTuber persona, but they have been central characters. There's always the 3 of them in the short stories that we write, which comes with the Red Rose tier on Patreon. And Gull got some fan art of them. So here they are. The trio. Oh my gosh, they're so cute. I love them. That's our 3. Jericho is so hot. He's a werewolf though, so of course he is, but he's like extra hot. I love Jericho so much. But I think Celine looks really cute too. And of course Sebastian's hot too, but my eyes are drawn to Jericho. Jericho's on the left and Sebastian is on the right. And they're just a cute little throuple. So cute. Isn't he so hot? He's so hot. I love Jericho. But yeah, like I said, they're two of Jericho and Sebastian are Gull's OCs, and she uses them as like, you know, characters in like the little behind the scenes lore that we make for Celine, where she lives with these two boys and taking a picture. But it is so cute. I love it so much. Yeah, that's another. We got both the art for the Be Right Back / Starting Soon screens today. And we got this artwork today as well. And I was like, oh, I can't wait to show you. So it'll be in the art channel after stream. And it's so cute. I love it. And of course, I will also put the art for the Starting Soon screen in the Discord as well. And the person who made this is called Potted Fish. And this is their vegan. So go like the showcase for it or follow them on vegan or whatever it is that you want to do. Maybe commission them if they're if they come off the wait list. Blah 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 blah.
Wu-Tang Chicken just followed.
Thank you so much for the follow, Wu-Tang Chicken. Oh. I have to like this. This is very, very cute. All right, so, and also, again, I've been slacking a little bit lately. I promise the ASMR will come out tonight. It's just not going to be at 2 o'clock. Because I took the day off yesterday for Thanksgiving. Which is I usually do my ASMRs on Thursday. Or I try to, you know, one of the days. It's been a very busy week here. But it will come out today, I promise. And I will show you guys the oh my god, our fucking fire alarm battery is beeping. So annoying. Oh, cool. I could just drag it like that. Ah, where did it go? Sir? Okay, well, guess I'll just... I know, but you know me, I like to be consistent, so... Here we go. Oh, I don't understand where it's going. It's like disappearing after I drag it in. Blah. Alright, hold on. Let me... that. Alright. I'll save it in the normal way then. Alright. Black Friday. It's Friday, Friday. Alright, things to show the chat. So this will be the ASMR concept for this week. As always, the art is done by ARC, the lovely ARC. Black Friday employee letting off some steam. So yeah, you have a disgruntled Black Friday employee. And she is gonna take out her frustration of having to be a CSR on Black Friday on you. So I'm hoping it's gonna be a fun one. I have not read the script yet, but of course it was written by Gull, so of course it's gonna be great. But that is going to be the concept for this week. And we will have our secondary one and our short story available tomorrow, which is why I probably will not be playing Tyranny, because I can already feel my voice being very weak. So I need to take a little bit of a break. Oh no, don't say that, pretty farticle. Don't say that. They're never making me feel bad. They're being funny. But yeah, this is gonna be a lot of fun. So I've been thinking about pizza for the last 2 hours. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go order some pizza. Like a bad girl. Gull's not here, so I can be bad. I'm gonna order some pizza, eat, and then I have a lot of work to do. And I do not have a definitive 100% yes. But there is a... Sorry, my cat decided to be annoying. There is a chance that I will be streaming the one-shot tonight. The DM gave the okay, but wanted to ask the players. So unless one of the players objects, I'm gonna try to stream it for you guys tonight. And again, I didn't even mention this like literally all day. Today is technically my 1-year stream anniversary. I started streaming November 29th last year. And it's been a crazy year. It both all feels like it hasn't been a whole year, and it also feels like it's been 5 years, you know what I mean? So obviously there wasn't anything special planned. This special thing will be the D&D if I am allowed to do it. But like we have the live 2D anniversary planned, and we have our affiliate anniversary on December 7th. So, you know, lots of anniversaries, but nothing special for the 7th and nothing special for today. Just getting to spend my time with you, and like I said, if I'm able to stream the D&D game, that would be great, because I know there's so many of you that like D&D. The games, I believe, start at 7:30 EST, which would be about 5 hours from now. And if I am allowed to stream it, I will stream it. If I can't, I will ask if I can record it. But either way, I will upload the VODs, probably to the main channel, actually. So... You know, if you can't be up that late, because it is late for, you know, my Europeans and things like that, the VOD will be available as ASAP. I might edit it down a little if I have time. Well, I've never played with these players before, so they will not dox me. They only know me by Celine. That's the online handle that I go by. Where would I stream it? I'd stream it here. I would stream it here. So yeah. I'll stream it here if I am allowed. If I am not, then I will see if I can record it. If I cannot do either, then I will just be like, sorry guys, I can't, but you know, maybe we'll do so in the future. So yeah. Anyways, I need to go order food and get to work. So, because I have to do my ASMR and have that, like, I have to record and upload that to everywhere. And I also have to actually make my character because it's a one-shot. So I have to make the character for the one-shot. No, I'm not going to be naked. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Thank you for spending your time with me. Oh, I actually got... Oh. Okay. I just got a message from Mags. She said I am not allowed to stream. Unfortunately. Any chance I could record it then? Okay. Last ditch effort. Can I record the session? And upload it after with cuts made to only include gameplay? I know it's a separate. Yeah, it's a little sad that one of the players said no, because, like, for me, it's like, what does it matter to you? But I'm asking if I can record the session and upload it. So that's our last bet, and I hope that I can, but if I can't, hey, it's okay. You know, not everybody is comfortable with their private time being on camera, and that's okay. I don't want to stress anyone out. Yeah, I would really like to, because for me, like, it's not a big deal. I do not hold hope, but she's currently typing to me, so I probably am gonna get the answer of no here. I had to try chat. I know so many of you want to see D&D on the channel, and it sucks because I've been in games and I've literally never had this issue. I've streamed other games before, or like recorded other games before. And it sucks that this table is being so weird about it. Kitten, did you just knock out my monitor? I don't know, my right monitor just went black for a second. It's probably Kitten jiggling all the wires. Okay, she started typing and then she stopped, so that's okay. I'll let you guys know in the Discord if things change. Absolutely. I will tell you guys all about it. Saturday will always be D&D recaps in the morning with Gull, because she was there. But anyways, I'm gonna let you guys go. Thank you so much for spending your time with me, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving if you celebrated. I hope you have a safe Black Friday. I hope you get... Oh, speaking of Black Friday, something that I didn't mention. I don't know how this works for current members, but if anyone has been on the fence about looking into my Patreon and maybe trying, you know, one of the tiers, I currently have a Black Friday sale going on. So if you would like, patreon.com/Celine Whitetail. All of the tiers are 25% off for the next week. So if you were ever interested in trying out the ASMRs, but you thought that they were a little bit too expensive, or you just weren't sure, here's your chance. And like I said, I don't know if it will like give people who are already subbed a discount to upgrading a tier. I hope it would do that, but I don't know how the discounts work. I think it specified that it was oh, and you have to use a code. I forgot. What are my promotions? It's like Celine BF or something like that. Yeah. So yeah, if you go to my Patreon and you decide to get any of the tiers, you can use the code CelineBF for Black Friday to get 25% off on all of my Black Friday tiers for the next week. Kitten, what are you doing? So yeah, if you are so inclined and interested, if not, totally cool, as always. I will be heading off. I'm gonna order food. I will let you know in the Discord if I'm allowed to record the episodes. If not, I will give you all of the recaps tomorrow. Thank you so much for spending your time with me. I gotta go to work. Bye. Mwah. 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 Mwah.